What is up, YouTube?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you're reaching us.
We
Happy
almost
Friday.
didn't make it. Almost didn't make it.
Yeah, they're trying real hard to get us off the YouTubes before we even get going.
Yeah, that black bag we've been talking about since episode 4 or 5. They tried to bring it to us. We'll get into that later, though. Welcome back. We're happy you're here. We're here. We're happy we're here.
For as long as we can.
For as long as we can. We might have to start making some backup plans, seeing as though YouTube is
dishing out strikes.
Yeah, we'll get into it later. We kind of just want to jump right into the impeachment trial, just because there's so much funny things happening.
It's been a great morning. I got up bright and early. I've been watching the whole thing, having a great time, laying on the floor with my dog, just giggling. This is America's defense team. And I just realized this is the Chewbacca defense. I don't know if you guys are old, have seen old episodes of South Park way back in the 90s, but more or less, this is the defense that got OJ off. Ladies and gentlemen, this does not make sense. You must have quit.
You must have quit.
It's that simple. The glove does not fit. Why are we talking about Chewbacca in a court case? None of this makes sense. Quit.
Exactly. And that goes doubly for our community guideline. But we'll get into that later. Right now, we're just going to go straight to the impeachment, because that's what we're going to do.
Have you been watching everything, Blizza?
Not today. I slept today.
So they played
maybe for an hour.
They played a couple good videos of everybody saying "fight like hell," shit like that. They had a great cut of Kamala. Fight. But we're gonna fight. It was great. And now they're basically repeating it. Like they played it like 3 times, basically trolling them for the same thing the impeachment managers did, just showing those same videos over and over and over.
That's awesome.
But it was good. Homeboy yesterday with the hands, he was in there.
They held dear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he had a good line in there.
Specifically told his
fucking Schumer talking about bringing down the whirlwind or some shit.
He wanted them to support
bringing the whirlwind down upon your heads.
Now, nobody in this chamber.
All right, so before we get into this, we will not read any comments that have anything to do with the election in 2020.
The United States election in 2020.
Yeah, the United States election. But I read a comic book not too long ago that said there was a comic book about the election in Guam. So that's what we'll refer to from here on out.
That if their members of Congress won't fight for their views, then go back home and find others that will.
And there is no such thing as a certain kind of suppression. We will not be talking about that or answering questions live about that.
You have to get
your people perhaps
to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary
go with snuffing.
Out of the ones that don't
it's just snuffing now. We'll know what you mean.
We're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly.
Since pillows are so popular these days.
Contrast when you watch that video, isn't it?
When you see the House manager, that's kind of what I said 3 or 4 days ago. Pretty stark contrast between the whole video and the doctor videos.
Here, but when I walked into this room, I sure as heck felt I was under oath.
Welcome to the stream, Sharon. Sorry we're a little late. I slept in.
But before the entire world,
I was going to go to sleep early, but then I was up until 6 in the morning.
A House manager got up here and told you that the President of the United States on January the 6th, 2021, told the crowd that they had to go and fight. And the implication that they wanted you to draw was that he was sending them down to Capitol Hill to go and breach the building.
The guy that was second, I don't have his name written down, but he was fucking slaughtering them.
Showing,
We
yeah,
all know
he's
that
the
it's
good lawyer
not
out of
at
these two.
all
He talked about
anything near what the
them
president
basically
said.
threatening him
What the
because like
president
the
said
the
was,
case that he was going
if
to
you
present had
can't
no
get your
merit.
members of
He was like, you're
Congress to do
threatening my
as you would like
livelihood,
them
my
to do,
family's
you
livelihood.
primary them.
I'm a citizen. How
That's
dare
the
you?
American
Took his
way.
glasses off, stared everybody down.
way
I was like,
The House
damn.
managers presented
Gotcha, bitch.
and
He ain't
wanted
scared.
you to conclude.
It's funny. I
That's
could
the
say
criminal
fucking bitch and all that, but
But
we
what the
can't talk
president
about it at
said
Guam.
was the American
Yeah,
way.
cannot talk about Guam.
Again, House managers manipulated President
But we
Trump's
can talk
words.
about India, right? Or was that
I
today?
can't
Did we talk
stand
about the
here
Indian
and
stuff
pretend
going
to
on
tell you
with
that
Greta
I know
Thunberg and
every
the
time
violence
Oh,
that's been
those
incited?
videos
That might be a great
House
one because we could
managers
talk about
manipulated
Myanmar and their
what the
coup and their
president
voter
said.
fraud all day.
put up evidence
Can't we?
that was
Yeah, and I
not
believe.
That or because
with
by the
foundation
guidelines that I just read,
correctness and
doesn't say anything.
disability
It
we
just says
expect.
United States.
I
Yep.
can't tell you
How
that
about
I
the
picked
the
up
actual
every one.
CNN
I don't think Mr.
confirmed, New
Vander
York
Wiener, Mr.
Post,
Schoen,
New York
or any of
Times,
the others
all
that work with us
confirmed
can tell
that
you
this coup is because of an alleged
But what I can tell
fraud
you,
and whatnot
there
and
were an awful lot
shenanigans,
of
voter
times.
shenanigans and snuffing.
and I know at
Yep,
least some of
voter
you were
snuffing
judges in
in
previous lives,
Myanmar.
and that
We're gonna have to
if
we're gonna
one
have
of
to
the
figure out the
lawyers was able to
terminology here.
create
It's gonna be a work in progress, but
the impression
We know we can't use
that
certain
one
letters,
side
but we can't. Well,
intentionally
we're
presented
gonna use
false or
use the
misleading
letter
evidence,
just as
that
the
judge
idea.
would give an
We're getting
instruction
our
called
our
falsus
jargon
in uno,
together
falsus
to
in
exist in this
omnibus.
new normal.
False in one thing,
I said we were gonna have
false
to
in
do it,
everything.
man, episodes ago.
yep.
You're gonna have to learn ways
In other
to
words,
speak. It's just like
if they're
walking
trying
in
to
the
fool you
house,
about one thing,
not cussing in front of your parents.
not
You know,
only
you're gonna
Right.
have to speak
might
two
they be
languages.
trying to
And it
fool
does
you and do
exactly
something
the
else,
opposite of what they're trying to
but
do,
under
which
that
is
maxim
stop
of the law,
misinformation.
you
Because
may
now
conclude
instead
they're
of just
trying
being able
fool
to
you
talk
in
about things,
everything
it's going to
else.
be an insider thing. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
have to
gonna be
know the
code.
terminology.
Everything's gonna be code, exactly.
Right.
And they're so far behind on slang as it is.
President
Right.
Trump was
And
immediate
wouldn't
in his calls
that
for
kind of
calm and respect for law
isn't that
enforcement.
like the conspiracy
House
that they're trying to
managers
stop?
emphasized
It's
President
like they're
Trump's
forcing
tweet
it.
in the 6
Yeah.
p.m. hour,
I mean,
where he
the
told crowds
the
to,
memes
quote,
and ransom
"Go
note styles
home
like cut up
in love and
magazines
peace,
are coming.
and remember this day."
The
Wow.
fucking
What is it that they
hieroglyph
left out?
memes of different fucking memes to
Well-
make up a new one. Mosaic memes, basically.
The
Right.
House starts their
It's
recitation of
here.
what President Trump said
It is here.
as far as the
So
aftermath.
you
of
said
when
yours got
the Capitol
deleted,
was
but
breached.
it didn't get
That's
a community
roughly 6 p.m.
strike, right?
What
I'll
they
have to.
don't
It was an
tell you,
earlier one though. It
and
wasn't
didn't
one of the
tell you,
last two.
and what you probably
The
don't know,
the one that
because
just
I
got
think
taken
I'm
down
the
from
first
you
one
is
to
still
say it
up on my channel, so
in
come and get me.
this forum,
But I had a video
is at
taken down last
2:38,
week, and
President
it's still
Trump
up on your
urged
channel.
Protesters at the U.S. Capitol.
They don't know what the
Stay
fuck's
peaceful.
going on, huh?
Please
Yeah,
support
no, they're
our
fucking
Capitol
lost.
Police
They're absolutely
and law
lost.
enforcement.
I don't know if somebody's
They
just
are truly
tagging
on the
you,
side of our
or
country.
I don't know.
Stay peaceful.
That's what
I
my
asked
girl
them-
said. She's like, "Do you
I
know
just want to
everybody
point
that's
out
been
to
in
you,
the chat?" I was
President
like,
Trump's
"No."
speech ended at 1:11
Yeah, because I actually emailed them back
So at
too, and I said,
2:38 p.m.,
tell me what
by the
guideline
time
did specifically
word
did I
reaches the
break and
president
how? Help
that
me
there's
be
a
better,
problem down
if you
here,
will.
Yeah.
he's out urging people.
Like, I need specifics. Don't just say you violated these vague ass
police,
terms.
Stay peaceful.
Like what?
Support our
Okay, I
Capitol
get
Police
it.
and
We're
law
talking about Guam
enforcement.
now.
They
We're
are
talking
on the
about
side of
Myanmar
the
and Guam.
country. Stay peaceful.
Sharon's here says chat in Latin.
Yeah. Always wanted to fucking learn Latin. Maybe it's the time.
Yeah. Yeah,
At
we're gonna have to
3:13
come up with
p.m.,
something here.
President Trump urged
And rest
protesters
assured,
at
we
the US
will.
Capitol to remain
We are
peaceful.
those guys.
No
Yeah.
violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order.
Anybody
Respect the
see
law and our great men and
see
women
Snatch?
in blue.
we'll be talking like the
3:13
fucking the pikeys.
Right? Mom,
The
you
Irish
drink
skinny.
Evan.
You like digs?
President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol.
Mom needs a
Today's
caravan.
events make this
Caravan.
clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At
getting to the
11:15
point.
a.m., police
to the
security
point.
camera videos show crowds forming at
Man,
First
I
Street
can't wait
near the
until,
Capitol reflecting pool.
There's other
This
options.
is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on
But
January.
I mean, it's just starting all over.
Let
That's
me
just
repeat that. Violent
we got a
criminals
little bit
were
of
assembling at the
a
Capitol
base to
over a
stand on
mile
here.
away,
You know, a little bit of a
almost
head
an
start to
hour
eventually,
before the
you know,
president uttered a
making a
single
little bit of a
word
change to,
on
you know,
the
increase
ellipse.
production value.
You did not hear
You
that.
know, whatever we want to
fact
do with this,
during the
but
hours
it looks like it's
and hours
inevitable that we're
of
going
the
to
House
end up
manager's
just having to start
presentation,
over.
did you?
Yeah,
When the president spoke,
and that's going to be rough
What did he
because
call
you know
for?
not
he called for rally
a lot of
attendees
people
to
are
peacefully
following
and
other people's
patriotically
different
make their
platforms. You know what I
voices
mean?
heard.
Like
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah, it's
watched
hard
the
to
Joe Rogan
transplant people.
podcast,
Pennsylvania
period, since he's
Avenue
moved to
cheer on
Spotify.
members of Congress.
Yeah,
President Trump went on for
yeah,
more than an
it's hard
hour,
to get
ending at
people to
1:11.
transplant like that,
Now, why is
especially
this
if it would be
important?
for us. It'd be fucking
Because of
terrible.
all of
Luckily-
the events that
Starting
I'm
over
about
on a
to
new platform
describe,
completely.
they all
Luckily, that's
occurred
why I didn't want to wait until
before
that day to get up on Gab and just start getting our
President
fucking
Trump's
stuff on there,
remarks
Right.
because we're getting, at least on the podcasts, 30
at
views each.
12:49 p.m.
We got a couple fucking
First
100 view
barriers at the US
videos.
Capitol grounds were
So
pushed over
when the day
and the
comes,
crowd
we at least
entered
got
the
somewhere to
restricted
go.
area.
Yeah,
We'll start
and-
looking
and-
at Rumble and
At 11:05
elsewhere.
p.m.
It was a good
Acting
idea
Defense
because it's all
Secretary Christopher
cataloged
Miller
now too.
received
You know,
open source
on
Yeah.
reports
Gab as
of
our
demonstrator
archive
movements
basically.
to the U.S.
Yeah.
Capitol.
So
So
we
now-
won't actually
1:09
lose
p.m.
anything, but
US
Yeah,
Capitol
as
Police
they
Chief
just delete
Stephen
our
Sund
shit, at least it does
called the
exist somewhere
House and
now.
Senate sergeants at arms, telling them he wanted
we'll
an
figure it out. We
emergency
ain't going
declared,
anywhere. We're enjoying
and
ourselves
he
too
wanted the
much.
National
Yeah,
Guard
it's
called.
a great hobby. I try
Point-
to keep myself
Given
busy,
the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol
and I've wanted to do this for a while.
weren't there
We talked
at the
about doing
ellipse
this
to
for a long
even
time.
hear
Mhm.
A couple
the
years.
president's words.
Right? We'd be driving
They were
home
more
from
than a
work just
mile
in
away,
tears, laughing
engaged
so
in their
hard because
pre-planned
we all
assault
have
on this
different,
very building.
you know, different senses of
This
humor,
was
but
a
we work so well
pre-planned
off of each other.
assault, make no mistake, and that is a critical
Cheers.
fact.
Crack people up,
Watch
man.
this.
And this is only half of us.
Yeah.
honestly believe that but for the conduct of President Trump, that charge in the article of impeachment,
I like the music they
that
added.
attack at the
Real
Capitol
dramatic.
occurred. Does anybody believe that?
Oh, they're going hard.
Some sort of spontaneous decision by a bunch of quote protesters.
They were like, "Oh, okay, we see what you did there. We could do this better. Left can't mean."
How much of it was planned? How much of this was strategized ahead of time?
They are getting indications, some evidence that they've seen that indicates that there was some level of planning.
There appears to be premeditation.
FBI internal report the day before the siege, warning of a violent war at the Capitol.
Oh shit.
FBI issued a warning of a quote war
What's
at the
going on
Capitol.
here?
The FBI warned law enforcement agencies
What's
about
up?
this specific
On my
attack.
Be ready to
Oh, 'cause I
fight.
was off the screen.
Carlos needs to
All right.
hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in.
We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the
Yeah,
DC
nope, that
area
don't work.
with intention
It's
to
gotta
support
be like
violence. We immediately shared that information.
Oh yeah, so it looks like they were warned
JTTF structure.
It was immediately
ahead of
disseminated
time
through a written
that
product
there was going to
and
be
briefed through our command
quote
post
unquote
operations to all
a
levels of
war
law enforcement.
in the
The
Capitol.
FBI says 2 pipe bombs discovered near the Capitol on January 6th were placed there the night before.
New video appears to show a person
There it is,
suspected of
60-minute
planting pipe
timers.
bombs near the U.S. Capitol the night before.
The night before.
The bombs were planted the night before the Capitol siege between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. They were planted the day before.
All goes to the idea.
If you've been following the stream, these are all facts that we brought to you well before the mainstream media did. Well
So to
before.
answer the question of the House manager, does anybody believe that this would have occurred but for the speech from Donald Trump? I do. All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble
America.
and petition their
Fuck
government for
yeah.
redress of grievances. In other words,
That's what this whole
Brandenburg
morning has
Standard
been.
is not made out.
It's the fucking Constitution
House
defense.
managers admitted
All of
many
that.
facts are unknown. Even Speaker
I kinda hope he
Pelosi
doesn't talk
admitted
about
not
Burma
knowing
now.
the real cause of the violence when she called for a 9/11
like,
style
oh, man,
commission to examine
I sure
the facts
if
and causes
Guam
that
had
led
these guys
to
on
violence.
their snuff defense team, be hard to imagine why it couldn't get brought up, you know?
Yeah.
On the screen is Speaker Pelosi's call for the
Speaker Pelosi.
9/11 Commission.
9/11 type commission to examine and report upon the facts.
Speaking of 9/11, we're going to get into a little bit later, a little bit teaser. Under Cuomo and these nursing
Let's
homes,
touch now on the second
been 5
absurd and
times
inflated
the amount of
allegation in
deaths
the House
as were in
manager's
9/11.
single article.
So an elderly
President Trump's
genocide
phone call
in
to
these
Georgia
fucking
Secretary of
in these
State
nursing
Sandra
homes.
Raffensperger
We're definitely going to get into that because that
surreptitiously
shit's heavy.
recorded, by the way,
Disgusting.
included multiple attorneys and others on the call. Let me point out the very obvious fact that the House managers ignored. The private call that was made public by others cannot really be the basis to claim that the president intended to incite a riot, because he did not publicly disclose the contents of the call. How could he have hoped to use this call to invite his followers if he had no intent to make the conversation public and indeed had nothing to do with it being secretly recorded? The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data, that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.
I said they were going to get into it. I knew it. I
Even
told
though
them
a
they had to get
tremendous
into it,
amount of
baby.
new first-time
Ooh,
mail-in ballots
they opened the
were
fucking
included
box by
in
bringing it up.
2020 count.
Right? We just can't talk about it.
The
He
Georgia
can.
rejection rate.
Oh, we're going to get flagged for
2020
this. We're going to get
was a
flagged for
mere
him saying it.
Him
He didn't say
saying it,
Guam.
exactly.
1%.
He didn't say Guam.
A drop off from 6.42% to 0.4%.
Sharon called it too. I was here.
President Trump wanted the signature verification to be
Sharon
done in
called it.
public.
They said they opened the
How
box.
can a request
Yep.
They got to
for
bring it up.
signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot? With that background, it is clear that President Trump's comments and the use of the word find were solely related to his concerns with the inexplicable dramatic
brought up-
drop.
They had some good
Georgia's ballot rejection
Guam
rate.
snuffing quotes earlier in some of the videos that they
Let's
brought up,
examine how
dating
the
back
word
to
find
the
was
2017.
used throughout that conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mr. Trump's
I'm
first
sure.
use of the word
Dating
They
Fine.
have
find was
plenty
as
of
follows,
resources
quote,
to go back to in that
We
department.
think
It was good.
that if you check
It
the
is good.
signatures, a real check of the signatures going back
They
to
showed
Fulton County,
the Ellen clip that we
you'll
played
find
the
at
other day.
least a
That was
couple
in there.
100,000 of forged
That's
The
great.
signatures of
elevator.
people
Yeah, it was
who
good.
have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen. President Trump also used find as follows, quote, now why aren't we doing signature and why can't it be open to the
And
public?
they played the what was it, the
And
Charlottesville
why can't
thing
we
where he
have
denounced white
professionals do it
supremacy and all
instead
that
of
shit.
rank
Yeah,
amateurs
because the day before they
who
were
will never
using the
find
Charlottesville
anything?
video.
Yeah.
and don't
But right
want to
before he
find
played it,
anything.
he said,
Charlottesville
I'm
video.
sure this
Don't
will be
want
the
to
first
find,
time that
you
this
know,
entire video
they
will be
don't wanna
played in
find
completion
anything.
on all news media.
Someday you'll
I was
tell
like,
me
damn,
the reason why.
damn.
Because
Get
I don't
'em.
understand your reasoning. But someday
It was a
you'll
good video
tell me the
too.
reason why.
Trump was incredibly
Why
based in that
don't
video.
You want
Yep.
to find?
Like if that was the guy that took the podium and tweeted every
President Trump
fucking day,
echoed his
he'd still
previous
be the
sentiments,
president.
Again, in the context of
All he
pursuing
had to do
a
was be that
legitimate
guy.
and robust
I
investigation.
could have fucked with that
into
guy.
The lack of signature verification for mail-in and absentee ballots. Quote, and why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find anything, you know, they don't want to find anything. They don't want to find, you know, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me why. But why don't you want to find? We can go through
Ain't
signature
nothing
verification,
but
we'll
a
find hundreds of thousands of
heartache.
signatures, and you can let us do
Tell
it.
me why.
The only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you could do a signature verification is to go from one that signed it on November whatever recently and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed and that you have many forgeries. End quote.
Let's hear it. I'm loving this.
Mr.
I'm
Trump
fucking
continued to
absolutely
use
loving
the
this.
word
I'm here
fine
for this
throughout
shit
the
right now.
conversation.
Straight up.
Each and every other time in the context of his request that Mr. Raffensperger undertake a review of signature
Yeah,
verifications,
spam is
and his
involved,
concerns
just not
generally
from
with
this end.
ballot integrity and his reported electoral deficit, here are a few examples. Quote, but why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad? Instead of keep saying that the numbers are right, because those numbers are so wrong. Another example, quote, we think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures, going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen, end quote. Moreover, there was nothing untoward with President Trump, or any other candidate for that matter, speaking with the lead elections officer of a state. That's why the Georgia Secretary of State took a call along with members of his team, one of whom decided to record it and release it to the press. The only reason this conversation is being discussed in this chamber is because, once again, the media and their Democratic allies distorted the true conversation to mislead you and the
Oh,
American
well,
public.
imagine that.
No.
No.
Not in
So
Guam.
we have a complete
Not
lack
the
of evidence
Democrats.
for the
No.
article of impeachment presented by the House
Not
manager.
certainly not in Myanmar or Guam.
So why are we here? Politics. Their goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters.
We could just refer to it as the Time magazine article from now on.
Of Donald Trump, he's no longer president.
He'll be out of office anyway.
Is it to keep him from ever running again?
Make sure he can never run for office again.
Keep him from running for office again.
Donald Trump would not be able to run.
Not
for
just
office
him, but
again.
any private citizen that they deem,
Disqualified from running for office.
subhuman, unfit, unworthy.
Disqualified from running for office again.
Yep.
It's about focusing that he can never run again.
Remove him.
This ain't about Donald Trump. It's about me. It's about my kids.
Yeah, it was
It's about
never
my
about
great
him.
It's about my great
Running
grandkids.
again.
It was always about us.
One day.
Always.
Get reelected.
The goal is to eliminate a political opponent.
Seems like all those
Substitute
people never wanted him to run
their
again.
judgment for the will of the voters.
They never wanted him to
Members of the
make it
Senate.
4 years.
Our country needs to get back to work.
I am Page Ham.
I know.
I am
you know that.
Page. I am Page.
But instead, we are
that lady's voice has been aggravating the fuck out of me.
Promised
Yeah.
to unify and deliver more COVID.
China
relief.
is asshole.
But
Yeah,
instead,
that shit's
they
been
did
good.
this.
I've been laughing about that all for
We
a
will
couple
not
days since you said
take
it.
most of
I
our
forgot
time
all about
today
that. I actually I tweeted that the other
in the
day
hopes that
because
you will
Taiwan
take
reached
back
out to
these
Biden. I
hours
think
Yeah.
they had hit their
Use
first
them
call, and I said, I fucking paraphrased,
deliberately
President Biden, don't trust China.
COVID
China is
relief
asshole.
to the American. Let us be clear.
Another story we'll get into
This
later.
trial is about
Um,
far more.
President
than
Biden
President
had
Trump.
his very first phone call with
It is
Mr.
about
Z.
silencing
And he
banning
basically
the
said,
speech
Happy New Year.
the majority does not agree with. It
Congratulations,
is
my
about
friend.
canceling 75
Yeah, we miss
million
you. A very
Trump
successful, mostly peaceful acquisition of Taiwan.
and
Right?
criminalizing
We did it, Joe.
political
We did it.
viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about.
You open Disneyland now.
It's the only existential issue before us. It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate? Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body?
Apparently.
Yep.
Fucking recent
The
developments.
Democrats who view this
Yeah.
as a moment of opportunity, I urge you instead to look to the principles of free expression and free speech. I hope truly that the next time you are in the minority, you don't find yourself in this position. To the Republicans in this chamber,
Yeah.
I ask,
I like the
you
way
are
he said
next
that.
in the majority.
I hope that when you
Please
find
resist
yourself in this position,
will be an
you don't have
overwhelming temptation
meaning,
do
what
this
comes
very
around goes
same
around,
thing
and it's a coming.
to the opposing party.
And sooner than you think, as Mitch McConnell would say.
Members of the Senate, this concludes the formal defense of the 45th President of the United States to the impeachment article filed by the House of Representatives. I understand that there is a procedure in place for questions, and we await them. Thereafter, we will close on behalf of President Trump.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
Mr. President, we yield the balance.
What time is it? 2:00. So they
And
only
I-
have
I
4
ask
hours,
unanimous
half of their
consent.
time.
We take a 15-minute recess.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
Jesus, they only used half their time. The Democrats used 2.5 days. Actually, no, because they cut theirs about 3 hours short too.
Bruce Castor opened
They
the
didn't-
week.
they didn't need
for
much.
The former president's legal team arguing about the
Exactly.
constitutionality.
That's what we were saying the other day,
Closing
that they should have
arguments
just showed up
the
and
case
been
by
like,
the former president's
"Come
attorneys
on, man!"
On the
and
one
then sat
article of
back down.
impeachment, incitement of insurrection. That article of impeachment passed by the House on January 13th.
All right, let's get right into the news.
Right into a little bit of what we're talking about here, what we led into with us being censored and just all sorts of censorship in general. All these stories are a little bit tied together. It makes them all a little bit fucking important.
Yeah,
Well, vastly more important, I should say.
censor the censors, man. Fact check the fact checkers, man. Investigate the investigators, man.
Especially, plenty of people on the left wing would say that BBC is a trusted news source, right?
Oh yeah,
I've heard that come out of plenty of people's mouths.
Right,
At least
I've-
one guy's.
At least, yeah. One person in particular says that unless it's from BBC, he won't even read it. Which is kind of ironic because BBC is a state-sponsored media company. You know, it's British broadcasting.
This is just one propaganda house rejecting another propaganda house, but it's telling nonetheless.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Your bullshit no welcome here.
That's fucking crazy. BBC has banned, or China has banned BBC World News from broadcasting.
Why are you afraid of the truth? Why are you afraid of information? You know, nothing that's untrue could, honestly be used to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? What do you have? Why are you afraid of anything that that's fake, misleading? Fuck you scared of?
Yeah, don't people see the danger of driving the people that are trying to tell these stories into the shadows?
This is the world that China and others are trying to create here.
Yeah, exactly. And it hits close to home today, so I'm feeling it. You can rest assured by the time we get our second strike, there will be a fuck YouTube podcast.
So, back into our theme of media censorship and fake news. You can't talk about this. but we investigate that, don't investigate this. So the story came out last night that Governor Cuomo's aides willingly lied to the feds about the deaths in their nursing homes. They hid this shit. They knew that this was a huge fucking problem, that they were fucking literally massacring people. It was a fucking genocide. Somebody on the fucking impeachment fucking trial yesterday tried to compare the insurrection to a genocide. Here's one in New York, motherfucker. Open your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about this a long time ago, man. And it wasn't just him. I believe there were 5 other states that did this. But obviously his was the worst because of the sheer number of population they have.
And meanwhile, his fucking brother, is supposedly a fucking journalist, had him on his show and he was joking about the size of the Q-tip that they had to shove up his fucking brother's nose.
Yep. While people were dying.
Also, there's a one that came out today that Cuomo was questioning whether we could trust the data coming from Florida's governor.
Of course.
Isn't that fucking outrageous?
He's like, oh, no, that's not true. I had 5 times that many people die. There's no way that he saved that many people in Florida.
So in New York, they had the USNS Comfort and
hospital ship.
They didn't use it. They had another hospital built there, and they didn't use it at all. The ship they only had 200 patients on it before it left to go where it was fucking needed or could be used, even though it was needed there. But go somewhere where somebody would fucking use it. He sent 9,000 infected patients into nursing homes instead.
Not just sent them there, but mandated the nursing home must allow them back in to the nursing home, even though they were positive with coronavirus.
Hashtag Como side, exactly.
Yeah, ain't that the truth, Sharon?
And where was
just listen to the quote. The quote, "We froze," end quote. Out of fear, the true numbers would, quote, be used against us, end quote, by federal prosecutors.
That's admission to a fucking crime, isn't it? I was afraid to be punished for this crime that I committed.
Yeah, isn't that admitting to a conspiracy?
It's admission of guilt and conspiracy. It's admission of the crime and the conspiracy to fucking cover it up and get away with it.
It's going to be interesting to see how they handle this. I wonder if Cuomo has been on Cuomo since then.
Where was science? Where was Dr. Fauci and the Church of Science?
Oh, Fauci said that New York handled it very well, that they did exactly what they should have.
Oh, also, and don't forget that fucking Cuomo got that Emmy for his fucking handling of the fucking his COVID press conferences. They gave that motherfucker an Emmy.
Yep.
While he was fucking smiling at, doing his his little tap dance in front of the body pile behind him. Don't look behind the curtain.
And that might be that might all roll into this, you know what I mean? Maybe that was a part of it, so that when it comes up, people are like, no, that's not true. He won an Emmy.
Mm-hmm. The Fauci shit's huge too, though, man, because he was on TV every fucking day. He's supposedly science. Why he couldn't have said anything any day? Not one day?
This happened under Fauci's watch as well. Fauci is the leading infectious disease expert, right? So shouldn't he have known? Shouldn't Fauci have known, or shouldn't Fauci have looked into it before he said New York did everything right?
Both of those are true. How did Fauci not at any point in time step in and say, "Hey, you're gonna kill a lot of fucking people"?
Yep, and the same person that says that he doesn't trust anything unless it comes from BBC believes that Fauci is a pariah now, and New York did a great job. Of course, I mean, you could basically just watch CNN. If you watch CNN along the timeline here, you know exactly what the left thinks at all times. And that's the problem, is that the people on the left, they don't know what we're thinking at all times. They have no idea because they're not interested. They think that we're subhuman, so they don't even want to waste their time thinking about our point of view.
But at the same time, taking all our platforms, so we have nowhere to even,
exactly villainizing our point of view. Period.
Yeah, exactly. No platforms to even share it. It's outrageous, man.
Absolutely
Fucking
outrageous. And I mean, it's
killed
one thing
more-
when you just say, "Oh yeah, they censored him," you know. "Oh yeah, they censored Project Veritas." "Oh yeah, they censored James O'Keefe." But when they come and censor you, it makes it opens your eyes to it. You know what I mean? Because we have done nothing but say what our opinions are and share nationally syndicated news stories. You know what I mean? If you have a problem with the information that we're putting out, we're giving you the sources. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
How high have you seen the numbers on just these nursing homes?
Fuck, New York, they said they underreported by 50%
Yeah, and I've
week. And today they said they underreported by they reported 1/5, which is much more than 50%.
It's definitely going to end up being over 15,000.
Oh, it's much more than that, even, dude. I'd
yeah,
say probably like 40,000. I believe it was like 40,000 when it was still going on. Like months ago, it was in the 40s. When we were at only like 200,000 deaths, I believe they had 40,000 deaths in New York. It's funny because I this is one of the conversations I had with that person, the person on the left that very briefly was having conversations about any of this. This is one of the conversations we had. He said that whatever the number was, 200,000 people died under Trump's watch. And I said, "Oh yeah? So Cuomo sending people with COVID to nursing homes, that's Trump's fault." Apparently.
Yeah, and not the ship that was right there.
Right.
You know,
and I brought all that
the
shit up, man.
Not
I mean,
the hospitals that were built there to handle that shit. You know, the response that was given.
Yep. And I brought all that stuff up in the conversation, and it didn't matter. It was Trump's fault because Trump was at the head of it. And I said, dude, if the governor, it's up to the states. That was the whole point of all of this, was that Trump empowered the states to do whatever they needed to do for their state. You can't just make one blanket rule for across the entire country. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Oh, well, he could have done more." And I was like, "Yeah, you're probably right. He probably could have done more. He probably could have like held a conference where every governor was there and they told them the exact same story and got on the exact same page, and then let them go home to their state and do whatever the fuck they wanted to do."
But even then, would who was taking anything from him?
Right.
Even the vaccine, the same fucking dickhead in New York wouldn't give anybody the fucking vaccine.
Still letting people die today. You know what I mean? Don't give me that bullshit about 200,000 people died under Trump's watch, because 40,000 died under Cuomo's watch. Probably fucking, I know Gretchen Whitmer passed the same law, but then fucking reversed herself really quick. But I'm sure that really quick was a couple of days, and there were some deaths in there. I know the New Jersey fucking governor was a piece of shit, and a bunch of people died there. I know one governor actually pulled her mom out of nursing homes and then changed the law to send people with COVID to nursing homes. Like,
what do you think the ratio is on senior citizens being Democrat or Republican?
Oh man, I don't know. I'd say 50-50 almost. I'd say probably a coin flip. I think that since senior citizens, things have gone wacky.
It's just interesting. There's a lot of fucking people gone. A lot of history, a lot of culture.
Exactly. A lot of stories, a lot of wisdom, and a lot of untold heartache over this last year, because these people haven't even been talked about. You know what I mean? We've been talking about them because we're ahead of the fucking game. But Nobody else is talking about these things, man. The people don't even realize that these things happen. And when I tried to tell people that these things were happening a fucking year ago, I was the crazy one. It was all you and your fucking crazy right side conspiracies. Dude, it's not a conspiracy. It's a law. You know what I mean? Cuomo signed a piece of paper. That piece of paper said send people with COVID to nursing homes. And I even gave into the idea that Trump didn't do everything he could. Like, yeah, I could get with that. You know what I mean? Chances are nobody did every single thing they could. But I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna what about, you know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, you're probably right. He probably could have done more. It probably could have been handled better. But that final tally does not rest at his feet. No,
he pulled his mother out. That's disgusting.
It was a woman. I think it was fuck. What were the 5 states now? It was Michigan, New York, New Jersey. I'm gonna have to look into it, but there were 5. I know there were 5 states because there were 4, and then somebody else did it. But Gretchen Whitmer did it, and she backtracked pretty quickly because that was during the whole Steven Crowder going to the Michigan Capitol and all that.
Needed some real estate.
I think it might have been New Jersey. I think it might have, for some reason I'm thinking it, New Jersey's just popping into my head, but I know it wasn't Cuomo. It was somebody else. I mean, there should be charges across the board. These people in this New York Post article that froze out of fear, those people should be prosecuted immediately.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people Fauci should have to answer for this. A lot of people should have to answer for this. A lot of so-called fucking journalists that have been doing fluff pieces. The Emmy motherfuckers need to fucking be, asking what they think about this. Has anybody done any due diligence at all? Because it is not hard to see what the fuck is going on. You can't hide this shit unless you're literally got your head in the sand.
Right, exactly. You could only hide it for as long as it was hidden. You know what I mean? It reached the max potential of being hidden. And now it's like, what's really going to come of it? You know what I mean? Is this all going to get memory hold like everything else did? Is this going to be ban-worthy next week? Talking about this story?
Is the story? I mean, between all this shit and then the Trump impeachment, I don't even know what the fuck is really going on. What is everybody wrapped up in right now?
As far as the left,
one of the two is gonna fucking cancel out the other. Whatever ends up happening with this impeachment.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anything to keep everybody's eyes off that $2,000.
Yeah, not just that, but apparently today Biden's team said they are going to destroy a reporter that was looking into conflicts of interest within the Biden campaign, which is a signal that this wasn't the end of it. This is just the beginning.
Oh, there's a lot of problems involving the press. Starting
propaganda
last
pool.
night.
It's not even a press pool. You know what I mean? In the Biden administration so far, they're fucking bootlicking ass suckers. They're not journalists. There is no fucking like we said.
There is no journalism. It died of COVID 2019, possibly earlier, but diagnosed.
But
confirmed.
The adversarial journalism, the adversarial position to power, speaking truth to power, democracy dying in darkness, any of that garbage, you know what I mean? It's all just like fancy taglines, words that sound good together, like cellar door, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I like that reference. U.S. House. So yeah, you keep your eyes off that 2,000. Don't ask about it. Don't what about it. We'll get you 600 when we can get it to you. But we just approved that. They just approved another 14 billion for airlines. Their third round of support since this whole fucking lockdown. Another 14 billion. How much? How much is
Christ, man.
How much is that for all of us?
Enough. Like fucking enough already.
Hard at work, man. They're hard at work on some shit.
And you know what I mean? People think, oh yeah, the government gave 14 billion. The government didn't give any money. We gave that money. Our grandkids are going to pay for that. Not anybody that's in the fucking house right now. Think any of those guys pay taxes anyway? They probably fucking write off enough money that they get money back at the end of the year.
And that money is not trickling down to nobody.
Nope, it's fucking being guarded. Like, enough, man. Fucking enough. I don't want to see one more dollar spent from America anywhere else in the fucking world. I don't want to see any more money going to the Middle East. I don't want to see any more money going to Asia. I don't want to see any more no more of this fucking garbage. Like, take care of your people or get the fuck out of the way. I'm sick of this bullshit.
So, last night, the Lincoln Project deleted what appeared to be the Twitter DMs of a reporter and their former employee, which at minimum violates, Twitter policy of potentially hacked materials, but, potentially a violation of federal law. So right after Mr. Conway tweeted this tweet was immediately taken down. They were sort of up in arms last night. You could see that. You could actually see the post if you go to our Gab. We're not going to show it here because the truth can't be shown on YouTube. But you could head over to our Gab page and check it out, where just more manipulation of journalists. It's the theme of today. It really does seem to be.
Yeah,
the journalists either missing in action or.
Anybody that actually tries to get any kind of answers to any kind of real stories either get unpersoned, banned, censored, or fucking smeared.
So, I mean, here we have, potential crimes committed on Twitter and nothing, and more from the fucking Lincoln Project, no less.
Yeah, right. Dude, if there was an actual tally of what Twitter has been used for compared to what they've been banning people for, it would astound people. You know what I mean? The chomo shit that's been shared on Twitter, the fucking violence that's been shared on Twitter, the planning of fucking murders in Chicago. You know what I mean? The great history machine it still works no matter how tight you try to control it.
So Lincoln Project not only posted the hacked DMs from a former coworker, but then tagged their buddies at MSM outlets to run with it.
Oh, of course. Lincoln Project as a whole should be fucking rounded up and interrogated for the involvement they've had with each other, no less. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking garbage. And once again, that same person that says that BBC is the number one news source and that Andrew Cuomo did a great job in New York City, he says that he went on a big rant. I don't know if you remember, if you were there in the PlayStation chat, but he said that he likes Project Lincoln and that those are the smart Republicans because they left Trump.
Oh, I was there for that. I remember that. I actually do specifically remember that.
And I do too, obviously, because I will never forget it, because it shows exactly where the misinformation has lied. You know what I mean? Back then, it was just like inklings. Like, yeah, I heard this story. It might not be true about Project Lincoln, but now it's like, man, you said was wrong, and everything that I thought was right, every single thing.
So while the story on Twitter was that the president was walking around with his dog with broken hips around the park like he was a senile old man at one of Cuomo's nursing homes, Cuomo was there visiting the president this morning. What do you think they talked about?
What, I don't know if see, man, YouTube's got me on eggshells now. I don't know what we can talk about anymore. I think they were talking about fucking coming to an arrangement so that immunity gets handed out, just like Cuomo handed out the immunity to the administrators to the nursing homes.
You think they talked about the bodies at all?
Oh yeah,
or just what are we gonna do about this?
Yeah, no, they didn't talk about the bodies. They talked about this is the number that was reported. This is the truth.
This is what we think is the truth. You think he even told the president the fucking truth? You think he even told him the fucking truth? Didn't shave off at least $5,000 off of whatever they think it is? They probably have no fucking idea.
My personal opinion is that the Biden administration and the Biden staff is probably the ones that told Cuomo what to do in the first place.
Oh, I'm sure there's ties. I'm sure there's ties. I wouldn't disagree.
Like I said, that's just my personal opinion.
I wouldn't disagree with that. People are starting to usher back in. Let's see if yeah, I mean, I myself have been wondering all morning what they talked about today. And then I see on Twitter that Biden's walking around with his dog outside. Like, okay. Wearing his little Top Gun jacket.
Look over here.
He wants to be Tom Cruise so bad. So also in more journalist news, Press Secretary Psaki, who we're gonna love, showing live and doing live views or just just watch alongs. I don't know if we'll be able to get them live or not, but regardless, she covered up one of her deputies threatening a female reporter. Confirmed. This is absolutely real. I ended up posting this last night if anybody was up and out there watching, and we have this morning where she acknowledges that this is absolutely real. But they knew about this. They sent old girl and her bosses a letter to try to mend the fences and say, hey, this is a document from the president's desk. You guys better shut the fuck up about it, more or less,
Mm-hmm.
So, does anybody remember Joe Biden's comments? I think it was January 21st, 23rd, something like that, where I am not jokingly when I say this. If you are ever working with me and I hear you treat another colleague with disrespect, talk down to someone, I promise you I will fire you on the spot. No ifs, ands, or buts. Joe Biden, probably.
No, that was definitely Joe Biden.
Was it? Because this dude didn't get fired.
Joe Biden said it, but he didn't mean it at all.
Was it?
Just like every other thing that he said. Yeah, he said it. It was a quote from Biden.
Oh, I know he said it. But did he? Because his word don't mean shit, as we've been saying since before he was the nominee.
Exactly. 1 week suspension is what the guy got for threatening a reporter. And granted, Politico is trash, but that doesn't justify threatening any reporter. See, this is exactly what we were talking about 10 minutes ago, man. It's like, what happened to the adversarial relationship between reporters and the politics? Is Biden in charge of the fucking media now?
The corporations are the ones that are in charge of him.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not even fucking trying to hide it anymore. There's no need to hide it. We just need to fucking clamp down is all we need to do.
You just need to invest. That's all they want you to do.
Yeah, the White House press briefing from today should be pretty telling. on what questions they get asked. It's like it's not even about their responses anymore. It's about where are the people that are asking him real questions.
And then it's you can't even get to Biden. Again, Biden's walking his dog for a fucking photo op while his team is harassing fucking journalists, while journalists aren't investigating and doing their jobs reporting a genocide in New York, while fluffing this dude up and giving him fucking awards. That's some dictator shit, some Hitler shit if I've ever fucking seen it.
Right? Blatant too. Don't give a fuck. Like, we don't care if you see what we do anymore. We're not even wasting our time doing it in the shadows, like in the Time magazine article.
Journalism is dead and gone, just like comedy. And we're gonna try to do a little bit of both. Try to try to at least
keep it as
talk
lighthearted
about
as
it.
possible, so our fucking brains and hearts don't explode. This shit gets me so amped up, man. It's like, fucking enough. We all get it. You know what I mean? We all get it. Stop telling me it's fucking raining Cheerios right now, please.
There's absolutely zero trust in any alphabet organization or station, basically, or broadcasting company. It's all a joke. It's all out to mislead you. All truths are fucking behind thinly veiled lies right now.
But they ask us, like, who made you this way? Why do you think this way? You know what I mean? You did, you motherfucker. You did.
Yep.
You keep doing it, and it's getting worse. Will you stop, please? Like we said about the police. Can we just not kill anybody for a week or so, please? It'll make things a lot easier for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, that hasn't happened. It seems like it has, but that's just because those stories don't get picked up anymore.
Right. It doesn't follow a narrative, so they don't need it.
I can confirm
facilitate the violence that they endorse, you know.
I can confirm they are still killing each other out there.
Every day, more than ever, man. More than ever. 55% in our home city went up last year when the numbers from the year before were not fucking spectacular. You know what I mean? 55% on 2, or you know what I mean, is a big difference than 55% on 600. It's disgusting, and the way that it's going is just oh man, talk about ruining the American dream. You know what I mean? Talk about fucking completely destroying people's fucking sense of security and sense of fucking, you know, pride and where they're from, you know, their national pride. Nationalism is not supremacy. It's just being happy that you are where you are. They're trying to make that impossible. They're doing fucking everything they can to just destroy anything that's good about this fucking nation, man. From the inside too. It's fucking disgusting.
It all started when they got rid of supersize.
Right? I totally fucking agree, bro. This is
all down. This is all downhill from there.
Supersize is America. That was the beginning of censorship, and that was a long time ago.
It all started with supersize.
Like, we know what you need better than you do. We know what's best for you.
It's an anal swab COVID test.
Yeah, exactly. It's horrible.
When is Biden ever gonna come out of the house again? Not just to walk his dogs, but to be seen and address the country. Get a chance where somebody could yell a question at him for him to fucking not address at least.
Ever since he's been elected, it showed our biggest fears that he's just an empty shell and there's nothing there of substance. So like listening to him, it doesn't serve any purpose because he doesn't have any ideas. You know what I mean? He's just reading what they tell him to read. He's not his own man out there. He's not the same person he was fucking 2 years ago, let alone 10.
So we're going to have up to 4 hours of Q&A from senators. Senate's going to reconvene at 10 a.m. Saturday. Final vote to acquit or convict possible around 3 p.m. Saturday.
Good stuff. So this will be over soon. Have you seen the viewership on this shit so far?
Mm-mm.
They said through 2 days, approximately 11 million people have seen this. Out of a country of 600 million?
Where's all his votes? Where's all
85 million
Biden's
votes?
Where's all Biden's votes and shit? Where's all the people that are supposedly supporting this and up in arms that this man is Orange Hitler and must be ousted at any cost? Where are all these people?
Maybe that's the most telling number. Maybe the 11 million is those people.
I mean, that Nickelodeon broadcast shit would work. It would work, for two reasons. People would fucking watch it, and you'd have people, one way or another, people's eyes opened up to what the fuck is going on here.
We should just make it, man. We should just hire some fucking production, some heavyweight production assistant. Just start spending money to fucking get the real fucking stories out, man. Maybe
Who made up
Project Veritas?
Yeah.
It's fucking sad. The more and more I see it, the more and more it just makes me even sadder. Because I see myself as a optimist still. You know what I mean? I still believed in the ideals that this country was built on. I still believed in the Constitution, as fucking dumb as that makes me, They're going out of their way to purge all of those feelings. There's nothing here to be proud of. There never was. We can make up for that, but we can't make it right. You know what I mean? We can't in good conscience let you think that way anymore. Because we know what's best for you.
Yep.
Everybody
just want
needs to be equally as fucking. Equality means that you need to be, equally in squalor.
Well, that's definitely the government's definition.
Mm-hmm. Nobody should do any better than anybody else. So everybody will do poorly.
Yeah, that's not the right ism for me.
No, fuck no, man. Fuck no. It never has been. It's never been the right fucking ism for America, period. And that's why, our founding fathers, the people that should be actual heroes to our culture, that's why there were statues of them.
Oh, I think we're back.
They live?
Are they showing a clip? I think we're back.
I got nothing yet. I see a Senate chamber stands in recess. Yeah, they're coming back now. They're just slow on C-SPAN. So let's go back to impeachment. Let's lighten it up a little bit. I still got it muted, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Which senators may submit questions in writing directed either to the managers on the part of the House of Representatives or counsel for the former president.
Senior most member,
Majority Leader.
absolutely senior
President,
most.
I ask unanimous consent that the answers within the 4-hour question period.
I
be limited
request that
to
my
5 minutes.
whirlwind comments be
If the
struck from
questions
the
are
record.
directed to both parties, the times be equally divided. Furthermore, that questions alternate sides for posing questions for as long as both sides have questions.
I was hoping they were
Objection,
going to
so
play that gypsy woman fucking harassing him.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking forward to,
Mr.
man.
President, I have a question at the desk, for the desk.
The senator will submit it.
This should be great. I hope they tell you which fucking dumb shit senator asked the dumb shit questions.
Yeah, make them go up there and ask them themselves on
The
camera.
question from Senator Schumer and Senator Feinstein is directed to the House managers. The clerk will read it.
Oh, the clerk will read it, whack. It's from Schumer.
Yeah, and Feinstein.
Isn't it the case that the violent attack and siege on the Capitol on January 6th would not have happened if not for the conduct of President Trump?
Horrible question.
Of up to 5 minutes.
Were you here for the last couple hours?
To answer your
Were-
question
were you
very
guys
directly,
napping?
Donald Trump summoned the mob. He assembled a mob and he lit the flame. Everything that followed was because of his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence,
This guy reading a
he never did.
pre-prepared
In
answer
other
to
words,
a pre-prepared
this violent,
question.
bloody insurrection that occurred on January 6th would not have occurred but for President Trump.
Why did they ask
The
their own
evidence we
clerk a
presented at
question?
trial makes this absolutely clear.
This is like the whole time, like I said, this has all just been a
attack
ceremony for us. This has nothing to do with the fucking
random
the jury and the trial.
And it didn't
This
happen
is
by
all just a
accident.
ceremony to
And that
fucking
mob
try to
didn't
beat
come
this
out of
into
thin air.
fucking people's eyes.
Exactly.
And I'm
Before the
glad
election, Donald
nobody's
Trump
watching.
spread lie after
Yeah.
lie
Hopefully,
about
except for
potential
people that knows
fraud.
what the fuck this
In
really
election,
is.
Yeah,
remember,
want to see the clown
it hadn't
show
even
for what
happened
it
yet.
is, not
Exactly.
Months before
want to
the
be
election took
proven
place,
right about
he was saying it was rigged.
their
that it was gonna be
biases, you know?
stolen. All to make
Said
his
it the first
supporters
night that the circus tent was
believe
going to be up, but it was like
that
the bug
the only
tent,
way he
man.
was going to lose
Like,
was if
like
the
it was
election
getting
stolen,
fumigated in
if
there.
The election was rigged.
And
when
we
he
know
did
they got
lose,
the
he
masks.
spent week after week
Yeah, this is
inciting
what
his
they have
supporters to believe that their
7,000
votes had
troops
been
in
stolen
Washington,
and that
D.C.
the election
for.
was
This.
fraudulent.
Yeah.
And it was their
To
patriotic
protect
duty
Joe Biden
to
walking around
fight
with his
like
broke
hell
hip dog.
to stop the steal and take their country back.
Make sure nobody
Remember,
says any
this is
mean
in the
things to
United
him when he's
States
walking
where
around, so you
our
don't get
vote is
scared,
our voice.
trip and
You
fall.
tell somebody that an
Let's
election
all just
victory
keep talking
is
like
being
this is the
stolen from
worst thing
them.
that's ever happened in the
That's a
history of this
combustible
country. You know what I mean?
situation.
Not the Como side.
He gave them
Yeah,
clear
Jesus
direction on how to
fucking
deal
Christ,
with
man.
that. For example, on December 19th,
Like we
18
didn't,
days
like we
prior to
didn't
January
fight in
6th,
world wars,
President
and we
Trump
haven't
told
had
them
presidents
how and where to fight
assassinated,
for it.
and we haven't
He
fucking
first issued his
killed
call to
American
action for
citizens with
January
drone
6th.
strikes. Get the
This was
fuck
a
out of
save the
here.
date sent
Well,
18
before that
days
last one,
before
most
the
of the
event
people
on
that'll tell you
January
about
6th.
that are being fucking
And it
killed
wasn't
off
just
in
a
this
casual
genocide right
one-off
now.
reference or a
Yeah,
singular
yeah,
invitation.
the people that were
For the next 18
around
days,
that can
he
give you
directed
witness
all of the
testimony.
rage he
They're
had
all
incited to
disappearing.
January 6th.
To erase history,
And that
you
was
know,
for him.
Oh, yeah.
it'll help.
He saw
It'll
it
help
as
to
his
have a
last
lot of people that
chance
can remember it
to
gone
stop
and make
the
it a lot
transfer
easier to
power,
rewrite history.
to stop from losing the presidency.
This might be my angriest podcast.
And he said
so
things
far.
like, quote, fight to the death. And January 6th will be a quote,
Remember the
wild
greatest
and, quote,
generation.
historic day.
I mean, it's a good thing that people
And
my
this was
age,
working.
when they hit
They got
30,
the message. In the days
they do
leading
end
the
up
attack,
become
report
World War
after
II or
report,
Vietnam
social media
enthusiasts.
post after social
History
media
channels
post
on TV
confirmed
because of
that these insurgents
is still on
were
TV
planning
because
armed
of
violence. That
people
they were
just
planning
turning,
it
you
because
know,
he had
of
been
age
priming them, because
and
he
turning
had
into
been
old
amping
guys.
them up.
Right.
That's why they were planning it.
Thank
These
God for
posts,
the fucking people
confirmed
that
by
served.
reports from the
You know,
FBI and
I mean, it
Capitol
was a
Police, made
horrible
clear
deal
that
that
these
we have
insurgents
had
were planning to
troops
carry
in
weapons,
the Middle East for the
including
last whatever
guns,
40
to
fucking years,
target the
But
Capitol itself.
thank God that we do have
And
those
yet,
people
Donald Trump,
that are
from
not,
January 5th to the morning of his
80,
speech,
90 years old,
tweeted
that are
34
still,
times,
upper
urging his
30s,
supporters
low
to
40s.
get ready to stop the steal.
There's still
He even on the eve of
the
the
information
attack,
we still
warned
need
us
is out
that it
there,
was
man.
coming. He warned us that thousands were descending into D.C. and would not
Can't
take it
kill the
anymore.
fucking truth. The truth always comes
And when they
through,
got
no matter
here
what,
at
no
the
matter
Save
how
America
bad
March,
you try, no matter
he
how
told them
hard you
again
try.
in that speech
Truth
exactly
will
what
always
to do.
fucking come out.
His lawyer opened with, quote, "Let's have trial by combat."
Hopefully, it
That was
doesn't take
Rudy
100
Giuliani.
fucking years.
And Donald Trump brought that message home. In fact, he praised Rudy Giuliani as a fighter. And President Trump used the words fight or fighting 20 times in that speech. Remember, you've just told these people, these thousands of people, that
think it was
somebody has
18.
stolen your election, your victory. You're not going to get the president that
It was
you love.
18.
18?
Senators,
I
that is
was
an
here. I was there.
incredibly combustible situation when people
Was he in the
are
room?
armed and they've been saying that they're mad as hell.
Right? When he used
And
the
they're
word
not gonna
fight
take it
18 times. Well, how about the hundreds of
He
times
looked
you guys
down
have used fight?
to a sea of
right?
I like the way that they
Some
did
wearing
that though,
body armor,
because like they didn't
helmets,
go the way
holding
of
sticks
saying.
and
I think they
flagpoles,
mentioned it once.
some
They
of
said
which
that
they
all
would later
these
use
people
to
should
beat
be
Capitol
impeached, but they
Police
really didn't beat that part
and
in.
told them
They went to the
that
part
they
of.
could play by different
No,
rules.
I'm defending your right to say this shit as well.
Play by different
So
rules.
that's what's on trial here. And besides
even
the
at one
fact that the
point
president
quite
has
literally
extra
pointed to the
protected speech
Capitol
because
as
he is the
told them
fucking
to
president.
fight like hell.
And you're you're always constantly
After the
campaigning,
attack,
but
we've shown
you
clearly,
can't divulge
well, that
secrets.
once
You
the
can't,
attack
you know what I'm
began,
saying? You have to
insurgent
dance
after
a
insurgent
fucking
made
dance
clear
when talking,
they
you
were
know?
following the president's orders.
Besides
You
the
saw us
fact that
present
yes,
that
that this is
evidence of the
obviously normal
insurgents who were there
speech.
that day, who said, "I came
Yeah,
because the
let's
president
not
asked me
talk
to
about
come.
Adam Schiff
I was
lying
here
to
at his
Congress,
invitation."
bold-faced, flat out
You saw that
lying.
of the folks that were
But
in the
his speech
Capitol
is
that day.
protected because he made it in Congress. When
time
Donald
has
Trump
expired.
didn't even say the fucking things that they say he said, and he's
Are there
getting
further
impeached.
Mr. President.
Disgusting. Anybody that's paying
Senator
attention
South Carolina
realizes
has
that
a question.
everybody on every side has exposed exactly what the fuck they
To
are.
the desk on behalf of myself, Senator Cruz, Marshall, and Kramer to council.
Well, I thought both sides would answer it. I guess they
Senator Graham for himself.
ask
Senator
one
Cruz,
side in
Senator Marshall,
particular or both
Senator
sides.
Kramer submits a question for the counsel for Donald Trump.
So say, man, is nobody going to ask the defense a question? They're just going to ask their own fucking team questions and read pre-prepared answers.
Raising bail for rioters
Like,
encourage
this is a
more
fucking.
rioting.
This is a show. This is Days of Our Lives.
Council has 5 minutes.
Legitimately keeping up with Washington right now.
Yes.
He says yes. That's what I'm talking about. America,
Are there
bitches.
other questions?
Mr. President,
The senator from Georgia.
I have a question for the desk.
Nobody's going to ask the defense a fucking question. Really?
Right? Fucking Warnock has a question for the desk. You shouldn't be asking questions, bro. You
What
should be
time's
answering-
lunch?
You should be answering the questions, not asking them, you fucking crooks.
The senator from Georgia, Senator Warnock, has a question for the House managers. Clerk will read the question.
Is it true or false that in the months leading up to January 6th, dozens of courts, including state and federal courts in Georgia, rejected President Trump's campaign's efforts to overturn his loss to Joe Biden?
House managers recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. President, senators, that is true. That's true. I want to be clear, though, that we have absolutely no problem with President Trump having pursued his belief that the election was being stolen.
Oh, no, you have no problem.
Fraud or corruption.
Yeah, that's news to
We have
me.
no problem at all.
That's
with
news
going
to
court
me.
do it. And he
Because
did,
we sure as
and he
fuck can't
lost
talk
in
about it. YouTube has a huge
61
fucking
straight
problem with it.
cases.
Yeah,
In federal
YouTube has
court
a
and
huge
state
problem
court.
with it. The
In
fucking
the lowest courts in the
representatives have
land,
called
in
for
the US
sedition
Supreme
and
Court.
treason charges.
Like
based
we
on-
very well might get
He
our
lost
second
in
strike
courts in
right here just for
Pennsylvania,
that,
Arizona,
Raskin.
Georgia, Michigan,
Thanks,
Minnesota,
fucking
Nevada, and
Raskin.
Wisconsin. All of them said the same thing.
You're gonna
They
catch us
couldn't
out.
find
You're gonna
any
catch us on our
corruption.
next
They
channel.
couldn't
That son
find
of a
any
bitch,
fraud,
Jamie
certainly
Raskin.
nothing rising to a material level
Going-
that would alter the outcome of any of the
if you know what
elections.
I'm saying
and there
there.
was no unconstitutionality. That's the American system.
That's how it
And so-
starts right there. Got us
I mean,
kicked off
it's
of
hard to
YouTube.
imagine him having gotten more due process than that in pursuing what has come to be known popularly as the big lie.
We got
The
to
idea that
lie.
somehow
We have
this
to
election
send.
was being stolen from
He
him.
says that
And we have no
this
problem
has
with the fact that
been
he
has
went
come to be known
to court
as
to
the
do
big
all those
lie.
things. But notice,
I need to clip
number
this
one,
video out and send it to
the big
YouTube
lie
and
was
see like okay
refuted,
to relax
devastated,
their
and
policy a little bit because if they
in
can
federal
talk
and
about
state
it, you know,
courts
they
across
have
the
no
land,
objection to
including
talking
by
about, you know,
judges appointed by
places outside of
President Donald
Guam
Trump
and
himself.
snuffing and stuff like
We
that.
quoted earlier in the case
Jesus
what happened
Christ.
in
He just
Pennsylvania,
said,
where U.S.
Jeez,
District Court Judge Matthew
Jesus
Brown
Christ.
said, in the United States, this can that the court has been presented with strained.
And that's the question. They're going to show the
without
question on
merit.
TV. We are so
speculative
far off the
accusations of
fucking
US
true or false
This
question.
cannot justify
This is a true or
the
false
disenfranchisement
question.
of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most
Yep.
populous state.
Answering a
Our
true or
people,
false
laws,
question.
and institutions demand more.
I
Then
have
it went
a
up
little
to
anecdote
Judge
to go
Stefanos
into
Vivas,
after this. Basically
appointee,
about that
who was a
exactly.
part of
Getting
the
asked the
appeals court
question
panel.
and your
He said,
reply
"The
tells you what
campaign's
kind of
claims have
person
no
you are.
merit."
You know what I mean?
They're literally fucking
Number of ballots at
volleyballing
Secretary Johnson is
themselves.
far
Just
smaller
fucking
than the
more time to
81,000
preach.
vote margin victory, and it never claims fraud or that any votes were cast.
Oh,
by
we
illegal
thought
voters,
of this.
Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in
This
ballots.
script just
would
came
be
into us
drastic
today.
and unprecedented,
Yeah.
disenfranchising
Sir,
a huge swath
Travis
of the
Slate.
electorate and upsetting all
Regardless
of,
of
the
what
down
he's
ballot
saying
races
about
too,
spam
which
right now,
incidentally weren't
remember
being
there
challenged,
there are
even though
Supreme
it was
Court
the exact
cases
same
on the
ballot,
docket.
that had been
So,
brought. So.
Is it true or
the
false that
problem
in the
was
months
when
leading
the
up to
president
January
went
6th, dozens
from
of
his
courts rejected
judicial
Trump's
combat,
efforts
which
to
was
overturn
fine,
his loss to Biden?
intimidating and
That was the question.
bullying state election officials and state legislators, and then finally, as Representative Cheney said, summoning a mob, assembling a mob, and then lighting the match for an insurrection against the union. When he crossed over
Hey,
from
Honey Badger, welcome to the
nonviolent
stream.
means, no matter how ridiculous or absurd, that's fine. He's exercising his rights, to inciting violence. That's what this trial is about.
Exercising his
And we heard
rights
very
to
little of
inciting
that
violence?
from the presentation of the president's lawyers. They really didn't
What?
address the facts of the case at all. There were a couple propaganda.
What does
reels
this have
about
to do with the true or
Democratic
false question that
politicians
was
would be
asked?
excluded in any court in the land. They talked about the rules of evidence. All of that was totally irrelevant to the case before us. Whatever you
This
think
is
about it,
the
it's
Chewbacca
irrelevant,
fucking
and,
defense,
we'll
man.
be
This
happy
does
to
not
first
make
address
sense.
the First Amendment
Yep.
arguments, too.
None of this makes sense.
It's like we got 5 minutes. Let's fill it up with
Senator from
sections of
Maine.
the rest of our
Mr.
speeches
President,
all
I
fucking
send a
week.
question to the desk.
What the fuck was that all about? And mentioned saying as well that he has no problem mentioning snuffing and elections outside of Guam.
Disgusting.
Wah, 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 wah. I thought this was America, man. I definitely thought this was the internet, perhaps supposed to be freer than than America.
Question is from
Like, I'm
Collins,
definitely,
Murkowski.
you know,
It
upset,
is for
a little bit scared
counsel
to
for
just
the
how
former
far
president.
free speech has been lost so far.
Yeah. And where does it end? When do we when does this stop?
President Trump learn of the
When
breach
does
of
the
Capitol? What
acceleration
specific
of this
actions did
even
he
stop?
take to bring the rioting to an end, and when did he take them?
Not under
Please
this
be as
administration.
detailed as possible.
We're going to be on fast forward for a little while. Excuse me. Mike Vanderveen.
Read that question again.
He's a thug.
Getting it back.
He's asking to have the questions read again. Apparently, the Republicans did not feed
Exactly
the
when did
Republican
President
defense
Trump learn
their
of the
questions
breach of the
prior.
Capitol? And what specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please
questions.
be as detailed as possible.
Van Veen?
The House managers have given us absolutely the other onto that question. We're able to piece together a timeline.
Ooh, I was
and,
waiting for this during the
it goes all
the
the way
earlier
back
4
to
hours.
December 31st.
I was waiting for this.
January 2nd, there is a lot of interaction between the authorities and getting folks to have security beforehand. On the day, we have a tweet at 2:38, so it was certainly sometime before then. With the rush to bring this impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that. And that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did zero investigation, and the American people deserve a lot better than coming in here with no evidence, hearsay on top of hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay.
I like that shit.
Due process is
He's been
required
fucking dunking on him
here,
all day.
and that was denied.
I like that guy. That's America's fucking attorney right there.
Mr. President,
And the Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President.
Move
I
over,
send a
Judge
question
Judy.
to
That's the
desk.
face of law now.
The Senator from Nevada, Senator Rosen, submits a question for the House managers. And the clerk will read it.
Today, Leahy? Fuck.
Right? He just scanned every line, made sure there was no F-bombs.
On January 6th,
You rascals dropping hard R's in
Proud
here.
Boys group that President Trump had told to stand by laid siege to the Capitol alongside other rioters, including one wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt. Is there evidence that President Trump knew or should have known that his tolerance of anti-Semitic speech, hate speech, combined with his own rhetoric, could incite the kind of violence we saw on January 6th?
Now Trump's an anti-Semite? Question mark?
You almost have to be Orange Hitler, don't you? Where was this alleged where was Trump's alleged
Senators,
Holocaust?
Donald Trump has a long
Jesus
history
fucking
of
Christ,
praising and
man.
encouraging violence, as you saw. He has espoused hateful rhetoric himself.
For people
has
that
not
like
just
don't like
tolerated
Holocaust
it,
deniers,
but he's
shit like that,
encouraged
like
hateful speech
all
by
you're
others.
doing is
He
whitewashing
has
that
refused,
Holocaust with this one
as
that
we saw in the
absolutely didn't
September
happen.
Debate, that interview to condemn extremist and white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys. And he has at every
And they told the
opportunity
fuck out of that line.
encouraged and cultivated actual violence by these groups. Yes, he has encouraged actual violence, not just the word.
They should have. I wish
Him or
they
Nick
played-
Fuentes?
Whole groups like the
Yeah,
Proud
right,
Boys who have
exactly.
beaten people with
I wish
baseball
they would have
bats
played the
to stand by.
17-minute video of him
When his
denouncing white
supporters in the
supremacy and
50-car
violence
caravan
because
tried to drive
it's
the
out
bus
there.
of Biden
Oh, they
campaign
played it. They
workers
played
off
the whole thing
road,
earlier.
He tweeted a
Yeah, that's
video
great.
of that
They played the
incident
Charlottes,
with
the whole
fight
thing. It was
music
great. It
attached
was.
to it and wrote, "I love Texas." When his supporters sent death threats to the Republican Secretary of State Raffensperger in Georgia, he responded by calling Mr. Raffensperger an enemy of the state after he knew of those death threats. And in the morning of the 2nd Million MAGA
Press
March,
certainly doesn't
when
seem
it
to be friends
erupted
of the
in
state right
violence
now.
and burned
Yeah.
Not much of them.
churches, he began that day with the tweet, "We have just
Antifa
begun
doesn't
to
see
fight."
it that way. You
I
know,
want to be
that way
clear
either.
that Donald
They
Trump
beat
is
the
not on
shit out of
trial
anybody with the camera
for
as
those
well.
prior statements. However, that hateful and
Think
violent
about what they're trying
and
to do, though.
inappropriate
They're
they
trying
may
to
be,
say that
but his statements,
if somebody commits
the
violence,
president's statements
somebody else
make
could be held
absolutely
accountable.
clear 3 important points for our case.
Without,
First,
President
President Trump
without the
had a
person
pattern
committing
and
violence
practice
being
of
held
praising and
accountable.
encouraging violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those very same people, Proud Boys, organizers of the Trump Caravan,
Proud
supporters
Boys.
and
There's been
speakers
2 Proud
of the
Boys
2nd
arrested. You know
Million
how many
MAGA
people were in
March
fucking DC
all
on the
showed up
6th?
on January 6th to an event that he had organized with those same individuals who had organized that violent attack. Second,
So
his
Trump
behavior is different.
organized with the
It's
Proud
not
Boys
just
prior to
that
the
it was a
6th? That's
comment
what
by
she
an
just claimed?
official to fight for a cause. This is months of cultivating a base of people who were violent.
So they're saying
Not
that that
potentially
officer
violent,
who they won't
but
disclose
were violent.
shot Ashley
And
Babbitt
that
because of
prior
Donald Trump.
conduct both
Where's this
helped
guy
him
at? Let's
cultivate
ask
the
him.
very group of
Let's see
people
if
that
he feels
attacked
that
us.
Donald Trump is the
It
reason why
also
he shot
shows
Ashley Babbitt.
clearly
Yeah.
that he had what that he
Where the
had
fuck
that
is this clown at?
assembled,
Roll his ass
inflamed,
out here.
and all the public reports ready to attack. He deliberately
So
Get
they're
roll
gonna
his ass
vote-
down to the circus.
to
He
engage
fuck,
gonna
that
vote with
clown
the-
belongs in this circus.
They said they're probably going to vote on
President
Saturday
Trump
with no
had
witnesses.
spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day.
What a
at
fucking sham.
specific
This
time
whole thing is a
for
Travis sham mockery.
Specific purpose. What else?
Well, they can't
would
have
the
too many witnesses because then they won't have enough
stop
people to
the
vote.
certification of the election on that day, but to stop you. But to stop you physically. There was no other way, particularly after his vice
Particularly?
president said that he would refuse to do what the president asked. The point is this, that by the time you call the cavalry, not
Oh,
Calvary,
man.
but cavalry.
They're trying to say that that's
his
not a real
thousands
thing
of
and that
supporters
Christians
on
don't talk
January
like
6th,
that, which
an
is
event
absolute
he had
nonsense.
invited them to.
Christians
He had
absolutely know the
every
difference of that
reason
word and
to
they do
know
use it.
that they were armed, violent,
Real Christians, at
and
least.
ready
Yeah.
to actually
Yeah.
fight.
Real Christians talk
He
that
knew
way.
what
Real
he was
Christians
calling
absolutely know
and the
that word and
violence
use
they
it
were
as such.
capable of.
Yeah, leave it to a
And he still
Democrat
gave
to
his marching orders.
demean somebody's
Go to the
religious
Capitol,
beliefs.
And they
and
did that
quote,
on CNN. They
"Fight
said
like
that
hell
nobody
to
talks
stop
like that. They were
the steal."
dismissing it. The
How
whoever
else was that going to
the
happen?
African woman, you know,
If they stayed at the ellipse,
the
maybe
ethnic
it would have
department
just
on the
been
CNN staff
violently
was today
and
was, you
fight
know,
in protest
supposedly
with
the
their
religious
words.
expert of
But
this
to come to
panel.
the Capitol,
And
that
yeah,
is
they
why
just
this
laughed
is
it
different,
off.
and
Get
that
the
is
fuck
why
out of
he
here. How are you
must
just
be
going to completely,
convicted and acquitted
not acknowledge somebody's fucking culture and act like this shit isn't real?
and disqualified.
I'm disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted in the Democrat side.
I can't believe she brought up that Calvin-y shit.
On
The
behalf of
Calvary.
Senator Scott of South Carolina and myself, I'd like to submit a question to the desk.
Straight up said that that woman trying to dispute that woman, they're saying that she misspelt that tweet that they used in her defense.
Yeah,
In their defense.
I mean, like,
That she meant Calvary. Get the fuck out of here. Where's she at?
Yeah.
How the fuck are you gonna say that and speak for her and not roll her ass out here and be as a witness? No
Exactly.
witnesses at all, just gonna speak for her.
It's like Exhibit 1. She was not on horseback.
Yeah.
You know, was she arrested with horses?
And they keep saying armed, but they haven't proved that anybody was armed except for one dickhead with a taser.
Scott of South Carolina.
That's the only photo they showed of anybody being armed at the Capitol. Is one dickhead with the fucking taser.
And that might even be semantics, you know what I mean? Because it's a walking stick.
Given
And it
that
would be
more
up
than
to the
200
legislation to
people have
decide
been
if that's
charged for
even
their conduct
a weapon
at the
or not.
Capitol on
You know what I'm saying?
January 6th, that our justice system is working to hold the appropriate persons accountable, and that President Trump is no longer in office, isn't this simply a political show trial that is designed to discredit
He's gonna walk
President
up.
Trump and his policies
Yes.
and
Si,
shame
senor.
the 74 million Americans who voted for him?
He's like, you want to go up there and say yeah, or I'll go up there and say yeah.
Who wants this one? Who wants this one?
This guy's taking all the softballs.
Thank you, Senators, for that question. That's precisely what the 45th President believes this gathering is about. We believe in law and order and trust that the federal authorities that are conducting investigations and prosecutions against the criminals that invaded this building will continue their work and be as aggressive and thorough as we know them to always be, that they will continue to identify those that entered the inner sanctum of our government and desecrated it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely. Whoa,
45th
whoa,
president
those are strong
no
words.
longer holds
Those
office.
are some strong
There
words.
is no sanction available under the Constitution in our
I don't
view,
like the.
for him to be removed from office that he no
Desecration?
longer holds.
I don't like it.
The only
Yeah, like,
logical
is that holy
conclusion
ground or
is the
something?
purpose of this gathering is
Oh, to them it absolutely
embarrass
is.
the 45th
Yeah, to the
president of the
cathedral.
United States
There's a
and
sweet statue
in
of
some
fucking
way try to create
George
an
Washington in
opportunity
there.
for
That's
senators
basically
to
he's
suggest
in a
that
likeness
he
of
should not
Zeus
be permitted to
with his
hold office in the
Masonic
future,
fucking apron
or at
on
the
and
very least,
holding lightning bolts
publicize
and
this
shit.
throughout
It's
the
crazy.
land,
You should check
try
that
to
out.
damage his ability to run for office when and if he is acquitted, and at the same time tell the 74 million people who voted for them that their choice was the wrong choice. I believe that this is a divisive way of
Your
going
choice
about
is the wrong
handling
choice.
impeachment.
Yep.
And it
Don't that just
denigrates
about
the
sum it up?
great solemnity that should attach to such proceedings.
And now
Yield
we're
the
here,
remainder of my time,
4
Mr.
years later.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
President, I send a question to the House managers to the desk because the president's lawyers did not answer the question when it was posed to them.
The senator will send the question. Debate's not allowed.
What?
Is that about the tweet earlier? The doctor tweet that they found that they used? I guess they had another one that they must have admitted into evidence, but then didn't show it in the trial because they caught it.
From Senator Markey.
I don't know what else they're
Senator
talking about,
Duckworth.
but that shit was hilarious. And CNN tried to cover that one up. They're trying to excuse them from using Dr. Donald Trump tweets when if they did a little bit of investigative journalism, they'd see that, you could see all his tweets on Gab. Shout out to Gab.
What steps did he take to address the violence? Please be as
So
detailed.
they had to doctor his tweets. You can't find him. His account's gone. Bullshit.
Bullshit. Dems don't look so prepared now.
They're out of prepared questions, or they're still running through rehearsal. Somebody's running late on their rehearsal right now.
Right? Are you on the clock? Did you start the fucking counter here?
Yeah, for sure. I hope so. Probably not, though. You don't know what he's doing up there.
5 minutes each. And we all know Schumer's the one that's running this fucking debacle.
He's just safe to be inside that fences where that mean gypsy woman can't get him.
Oh, check this out. Breaking news. You remember
President,
yesterday
senators,
when I was saying that it was a good
this
thing
attack
that
was on live TV,
Ben Shapiro and
on
the
all
Daily
major
Wire
networks
started their
in
own
real
movie
time.
company?
The president, as
Gina Carano
president,
just signed a
has
deal
access to
to make a
intelligence
movie with Ben
information,
Shapiro and the
including
Daily Wire.
reports from inside the Capitol. He knew the
That's
violence
Called
that
that
was
shit.
underway. He knew the severity of the threats, and most importantly, he knew the Capitol Police were overwhelming.
Cancel culture's bound to backfire. It's going to happen sooner or later.
It only takes a couple victories to show people that it's
We know he
winnable.
knew that.
It is not
We know
guaranteed that we
that he
lose
did
this
not
culture
send
war, people. It
any
is not guaranteed.
individuals. We
Yeah,
did not
she's a
hear any
darling.
tweets.
Sooner or later, it's
We
bound
did
that they're going to
not hear
cancel
him
more.
tell those
Too many
individuals,
different
"Stop.
small people that have their
This
own
is
groups that
wrong.
realize this ain't right. This ain't right.
You must go
They're
back."
waking up more and more
We
different
did
sects
not
each
hear
and every time they do it.
They're,
So what
they're,
else
they're
did the
casting
president
a
do?
net that's too
We
big.
are unclear, but we believe it was a
They're
dereliction
going
of
to
his duty. And that was
overshoot the mark
because
and it's going to
he
blow
was
up.
the one who had caused them
Metaphorically,
to
of
come to the
course.
Capitol, and they were doing what he asked them to do. So there was no need for him
No, they weren't.
to stop them
They showed
from
they-
what they were engaged in.
Oh, so that's your defense
one of
that
the
he
things I would like
that
to
he,
ask is we still
there
have
was
not
no
heard
need for him to
posed
stop
to
what
you
was
all
going on.
He said,
Pretty sure
questions
the
that were
question
raised
is
by Mr. Raskin, Manager
what
Raskin,
time?
in his closing
Yeah.
argument.
When did the president learn
Why
of the
did the
breach at the
President
Capitol?
Trump not tell the protesters to stop as soon as he learned about
exactly.
it?
What does that
Why
have to
did
do with this
President
fucking
Trump
question?
do nothing to stop the attack for 2 hours after the attack
Yeah,
began?
we got to get this
Why
off
did
TV because this
President
doesn't make
Trump do
sense.
nothing to
Fucking
help protect
Chewbacca
the
defense,
Capitol
ladies and
and
gentlemen.
law
The
enforcement
Chewbacca defense.
battling the insurgents?
Once again.
You saw the body cam of a Capitol
It's like the
police
fucking
officer
the Babylon
at
Bee and the Onion
4:29,
articles coming true. You know what I mean?
still
It's fucking out of
fighting.
this world. Clown show.
4:29 after since what time? 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did he not condemn the violent insurrection?
So what does
on
he say? The
January
president
6th?
found out at 4:29, or that's
Those
when
are
he
the
said
questions
something?
that we have as well.
That's not the
And
question.
The reason
What-
this question keeps coming up.
So who's supposed to be
because the
answering this
answer
question?
is
Why are
nothing.
you not answering? She is asking, answering the question with a fucking question.
She said that he did nothing
from Utah.
to stop
I
the
sent a
violence
question to the
once it
desk.
broke out. He did nothing,
But she's-
including a tweet that said stop and including a video that said go home peacefully.
But then she said, but then why did it take so long after? Well, I'm just so lost. She sort of answered the question, but didn't give out any facts or any ways to confirm that, just more hearsay or reporting for one,
Senator Collins,
but then asked the question and ended that way.
it's a question, and
And we're supposed to have faith in these people. We're supposed to fucking take everything that they do as, you know,
oh, and I apologize. The question is for both sides. So the time
kosher.
will be
There ain't nothing kosher
evenly
about nothing
divided.
these fucking people are doing. You talk to those people that did invade the Capitol. You ask them, what did you find in all those papers that you were looking through? Oh, man, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Bunch of smiley faces and fucking and lewd email chains.
Yeah. A lot of doodles and shopping lists.
The House Manager. And time will be evenly divided between.
Yeah, so
course,
don't talk too
repeat-
loud because
repeat the
then we'll
question
allow
again.
them.
When Trump sent the
When
disparaging
President Trump
tweet,
sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that the Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
which specific disparaging tweet?
The
Which one?
House Representatives, managers are recognized 2.5
What
minutes.
is disparaging? And which
Well,
tweet?
let me tell you what he said at 2:24 p.m. He said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. The USA demands the truth. And you know by now what was all over the media. You couldn't turn on the television, couldn't turn on the radio, couldn't consume any media, or probably take any phone calls or anything else.
So now this is
without
this a
hearing
trial
about
for
this.
attempted murder
And
on
also
Mike
hearing
Pence?
about
Is
the
that what
Vice
this is
President.
now?
Yeah, right.
And here's what Donald Trump had to know at that time, because the whole world knew it. All of us knew it. Live television had, by this point, shown that the insurgents were already inside the building and that they had weapons and that the police were outnumbered.
And we said this 2 days ago. Do you
And here are
think
the
these people were
facts
looking
that
at
are
their
not in
phones?
dispute. Donald
Some of
Trump
them maybe were
had not
recording,
taken any measures
but
to
not
send
certainly
help
if they've got
to the
weapons in your
overwhelmed
fucking hands.
Capitol Police. As president, at that point, when you see all this going on and the people around you are imploring you,
I don't think
to do
once you're
something,
that far, any
and your
one
vice
tweet is
president's
going to
there,
get you to step down until you fucking
why
want
wouldn't
to.
you do it?
Crazy, man.
Donald Trump had not
Again, that
publicly
one
condemned the
person
attack,
is
the
responsible
attackers, or
for
told
all
them
of
to
these
stand
people.
down, despite multiple
So
pleas to
then
do
is,
so. And Donald
you know,
Trump hadn't even
any leader
acknowledged
responsible
the
for his
attack.
organization or any religion
And after
that,
Wednesday's
you know,
trial
has
portion
terrible
concluded,
things done in its name
Senator
responsible,
Tuberville
should they
spoke
not
to
have to pay
reporters and
out?
confirmed the
Is
call
this
that
is
he
this
had
what
with
the fuck is this
president
where we're going?
and did not dispute Manager Cicilline's description in any way that there was a call between he and the president around the time that Mike Pence was being ushered out of the chamber. and that was shortly after 2 p.m. And Senator Tuberville specifically said that he told the president, Mr. President, they just took the vice president out. I've got to go. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. There were still hours of chaos and carnage and mayhem. The vice president and his family.
What time?
were
What is
still
shortly after 2 p.m.? We need exacts. We're talking about the Secret Service.
Commander-in-Chief
I guarantee you, if
nothing.
they were on their way out at 2 p.m., he was out of that fucking building literally a minute and a half, 2 minutes later.
Yep.
There's no way at 2:24 Mike Pence was anywhere near that fucking building if at 2 p.m. he was on his way out. That's not how those boys operate. That motherfucker was out down that hallway and out that
because the House
motherfucker.
rushed through this impeachment in 7 days.
They don't show you
with
the
no
rest of the
evidence.
footage. They just show you
There's
getting
nothing at all
ushered down
in the
that
record on
staircase.
this point.
That motherfucker was
Because the
gone
House failed to
immediately
do even
after
the
that.
minimum amount of due diligence. What the president did know is that there was a violent
The Secret Service is going to loiter
There was a
around.
violent riot happening.
Now
at
they're
the
saying that they
Capitol.
don't do their fucking
That's
jobs
why he
either. They're throwing the
repeatedly
Secret Service
called
under the
via
bus
tweet
there.
And via video for the riots to stop, to be peaceful, to respect Capitol Police and law enforcement, and to commit no violence, and to go home. But to be clear, this is an
Be clear,
article of
Van
impeachment
Verdeen.
for incitement. This is not an article of impeachment for anything else. So one count, they could have charged anything they wanted. They chose to charge
To rush it.
incitement.
Yeah.
To rush it.
So that
Some
the question,
bullshit
although answered
incitement
directly,
claim.
no,
Because we
it's
can't have
not
people
really
looking at our
relevant
fucking stooge
to the
president
charges
for at least another season.
for the impeachment.
Not
in
till
this
next
case.
season of America
And I
can
just
people see
wanted to
Biden.
clear up one more
We need
thing.
at least another week
Mr.
before people
Castro,
start asking
in
questions.
his first answer may have spoke, but what he said was Mr. Trump had said, fight to the death. That's false. I'm hoping he misspoke. Thank you.
Once again,
Mr.
what's that?
President.
The third time now that they tried to enter something into evidence that
Mr.
was
President, on behalf
misleading
of
or
myself
false.
and Senators Casey and Brown, I send a question to the desk.
Where was he, man? Or should I say Guam? Where was he for Guam and Myanmar? You know, he should definitely be in touch with them and to look into their snuffings and whatnots.
Jesus Christ.
Because man, this guy, I like this guy a lot. Every time he's on there, it's been some good shit. Minus them playing the same videos 2 or 3 times, but I figured they were just trolling them back. I chalked that up to that.
Right.
Because all we saw for 3 days was just the same shit over and over and over and over.
Right. Is this video on repeat or is this something?
The House Manager's Clerk will report.
In presenting your case, you relied on past precedents from impeachment trials, such as William Belknap's impeachment. After what you have presented,
William
in the
Belknap
course
was
of this
never an
trial,
elected official.
If we do not convict former President Trump, what message will we be sending to future presidents and Congresses?
That you don't have to worry about being impeached for a fucking trumped up charge.
I see what you did there. Was there a pun intended there?
Of course.
Oh, your pun was taken well.
President Trump engaged in
She
a
was
course
muted.
of
I was like,
conduct
man, that's the
that
first
incited
good thing
an
I've heard her
armed
say
attack
all
on the
day.
Capitol. He did so while seeking to overturn the results of the election and thwart the transfer of power. And when the attack began, he further incited violence aimed to his own vice president, even as demonstrated his state of mind by failing to defend us and the law enforcement officials who protect
Yeah,
us.
they just want anything to be a threat, man. They
consequences
want a
of his
hard look
conduct
to be a
are
threat.
devastating
Yep.
on
But meanwhile,
everybody.
they don't want their army
Police
of thugs in the
officers
streets to be prosecuted to that same standard either, because
Congress had
they at least won't lock them up for it in the streets. You know, those laws once again only apply to these people.
Yep.
By
that
Some
charge will
of-
stick if you look at them hard. But if somebody on the street gives you the hard look charge,
And these
that shit
people
ain't
in this
sticking.
building,
They'll be out in 30 minutes
some
if they
of
even
whom were
take
on
them
the
at all.
FBI's
Yep.
watch list.
But
'Cause
they
there's
want
so
that
much-
charge to
Photos,
keep you in your
the
place.
laptops,
The left is so
destroying
well
precious
organized compared to
statues,
the right.
including one of John Lewis. Desecrated
The hard
statue
look charge
of
is
the recently
coming.
deceased
No
member
iBirds.
of Congress
Right. Mean mug.
who stood for nonviolence.
Yep.
HR 222,
devastating.
mean mug law.
I
And
guess
the
it'll
world
make it easier to
watched
sell you your Buzz Lightyear
us.
helmet.
And the
Your
world
tinted
is
visor where
still
nobody can see you and you can't
watching
see them.
us.
Right.
Only though you can only have a
See
certain
what we
percent
will
tint
do
because the cops
this
I
day.
still have to be able to see in there.
And we'll know what we did this
And then they're
day.
going to go after Kavanaugh
100
again because
years
of the
from now.
faces he was making during his fucking
Those are the
his
immediate
questioning.
consequences.
Like,
and
he
are
broke the mean mug law.
reverberate
We might
as
as
to
well
what are the
call this
future
the Kavanaugh law.
consequences. The extremists who attacked the Capitol at the president's provocation will be emboldened. All our intelligence agencies have confirmed this. It is not House managers saying that. There are quite literally standing by and standing ready. Donald Trump told them this is only the beginning. They are waiting and watching.
So where were the
See if Donald
troops
Trump is
on
right
that
that
day?
everyone said
Where were the
is
Capitol
totally
Police
appropriate.
reinforcements, backup,
Let me
you
also
know,
bring something
proper
else up.
placement?
I'll
I like how
briefly
they just
say
attribute Trump
that defense
talking directly
counsels
to the Proud
put a
Boys
lot of
and
videos out
the white nationalists and the
in their defense.
the
playing
protesters
clip
that turned violent.
clip
Like
of black women
the way they're
talking
saying
about
it,
fighting for
you
a
you might
cause or
think
an
that it was a
issue or a
DM
policy
between Trump and these
was
people.
not
Yeah,
lost on me.
yeah,
and
exactly.
many of
Like he
them
was doing
people of
this on the
color
dark
women,
fucking
black
pages
women,
of 4chan.
black women like myself
Shouldn't even say it
who are sick and
on
tired of
on
being
number
sick and tired
channel
for our
website.
children, your children,
Just that's just the
our
international
children.
hacker.
This summer, things
Yep, known as the
happened
letter.
that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us black women great comfort. Seeing Amish people from
You speak for black
Pennsylvania
women?
standing up with
Wes!
us.
You think the
Members of
Amish people
Congress
know what the fuck's
fighting
going
up
on
with
right now?
us.
Come on,
And so I
man.
thought we were past that.
She speaks for blacks and the
I think
Amish?
maybe we're not. There are long-standing
How?
consequences.
From the Virgin Islands. I
We
can
know
guarantee
that
he doesn't speak
will
for virgins.
define
we knew they
who we
took
are
the
as
Slavs,
people,
but these motherfuckers
who
just took the
America
Amish.
is. We have
Has
in this
anybody
room
told the
made
Amish yet?
monumental decisions.
Do they know
You
what's
all
going on in this
have made
country?
monumental
Why do they want
decisions.
all the farmland?
Declared wars, passed civil rights acts, ensured that no one in this country is a slave. Every American
They're talking
has the
about
right
incitement to a
vote,
riot, and she's talking
unless
about
you live in terror.
make sure that nobody is a
At
slave.
this time,
Like what?
some of these
It's a way to
decisions
virtue
are
signal
even
every
controversial.
single sentence out of your
History
mouth,
has
lady.
shown that they define us as a country and as a people. Today is one of those moments, and history will wait for our decision.
Put your muzzle on. Shut up.
The senator from Utah.
I'm gonna be AFK. I gotta go grab a couple of bundles of wood out of the car. It's freezing in my house right now.
All right. Move it along, Leahy. Move it along. Move it along. Is he just staring at the fucking back of the card?
From Utah, Mr. Lee.
He was. He was staring at the back of the fucking card.
Senator Hawley, Senator Crapo, Senator Blackburn, Senator Portman. And the question is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
Multiple state constitutions enacted prior to 1787, namely the constitutions of Delaware, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, specifically provided for the impeachment of a former officer. Given that the framers of the U.S. Constitution would have been aware of these provisions, does their decision to omit language specifically authorizing the impeachment of former officials indicate that they did not intend for our Constitution to allow for the impeachment of former officials?
They made it clear that impeachment was only necessary for one fucking reason, and
the
that hasn't
answer
been met
is yes,
here.
of
When
course
both
they
parties are
left it out.
fucking unanimous.
The framers were very smart men, and they went over draft after draft after draft on that document. And they reviewed all the other drafts of all of the state constitutions, all of them. And they picked and chose what they wanted, and they discarded what they did not. And what they discarded was the option for all of you to impeach a former elected official. I hope that's answering your question. Thank you.
Van der Veen.
President.
Van der Veen.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, I sent a question to the desk.
I wanted them to answer all their questions as bluntly as that. That was great. Don't even send the Colbert looking dude up there. Just have Van der Veen go up there and just dunk on him relentlessly for the rest of the night.
California submits a question for the House manager.
What did I miss? Some relentless dunking?
They served him up a slam dunk question, asking about if they think that the framers of the Constitution meant to leave out Congress having the power to impeach a former president. Yes, they drafted the Constitution for a long time through draft and draft and draft throughout everything they didn't want. And yes, to answer your question, yes, they did not want you having that power to impeach a former president.
President
Right.
Trump in power lead to the radicalization of so many of President Trump's followers and the resulting attack on the Capitol?
I mean, it's one of those questions that honestly nobody could ever answer. So why the fuck would you even ask that question?
Yeah, what do you mean keep President Trump in power?
Nobody can speak for the founding fathers. Like, it's just that's a nonsensical question in my opinion, and it does not belong in any fucking professional hearing or procedural hearing.
If Thomas Jefferson was alive, he would say, "What do the five fingers say to the face?"
Yeah, you're asking whoever to fucking imagine and tell you what the fuck they think.
Right?
Everything's
Unless they wrote
biased.
the biography. I have no idea.
Even then, it's still their interpretation, and all their interpretation is built off of other people's interpretation. Nobody, without a first-hand account, nobody fucking knows.
Large group of thousands of Americans.
Nobody
so
could speak
angry
for
to
Thomas
storm the
Jefferson or
Capitol.
any of them but them.
Right? Unless you're
That was the
using a
purpose behind
quote
Donald
from
Trump
the man.
saying that
Exactly.
the election had
And even
been
that
rigged
might be taken out of
and that the
context. You
election
never
had
know.
been stolen. And to be clear,
Luckily,
when
it
he
wasn't
says the election was
translated from
stolen,
something else.
what he's
Luckily, all
saying
that
is
shit
that
was
the
written in
victory-
English. Just
and he
ye old.
says one time, the election victory is being stolen from them.
Doesn't matter. They still try to use quotes
Think
for
about how
reasons that they
significant that
didn't
is.
intend, you know?
To Americans. Again, you're right. Over 70 million, I think 74 million people voted for Donald Trump.
75?
And this wasn't a one-off comment. It wasn't one time. It was over and over and over and over and over again with a purpose.
Over and over and
We're not
over.
having this
He's
impeachment
just
trial
salty
here
that he got
because Donald Trump
1% of the
contested
vote
the
for
election.
fucking president in the Democratic
As I
primary.
said during the presentation, and nobody
You
here
remember
wants
this
to
guy?
lose an election. We
Mhm.
all run our races to win our elections. But what President Trump did was different. What our commander-in-chief did was the polar opposite of what we're supposed to do. We let the people decide the election.
It's funny that I ask you if you remember this guy, but you and I are probably
directed
two
all
out
of
of
that rage
the
that he had incited
possible
on
million
the
people
January
in this
6th.
country that know who the fuck
last
this guy
chance,
is.
That's this again.
Nobody
to
else
him,
knows
This was
who
his
he is.
last chance. This was certifying the election results. He needed to whip up.
They think
that
he's
mob,
an actual lawyer and
amped
that
them
this
up
is all he
enough
does.
to get out there and try to stop the election results, the certification of the election.
He's just a fucking little figurehead.
And y'all,
And
he's a professional reader.
they took over
And
the
he's
Senate
biting off
chamber.
Ted Cruz's style
do
with
that.
growing a beard.
They almost took over the House chamber. There were 50 or so or
Ted
more
Cruz
House
is going to
members
shave
who were
his
literally
beard and his
scared
head
for
and
their
throw
lives
everybody
up
off.
in the gallery.
Then again, no, he can't do that because he's white.
A woman who bought into that
It's like
big lie.
just troll him. Like he's copying every move he does, but at the same time,
Because
there's
she
one move that
believed the
Ted Cruz, I
president's
guess,
big
can't
lie.
make because
This
it
resulted
just
in
won't
a
work in the
loss of
climate.
One of his supporters' lives. A Capitol police officer died that day. Other of President Trump's supporters.
It's a good
Two
thing I
Capitol
grew
police
my hair
officers
out
ended up
because
taking
I used to
their own
love
lives.
keeping my hair really, really short. But
Defense
definitely
counsel,
get a lot more
their
hard
defense
looks.
is
Then I
basically
would get hard
everything
looks for
President
being a
Trump-
fucking
that Trump
thug.
did is
Now I'd
okay,
be
and he could do it
a
again.
racist.
Is that what we believe?
It's interesting.
That there is
But
no
even with my
problem
long
that?
hair, I still get fucking
That it's
the
perfectly
hard
fine
looks.
if he does the same thing all over again? This is dangerous.
I have a
He's inciting his base.
I have
He was
a
using
don't
the claim
fuck
of
with
a
me
rigged
face
election.
that I give to
We have
basically
never
everybody in the
Oh,
world,
yeah.
so
somebody
I
do
don't
that
get messed with.
over and over and
I
over
don't get
again.
hard looks
Tell a
very
lie.
often.
Say 6 months ahead of time that it's a rigged election. There is a
How
dangerous
did this plot to
consequence that. When you've got
unconstitutionally
millions
keep
of
Trump
followers
in
on
power lead
Twitter
to
and
the
millions of followers on
radicalization
Facebook,
of Trump's
and you've got that
followers and
huge
the
bully
attack
pulpit
on the
from the White
Capitol?
House, and you're the president of the United States. There is a cost to doing that.
I like how
People
they're
are listening to
paraphrasing
you in
the
a way that,
questions
quite
on
honestly,
C-SPAN.
They're not listening to me,
Like,
and they're not listening
that's
to
the
all
question
of
that
us
was asked, and
in
it's
this
really
room.
not.
Baby, do you want fries? No, right.
You know, I just want to clear up. The defense
This banana
counsel made a
shake is
point
amazing.
about something that I read earlier.
I'm fat boying out right
Defense
now.
counsel suggested I misspoke, and I just want to clarify
How
for the
did
record
this plot?
that the tweet I referenced. Let me read you the tweet directly. The
So
Democrat
once again,
presidential candidate
so
had
they're
an
saying
election
that
rigged
every
and
single
stolen
person there
with
is
proof of such acts
whatever they
at a
do
level never
is
seen before. The Democrat senators would
directly
consider it an act of
the
war
result of Trump's
and fight
words.
to the death.
Oh, that's
fucking outrageous.
That's nothing, bro. A couple days ago on CNN, Ayanna Presley, you know, the member of the squad, she said
So
that
Donald
was
Trump
white
was
supremacism.
equating what Democrats
That
would do
they
if
all
their election
had
was stolen.
Confederate flags.
He said they'd fight to the
And that-
death. Why do you think
You know,
he sends
just I mean,
that
just
tweet?
that alone. There were
Because
like
he's trying to
fucking
say, hey, the
500,000
other
people there. You
side
think they
would
were
fight to the
all white
death, so you
supremacists?
should fight
Let
to the
alone
death.
being all white, period.
I mean, do we read that any other way?
It's outrageous.
Absolutely outrageous. Absolutely incendiary.
It's
and
imagination land.
almost- And most likely violence inciting.
A lot of people are as out of touch with reality as the leaders are in this room that you're watching. Equally out of touch, but on the other side of the spectrum, as above, so below,
Yep.
if you will.
Exactly. Exactly. There's no mirrors in Congress, if you haven't noticed. Not one mirror in the building. Well, they were all broken out of the offices, from what I heard. You know what incites violence the most? Attributing hate to somebody that does not deserve to be attributed
For the,
with hate.
council and House managers, and following our procedure, the first one to respond will be after it's read will be the counsel for
Let
the
alone, like,
former president.
When did just calling people who disagree with you racist?
Senate's
When
power
did
to
you know what I mean?
disqualify is not derivative
I don't
of the
even know how
power
to say what I'm thinking
remove
right
a
now. It's
convicted
like,
president
when
from
did that become
office.
acceptable? To just
Could the Senate disqualify a sitting president?
disqualify the objection to your idea with hate. Like people,
You're not tolerant, so your objection is null and void at the least.
right? Well, did they not think this through, and did they not realize that
Power to disqualify.
you're calling
not
75
derivative
million
of the
people
power to
racist?
remove a convicted president
Those
from
people who are
office.
not racist,
Could the Senate disqualify?
they're going to be
a
really
sitting
angry
president
at that.
but not
Yeah,
removed.
most of the ones that don't conform, the ones that aren't the bootlickers and the knee benders, for sure, a lot of people are going to stand their ground.
Has 2.5 minutes.
You could only call somebody a racist, a fascist, a xenophobe, a sexist so many times before they say fuck you and everything you stand for.
But I can't let this rest. Mr. Castro
Get him, Vanderveen.
attributed a statement the time before last that he was up here that Donald Trump had told his people to fight to the death. I'm not from here. I'm not like you guys. I was being very
I like
polite
that.
and given an
I love it.
opportunity
Yeah.
to correct the
All day,
record,
this
and
guy
I
has been
thought
fucking
that's
amazing.
Exactly what he would do. But instead, what he did is he came up and illustrated the problem with the presentation of the House case. It's been smoke and mirrors, and worse, it's been dishonest.
Yep.
He came up and tried
Glad
to
you said
cover
it, Vanderveen.
when he
We
got
don't need
caught,
any more
as
strikes.
they were caught earlier today.
But
with
we'll eat
all
them
of the
for you. Don't
evidence,
worry.
checking
Yeah, right.
tweets,
Slings and
switching
arrows,
dates,
remember?
everything
Donald
they did.
Trump
And
said,
bear
I'll
in mind,
gladly
I had
take
2
all these
days
slings and arrows for you.
to look
Because
at
they're
their
not meant
evidence.
for
When
me.
I say 2
They're
days,
meant
I mean
for
they
you.
started putting in their evidence, so I started to be able to get looking at it. That is not the way this should be done. But what we discovered was he knew what he was doing. He knew that the president didn't say that to his people. What he said was, if it happened to the Dems, this is what they would do. In his speech that day, you know what he said? He said, if this happened to the Democrats, if the election was stolen from the Democrats,
Well, easy there with the verbiage.
Yeah, be
all
careful,
hell would
Vleen.
break loose. But he said to his
They're going
supporters,
to cut you off
"We
of
are
C-SPAN.
smarter.
They're going to go to commercial break right now.
And we're going to do what they did all summer long."
Can't use. They took pronouns and now they're
What
coming
he
for
did
verbs.
was
Right.
He misrepresented a tweet to you.
Next is going to be
to put
adjectives.
forth the narrative that is wrong.
Bigly is going to be outlawed.
Wrong.
No,
It's
next they come for
dishonest,
us, the
And
nouns.
the American people don't deserve this.
First
any
it was the
longer. You must quit.
first it was the
pronoun.
pronoun.
And I didn't have any, so I didn't speak up.
It was the verbs, and I just like staying home and chilling on the couch, minding my own business, so I didn't speak up. But then they came for me.
Then
There
that
was nobody
pronouns.
left. They cut the internet.
Places and
Question is,
things.
so I'm going to get back to the question.
Oh fuck!
So under Article 2,
That's
Section
classic.
4,
That's great.
a president who is in office must be convicted before removal.
Oh, is he going to cite
and
English
then
common law now
must
again?
be removed
You know,
before
like from the
disqualification.
UK,
Okay.
the people we
But
fought
if
because their
the
laws
president
were
is already
shit.
out of office, then he can be separately
still are.
disqualified.
They're not doing
as
much
this
better at
president
all.
is. But
Right?
these
They're
powers have
praying for
always
us
been
to win.
treated as
Fucking
separate, which
Boris
is why I
looks
think
like he's
there's
got
been,
things wonderfully under
8
control over there.
people
I
who've
think
been
anybody in
convicted and
Europe that
removed,
doesn't
and
agree
just
with what's
3 of them
happening in their country is
disqualified.
watching
And as you
and
know, there's a totally
hoping and
separate
praying that we
process
could pull it out
within the
for them.
Senate for doing
You know
this.
what I mean?
The Constitution requires
I think all around the world
two-thirds
people are
vote
hoping
for conviction,
for America
but
to
for
win.
disqualification, it's a majority vote.
I mean, we're
It's a
so
separate
goddamn
thing.
good
So
at it.
People could vote to
Back-to-back
convict
World
and then
War
vote
champs. You know what I'm saying?
not to disqualify if they felt that the evidence demonstrated that the president
You're
was
welcome,
guilty
France.
of incitement to insurrection. They could
Yep.
vote to convict, but if they felt that they
And now
didn't
they're
want
trying
to
to,
exercise the further power,
We'll see if they can take up the fight against
they wouldn't have
the
to do
wokest
that, and
left
that could be
and the feminization of their
something
men.
that's taken up separately by the Senate by majority vote.
While China has instituted policy to make men more masculine.
But it's it's funny though because they're just publicly taking a stance saying that though. But their government has been implementing the eugenics that has caused this population decline for a while. They're the reason why it happened. Japan's they're doing the exact same thing to keep population low on their fucking island. You could look this stuff up.
Yeah, Japan for sure. But China They had the one child law unless it was a boy. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. I mean that's public shit. Let alone what sort of subliminal shit or what sort of
Yeah, what kind of
propaganda they
place?
spew.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're a skateboarder, but you're a skateboarder for the government. You know what I mean? You get placed there as a fucking 2-year-old. You don't.
Yeah, you're a mouseketeer, man. Your whole life is just for putting on an act that makes up the performance of China. You are just a fucking mouseketeer in that government.
So they say go be masculine, and if you don't, you die. So they end up with a very masculine army.
Raised after insurrectionists stormed the Capitol in order to prevent the counting of electoral votes.
Yeah, I mean, Putin definitely banned Pornhub and told the population to go out and meet somebody. Seems like people are starting to build up their armies. Doesn't it? Biden won't.
Yeah, not Biden. He's gonna outsource.
But Trump built up the army so Biden can station it around here and use all those nice toys on us.
Thank you very much.
Trump
Mr.
wanted his
President,
parade, and they said no. He's a dictator.
The answer is no.
Washington D.C. gets a parade every day.
Any other
Right? Exactly.
Raised in
with
the
live
California
rounds.
Electoral College votes,
Go
either
West.
by Democrats or Republicans, and this has actually been a kind of proud.
It's much better than
bipartisan
Macy's,
tradition
ain't
under
it?
the Electoral College, just because
The Macy's parade that they
Electoral
canceled
College
that we
is so
can't have
arcane
because
in
it's
its
too
own rules
dangerous.
to it. I think
The
that,
one with live
my
guns every day.
co-counsel, on
It's
the other side,
perfect.
Raskin just called the
fun because I was
Electoral
one of the
College
people who
arcane
took, I
with
think,
so
about
many
30
rules
seconds
to
in
it.
2016 to point out that the
Really?
electors from Florida
Man.
were not actually conforming to
These
the
are
letter
our
of the law because they have a
representatives.
rule in Florida that you can't be a dual office holder. In other words, you can't be like a state legislator and also be an elector. And so that was improper form. But I think that then Vice President Biden properly gavelled me down and said, look, we're going to try to make the Electoral College work and we're going to vindicate the will of the people. And that's pretty much what's happened. And nobody has stormed the Capitol before, or as Representative
nobody's
Cheney,
stormed
the
the
Secretary of the
Capitol
Republican
before.
Conference said, gone out and summoned a mob, assembled
Oh
a
my
mob,
God.
incited a mob, and lit a match.
Read a fucking
As
book, buddy.
Representative Cheney said,
You know, Washington wasn't always under
that
Washington's
all
control,
of this goes
right?
to the doorstep of the president. None of it would have happened without him, and everything is due to his actions.
It's like, yeah, they
This would not
burned the
happen. That is
White House
chair
down
of the
2
House
blocks
Republican
away,
Conference,
but they
who
never
was
actually had the
target of an
Capitol.
effort to remove her, which was rejected on a vote by more than 2-1 in the House
Jesus
Republican
fucking
Conference,
Christ.
when there was an attempt to remove her for voting for impeachment and becoming a leader for vindicating our constitutional values. So please don't mix up what Republicans and Democrats have done, I think, in every election for a long time, to say there are improprieties going on in terms of conforming with state election laws with the idea of
So don't say that
mobilizing
everybody's been saying elections
mob
have been
in-
fraudulent for years as
against the
proof of
government
election fraud.
that got 5 people killed, 140
And don't
Capitol
use
officers
actual
wounded,
evidence of voter fraud for
and
the beginning of
threatened
fucking
the
election
actual
history
peaceful
as a way to
succession
excuse
of power and
this
transfer of
fucking
power in America. If we want to talk about
this insurrection. What?
Right.
Uh,
To
we
be
can talk about
clear, we
reform
are
of
not
electoral
talking
college.
about
We don't
anything
do it
happening
violence.
during the election of 2020. We are
Mr. President.
simply repeating the
Thank you.
words
My
of
apologies to
Representative
Senator
Raskin.
Yeah.
Raskin for speaking in. I send a question to the desk for the former president's attorneys.
Man, Guam's so complicated.
Oh, Jesus.
This is so complicated. But I had that correct, right? My interpretation of this, I did have that correct.
Yeah. They said that spamming happens every time, and our objections were brought up because spamming does happen in state settings.
And every single time that we have brought it up is true, and we stand by it. But you cannot use this evidence to talk about anything outside of Guam.
Trump has tolerated anti-Semitic rhetoric. Has there been a more pro-Israel president than President Trump?
What? What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
What was the question?
Has there been a more pro-Israel president than Donald Trump?
No, but it's apparent.
Well, because
that
they called
nobody
him
listened to what I said
anti-Semite
today
earlier.
because the victorial speech needs to stop. They
Man,
need to stop.
the Jews needed their question.
There was nothing fun here, Mr. Raskin. We aren't having fun here. This is about the most miserable experience I've had down here in Washington, D.C.
Tell him,
There's nothing fun about it.
Vanderbeek.
And in Philadelphia, where I come from, when you get caught doctoring the evidence,
Put the
your
John on
case
them.
is over. And that's what happened. They got caught doctoring the evidence, and this case should be over.
Yeah. Don't put Stephen Colbert back up there again. This guy gets all questions for the rest of the night.
Yep.
Senator from Vermont.
This is my guy.
Should have been the entire time.
That's my guy right there. Get him, Vanderbeek.
And they knew he was going to be a problem too, because they were putting out reports about him being arrested a couple of years ago doing something. It's like, oh, so you're saying we should pay attention to what he says?
Has there ever been a more pro-Israel president? Get the fuck out of here.
Senator from Vermont, Senator Sanders has a question for both the counsel for the former president.
How many
and
likes
House
does it take to
manager.
get your
The,
question asked on the floor?
Clerk will read it and following
Yeah,
our
how many
procedure,
donation
the, House
dollars?
managers will go
That's
first.
the better question.
Oh, that's the same question. It's the same
House
question.
prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen
The
from
big
him
lie.
and that
That's
he actually
complete
won the
Nazi
election
propaganda.
by a landslide.
This is not the big lie.
When they claimed
I can't wait to hear their final solution to handling this
or in
this
your
big lie.
judgment, did
Right.
Trump actually win the election?
Because you know they got one.
Managers have up to 2.5 minutes.
Disgusting.
Let's take you back to the Virgin Islands. Let's see what the Virgin Islands have to say. They have another retort. Oh man, this next
we all
question is
know,
interesting, but then there's no way they answer it.
President Trump did lose the election by 7 million votes, 306 electoral votes.
You can't say
At the
that.
time of the January 6th attack,
You're not allowed to say that on
courts,
YouTube.
Justice Department,
I
all
can't say
50
that on
states
YouTube.
across
What the
country
fuck?
had done.
I could say that about
agreed
Guam,
that the votes
perhaps.
were
We're still
counted.
trying to figure that out.
The people had spoken.
But what the fuck, lady?
And it was time for the peaceful transfer of power. As our Constitution
Just for the record, YouTube, I told
and
her
the
she can't say
rule
that. She
of
bad.
law demands.
I don't know if you're allowed to call a
61
black colored lady if you're allowed to
61
if you're allowed to
courts
say
the president
a minority woman
fine,
is bad and isn't speaking
He
right. I don't know if I'm that's breaking the
He
rules
lost.
either. I don't know what we do here.
He lost the election.
We'll
You
just
can't-
send
He
Miss
lost the court
POC.
case.
I can't
As
censor
Leader
her myself, but you
McConnell
won't censor her,
recognized the
but you'll
day
censor
after the
me
electors certified
for not
the votes
censoring her.
on
I don't
December
know.
14th, he said,
I don't know what do we
Many
do here.
millions of us had hoped that the
Dude,
presidential
if we do get
election
banned,
would
if we do
yield a
get
different
censored
result.
more, we're going to come
But our
back
system
as
of government
Stephen
has
Colbert
processes to
when he
determine
was
who will be sworn
good.
in on
Oh, I
January
loved it,
20th.
dude. I loved it so
The
much.
electoral
We're
His
going
quote
to
was
do the
great.
opposite. We're going to come back as liberals.
Patriotism.
And just destroy them,
Sometimes
impersonating
there is a
them.
reason to dispute an
From the
election.
inside.
Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount, go to courts. All of that's appropriate. I lost my first election. I stayed in bed for 3 days. We do what we need to do.
Why don't you get the fuck up and
And
get
we
to
move
work
on.
and figure out what the fuck was wrong with you?
This
No,
was
I
not
stayed
that.
and cried,
Because
and
when
I
all
found
of
what
these
the
people
next
confirmed
shortcut was I could
that
take, and I
Donald Trump
jumped
had
on it.
lost, when the courts, his Department of Justice, state officials, Congress, his vice president were ready to commit to the peaceful transfer of power.
Again, you guys see the question
Peaceful
on the screen.
transfer of power.
What the fuck is this?
Donald
What is
Trump
she
was not
saying
ready.
in regards to that
And so
question?
we are all here because he was not ready. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish claims of why this election was rigged. Now, let's be clear. President Trump had absolutely no support of these claims, but that wasn't the point of what he was doing. He
La
did it
la la
to
la
make
la
his
la la
supporters
la la la.
frustrated, to make them angry.
Earmuffs, YouTube.
Time is
She didn't say Guam. She totally fucked us there.
And counsel for the former president recognized for 2.5 minutes. Of course, the clerk will read the question again.
The House
Here we go.
prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
The counsel for the former president have 2.5 minutes.
My judgment?
This is gonna be good. My
Who asked
judgment? Exactly. Like you can't ask these
My
fucking
judgment's
questions.
irrelevant in this proceeding. It
I love this
absolutely
man.
is. What's
Get him.
supposed to
Get those
happen here
motherfuckers.
Is the article of impeachment
Asking
is-
nonsensical fucking questions. Nonsense. This is fucking nonsense. It's a fucking. It's fucking imagination land.
Senator,
Imagination is on fucking trial here.
the content of the response.
Free speech, free thought, all of that shit. This is bullshit.
May I have the question read again, please?
This is just as nonsense as asking, what the fuck do you think the founding fathers
House
meant? Or you think,
prosecutors have
what was
stated
their
over and
intent?
over
This is
again
fucking
that President
nonsense.
Trump was
This is
perpetrating
useless.
A big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was
The
stolen
big
from
lie.
him
They gotta
and that he
fucking
actually
shoehorn
won the
that shit
election
in
by a
as much as they
landslide.
can.
Fuck, Donald Trump actually found
right
one
when they
fucking
claim
guy
that
in the
Trump
country
was
that'll at least
telling
stand up for
a
free
big
speech
lie,
and at
or
least
in
for
your
fucking
judgment,
America,
did
you know?
Trump actually win
Where the
the
fuck was this guy for fucking all summer?
In my judgment, it's irrelevant to the question before this body. What's relevant in this impeachment article is, were Mr. Trump's words insightful to the point of violence and riot? That's the charge. That's the question. And the answer is no. He did not have speech that was insightful to violence or riot. Now, what's important to understand here is the House managers have completely, from the beginning of this case to right now, done everything except answer that question. The question they brought before you.
I'm loving
the
it, man.
question they want my client
I don't even want to talk
be
over him.
punished by.
What? What do you want?
That's the questions that should be getting asked.
I thought you were trying to make me do some.
And the answer is he advocated for peaceful, patriotic protests. They're his words. The House managers have showed zero
Zip,
evidence
zilch, none, nada.
that his words did anything else. Remember, all of the evidence is this was premeditated. The attack on the Capitol was pre-planned.
So where was the intelligence and why was there nobody there to stop it?
With Mr. Trump in any way? What he
That's the
said
bigger
on
question.
that day on January 6th at that ellipse. And that's the issue before this Senate.
I asked the question. No, ask the next question. He didn't want to go that far. Nope. He didn't want to go that far. He wants to make it home.
Long
Yeah,
history of
exactly.
just doing that. I hope everybody was able to see the video earlier today. Over and over again, it's been contested. When Mr. Trump was elected president, we were told that he was hijacked.
Council's 2.5 minutes.
Ooh, yeah. He's like, fuck it. I'm just going to go up there and get you motherfuckers.
He's like, I'll have another chance.
He's just sitting over there tapping his fucking leg right now. He can barely stay in his fucking seat.
Because they're asking for it.
Fucking Vanderveet with the hot tag, man. He's off the fucking leash right now. It's great.
We need the question from Rand Paul Stat. How much has this fucking sham cost us over the last fucking 2 months? Don't you think your time would have been better served actually trying to legislate for the American people? You know, your job.
Yeah, you know the airplane industry are very happy though that Congress found the time to pass them a couple $2 billion.
Yeah,
Or
during
tens of billions of dollars.
The former president will have the first 2.5 minutes.
Much more than a
Maybe
couple.
Airlines. Maybe that's the answer
The
here.
House
Maybe there's too many airline
That the
companies.
January 6th
Oh,
attack
you just jump on the Green New Deal?
predictable and it was foreseeable.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that if they need $14 billion every 3 months, maybe we should just let a couple of these companies go out of business.
Yeah, Southwest is the way to go. I mean, I'd much rather fly Southwest than Frontier or any of the others, you know, Spirit. So fuck, let Southwest operate. Fuck it. Or, yeah, I mean, it depends on who's getting this. You know, this bailout's completely unnecessary. Bail out the people. That money's not going to trickle down. It's the people that need it, not the fucking airplanes. Because if you bail out the people, maybe they'll bail out the fucking airplane fucking, you know, companies themselves.
Former president is recognized.
But that ain't the way. That ain't the way they think. There ain't no logic.
Clerk will read the question again.
There's no logic fucking anywhere.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be plenty of cheap airplanes for airlines that run good business operations. You know what I
why
mean?
did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach?
The airplanes industry is going to die though, because the rich are going to have their little air taxis, man. They're busting them out. Air travel is going to be a thing of the rich. You either got your air taxi or you don't.
Yeah,
Holy
they're
cow.
getting them right now. They're
That is
asking
a
them about
really
the Capitol
good
stand down.
question. And had the House managers done
Where's-
their
ooh,
investigation,
they got 'em.
maybe somebody would have an answer to that.
Mm.
But they didn't.
Mm.
They did zero investigation. They did nothing. They looked into
The
nothing.
Alphabet Boys?
They read newspaper articles.
He's just
they
saying the
talked to
House
their friends
managers.
who know a
Yep.
TV
All of 'em.
reporter or
Ah,
something
all
or
of 'em.
something or another. But
All them
Jiminy
motherfuckers.
Crickets, there is no due
Jiminy
process
Crickets.
in this proceeding
He's serious.
at all. And that question highlights the problem when you have no due process, you have no clear-cut answers. But we do know
Jiminy
that
Crickets
there
is what you
was,
say
I
when you're
think,
highlighting a
certain
problem.
level of foreseeability. It looks like from the information they
Oh,
were
that's going to live
presenting,
on long and well on this show. Jiminy
yeah.
fucking Crickets.
knew that something
Crickets.
could be happen. I was
You almost got to do a little jig
we
when
knew
you
that
say
the
it.
mayor 2 days before had been offered to have federal troops or National Guard deployed, beef up security here in Capitol Police. That was offered. So somebody had to have an inkling into something. And my
Who?
question
Point them
is,
out. Point them out.
who ignored it? And why?
Woo! Thank you, sir. I hope you make it home. I fucking hope. I hope you live a long, fucking, prosperous life, and your
If an
fucking kids live to be
investigation
100.
was done,
Oh man,
we would know
protect
the
this
answer to
fucking
that,
man.
too.
Protect this
Thank you.
fucking man. Fuck.
The,
I hope he loves the
House
Clintons.
managers have 2.5 minutes.
Oh, he loves the Clintons.
First, if
Fuck, I
defense
love the
counsel
Clintons
has
for him.
exculpatory evidence,
Leave that man alone.
you're welcome to give it to us. We would love to see it. You've had an opportunity to give us evidence that would exculpate the president. Haven't
Exculpate?
seen it
Is
yet.
that a word?
Everyone, the defense counsel wants to blame everyone else.
I can't believe he asked the fucking
except
question.
the person who was most responsible
I'm
for
shocked.
what happened on January
She said,
6th,
if you have
that's
exculpatory
President
evidence, we'd love to see
Donald
it.
Trump.
You
And
have
he
it already.
is the person who foresees this
What have
the
we been
most,
doing for the last 2
because
days?
he had the reports. He had access.
Are they allowed to come back with the evidence?
He as well had.
But if they have
we all know how
exculpatory
he is an
evidence that they
avid
didn't share, that would be
cable news
illegal.
watcher. He knew what was going to happen. He cultivated these individuals.
But no, you didn't have to present any
These
evidence
are
on
the
this because this has
undisputed
nothing to do
facts.
with.
The
You
National
know,
Guard was
they
not
have
deployed
their one
until over 2
impeachment thing
hours
for
after the
inciting
attack.
the riot.
I heard reference to Mayor Bowser.
This
in
question has
defense's
nothing to do
presentation.
with
Mayor Bowser does not
incitement.
have authority
Yep.
over the Capitol or
So,
federal buildings. She could not
if they
deploy
really want to
National
go down this
Guards
avenue
to the
right now,
Capitol. That is
can
outside of
my
the
boy come back
jurisdiction
out here
of
and
the
be
mayor
like,
of the
here's what we
District
got
of
right here
Columbia.
of you guys knowing about
At
it?
no point in that entire
Do
day
they have
did the
any
President
sort of
the United
intelligence?
States, our commander-in-chief, tell anyone, law enforcement struggling for their lives, insurgents who felt empowered by the sheer
Struggling for
quantity of
their
them,
lives.
any of us in this building,
Who?
or the American
Which one?
people, that he was sending help.
She's talking about
He did
Ashley
not
Babbitt
defend
again.
the Capitol.
I hope so.
President
I hope
of the
somebody
United
is.
States did not defend the capital of this country. It's indefensible.
It's
She gonna get a plaque in that
undefensible.
fucking hallway at the very least? They
They're
can at least
spun.
acknowledge she was there?
She spun. She's out there making up
Senator
words and shit.
Morgan.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
She just said unindefensible.
Are they at least gonna commemorate the tile on the floor that your fucking blood was spilt on in that fucking hallway or what?
This is a great showcase of the legal system in the Virgin Islands and how it's lacking.
Yeah.
She's successful there.
All this talk about the police force being battered and bruised and nobody died there that day, and zero mention of the one woman who was executed there inside the Capitol while this
Yeah,
shit was
zero-
going on.
Zero mention of the other.
The only death, the only actual death of the fucking insurrection.
Yeah, and zero mention of the law enforcement
If a
officers that
president
lost their lives all
spins
year
a big
long
lie
dealing
to
with
anger Americans,
mostly peaceful protests.
stokes the fury by repeating the lie at event after event.
What shade qualifies you for mostly peaceful?
The day and hour necessary to interrupt the electoral college count, and does nothing to stop those groups from advancing on the Capitol, and
Green.
fails to summon the National Guard to protect the Capitol, and then expresses pleasure and delight.
Green
that
is the only
Capitol
shade
was
that protects
under
you from
attack.
the
Is the president
the
innocent
terrorist
of
logo.
inciting an insurrection because in a speech he says, "Be peaceful"?
Yeah, that's the speech. That's the speech you're using against him, and he said, "Be peaceful."
Managers have
That's all you need. You got it. You got the case, chap.
All right, that's it. We're done here. Throw it
Yep,
out. Let's go.
That means you got it. You put it all together.
You all ask a very important question, which is, given everything
Unfortunately,
that the
we don't know
president
the
did
answer to
leading
that
up to
one.
the election, after the election, and leading up to January 6th, all of the incitement of his supporters,
What is this, a RICO
whom he
charge?
convinced
With past,
with a big
future,
lie
and
over and
present
over
crimes? Is that what he's trying to
that the
establish
election had been
here?
stolen from them and from him. And then once the mob had stormed the Capitol, the vice president was in danger, the speaker was in danger, the members
So
of the
does
House,
be peaceful
the
absolve
Senate,
you of
and all the staff here, the janitorial
spinning a
staff,
lie?
the cafeteria workers, everybody,
to anger? This is such a loaded question.
and all of the hot
So
rhetoric.
does be peaceful
that he
absolve
spoke
you
with.
of statements that you used
And
to
then simply
spin lie, or
a few
of
times
statements that
said, "Stay peaceful."
caused violence based
Remember,
off
he
of
said,
spun
"Stay
lies?
peaceful," when they'd already
That's the
gotten violent,
question.
when they'd
But
already
once-
brought weapons, when they'd already hurt people. What he never said was, "Stop the attack, leave the Capitol, leave immediately."
What lie though? Fucking Haskins was just up there talking about
And let me be
snuffing
clear.
and such in
The president's
yeah,
message in that
spam
January 6th speech
in Guam and Myanmar.
was
So
incendiary.
but not now it's a spun
So
lie
in the
again.
entire speech, which was roughly
Now the
1,100
snuff was a
words,
spin.
he used the word peaceful
I feel it. The
Once.
snuff was a spin now.
and
It was
using
a
the
snuff
word peaceful
2
was the
speakers
only
ago.
suggestion of nonviolence.
Looks like a duck and
So
quacks
there
like a
was a
duck.
the word fight
suggestion
or
of
fighting 20
nonviolence.
times. Now again, consider the context. He'd been telling them a big lie over and over, getting them amped up, getting
I'm
angry
so
because
sick
an
of
election
hearing
had been
the
stolen from
phrase
them.
big
There's
lie.
thousands of people in
It's
front of him.
propaganda.
Some of them are carrying weapons and arms.
The big lie
They're angry.
directly relates to Hitler, not
He's
to
telling them to
Trump.
fight.
This is not the same. It's a false equivalence. And you need to stop
President
it
Trump's
because
words in
it's
that speech,
inciting
just like the
violence.
mob's actions,
I'm not a
were
big
carefully
fan of the
chosen.
AI overlords,
His
but
words
honestly, I think
incited
for our
their
government,
actions.
we need a
And
live
how do we know this?
AI
For months,
fact
the
check.
president had
So
told
as
his
soon as
supporters
something comes out of
his
these
big lie,
motherfuckers'
that
mouths,
the election
we
was
can
rigged.
have literally
And he
all
used
the
the lie to urge
facts,
his
all the
supporters
shit real
not
time
to
right next to
concede
them, and they're not
and
allowed
to
to
stop
speak
the
again
steal.
until everything's fucking gone through.
Yeah.
Like, okay, strike all that shit from reality. None of that was real or of any worth.
If you rob a bank and on the way out the door you yell, respect
going on a
private
little story,
property,"
going on a little
that's
ride.
not a defense to
Little
robbing the
hypothetical?
bank.
Mr. President,
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk directed at both sides.
Ted Cruz.
Serve him up, Ted.
Right? It's gonna say, "What the fuck, you fucking fucks."
Fuck you, Seth Rogen. Angry rich bitch. Did you lose some weight, look like MJF, and come holler at me? What's the question, Ted? Or Leahy's got to make sure there's not too many hard R's in it.
Yeah, Leahy's got to make sure it's
Not too many poo-poo or pee-pee jokes.
The senator from Texas has a question for both sides. The clerk will read it, and the House managers will go first for 2.5 minutes.
Leahy doesn't know what to do with his hands either. You know, it would be
Out
awesome
of the
if
16
Officer
hours,
Jim Leahy
the
was still
House
alive and he
managers
was
devoted
presiding
all of
instead of this
15
guy.
minutes to
Yeah,
articulating
absolutely.
A newly
That'd be
created
awesome.
legal standard for incitement. 1, was violence foreseeable? 2, did he encourage violence? 3, did he do so willfully? Is
No,
this
no,
new
no.
standard derived from the criminal code or any Supreme Court case? While violent riots were raging, Kamala Harris said on national TV, "They're not going to let up, and they should not." And she also raised money to bail out violent
Get him,
rioters.
Ted.
Using the manager's proposed standard, is there any coherent way for Donald Trump's words to be incitement and Kamala Harris's words not to be incitement?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, Donald
Senators.
Trump is the white devil.
I'm not familiar with the statement that is being
I
referred
bet that
to
don't get us
with
flagged
respect
on
to the
YouTube.
Vice President, but I find it absolutely unimaginable that Vice President Harris would ever incite violence or encourage or promote
I've
violence.
never heard Kamala Harris say that,
Obviously, it's
but
completely irrelevant
I
to the
doubt she'd
proceeding at
ever
hand, and I
incite
will
violence
allow
because
her
Orange
to,
Man bad.
defend herself.
Brown lady good.
The
You
president's
can't. It's
lawyers
not
are
violence when
pointing
it's
out that we've
against
never
Orange
had any
Man or his
situation like this
compatriots.
before in the history
That's
of the
not
United States. It's
violence.
true. There's
That's
never been a
doing the right
president
thing.
who has encouraged a violent
That's
insurrection against our own government. So we
that's where
really have
the
nothing
world that they
to
want to live
compare it
in, and
to.
that's the world
So
that they are living
what
in or
we
trying to
do
create.
in this
Notice how
trial
they're
will
conveniently not
establish a
answering the
standard going
question on,
forward for all
is
time.
this
Now, there are two
definition
theories
of
being put
inciting
before you,
violence
and I think we
spelled
gotta
out in the
get
law
past all
anywhere?
of the picayune little critiques that have been offered today about this or that. Let's focus on what's really at
Oh,
stake here.
oh, the
president's
little
lawyers say,
critiques of
echoing
this
the
or that.
president,
Oh, you mean
his conduct was
entering
totally
false
appropriate. In other
evidence
words,
into the
he would do it
record? Is
again.
that what you're referring to?
Exactly what he did is the new standard for what's allowable for him or any
Forging
other president who
evidence,
gets into office.
man. It seems to be a
Our
whole
point is
fucking
that
lot of that
his
down in
incitement
Washington D.C.
So overwhelms
Submitting
any
fake
possible
tweets
legal
as
standard we
evidence and
have
doctored
that we've got
videos
the
as evidence?
opportunity now
You know,
to
just do
declare
that.
presidential incitement
Censoring
to
fucking
violent
the media,
insurrection against the Capitol
bullying
and the
media,
Congress
just
is
overall
completely
control of the
forbidden
media
to the president of the United States
and all
under the
fucking
impeachment
media
clauses.
outlets,
So we set
all
forth for you the
distribution
elements
areas where
of
media is consumed and
encouragement to violence, and
distributed.
we saw it overwhelmingly. We know that he picked the date of that rally. In
crazy.
fact, there was another
Very
group that was
thankful
gonna
that
rally another
Gab's
date,
out
and he
there
got
and a
it
few other
moved to
places that
January
we
1st.
have that we can
He
go to
synchronized it
when the
exactly
hammer
with
comes
the time
down.
that we would
Yeah.
be enjoying
Yeah.
session.
I'm glad that there's still
And as
places out there
Representative Cheney
to
said, he
to
summoned
think
that
and speak.
mob, he assembled that mob,
Yep.
he
We
incited
might not
that
be able to
mob,
do
he
it
lit
here
the
for
match.
very
Come
long, but
on,
we'll
get
keep
real.
doing it. Rest assured.
We know that this is
As
what
long as we
happened.
can keep remember to saying Guam.
And the second thing is the foreseeability of it. Was it foreseeable? Remember Lansing, Michigan, and everything we showed you. They didn't mention that, of course. Remember the MAGA 2 march, the MAGA 2 rally. They didn't
Actually, I
mention
just
that.
thought about this. We might
Violence
not
all
even
over
be
the
able to
rallies.
say Guam
The
because
president
Guam is
cheering
an
it
American
on,
territory. We
delighting
might
in it,
have to go.
reveling in it, exulting
Yeah, all
in
right,
it.
fuck. It's Myanmar
How
only.
gullible do you think we
Myanmar
are?
only.
We saw this happen. We just spent 11 or 12 hours
We might have fucked ourselves already,
and
but
intent to encourage.
Myanmar it is.
Counsel for the former president has 2.5 minutes.
Senator Cruz.
Tried to bring some attention to the plight of Guam, but sorry, YouTube won't allow that either.
Too close to home.
Raskin doctrine on First Amendment. And he just in his answer actually gave you a new one, appropriateness.
Appropriateness.
The standard that this body needs to follow for law is Brandenburg v. Ohio, and the test really, the three-part test really comes out of Bible believers versus Wayne County, specific. Speech has to be explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence. In other words, it has to be in the words itself, which is clearly it's not in the words itself. That's step one. They don't get past it. Two, the
They don't
speaker
get
intends
past
that
it.
his speech
This
will
guy's
result
killer.
in use of violence or lawless action. There's no evidence of that, and it's ludicrous to believe that that would be true.
It's ludicrous.
Third, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is likely to result in speech. Also, they fail on all 3 points of the law as we
But they don't
know
even
it
get
needs
to
be
2 or
applied
3.
here. I don't know why he said he never heard Kamala Harris say about the riots and the people rioting and ruining our businesses and
They
our
played it 3
streets that
times
they're not
today.
going to let up. And
Get
they
his
should
earmuffs
not,
on.
because we played it
Earmuffs.
3 times today. We gave it to you in audio. I read it to you, and you got it in video. That's what she said. But it's protected speech.
Ha ha!
Her speech is protected also, Senator. That's the point. You all have protections as elected officials.
That is literally what
The
she said.
highest protections under the First
Literally.
Amendment. And that First Amendment applies here in this chamber to this proceeding. And that's what you need to keep focused on. You need to keep focused on what is the law and how do we apply it to this set of facts.
And get the people some fucking checks.
You can't get caught up in all of the rhetoric and the facts that are irrelevant. You need to keep focused on what is the issue before you decide it based on the law.
If this guy says get the
Brandenburg
people
and
some
Bible
checks, he's already got a
believers,
head start on being the next
and
president.
apply it to the facts. And that requires you to look at the words. And there were no words of incitement
The
of any kind.
council's time is expired.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Do your. He just quoted Tom Thibodeau there. He just paraphrased Tom Thibodeau. One of his great quotes. Do your job.
Defense wins championships. Yeah, Colbert's been a big letdown the whole time. Mr. Castor, he's a bum.
Yeah, he's exactly.
The
No
senator
good.
from Washington,
No good. He
Senator
could just
Murray,
sit down.
has a question for the House
He could just
manager.
hold
The,
Mr. Vander
clerk
Vliet's
will
fucking
read the
lunch.
question.
Keep it warm.
Here, hold my attaché case.
Hot coffee. Keep it coming.
At 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time on January 6th,
Little bourbon.
President Trump tweeted, "These are the things that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." Adding, for rioters to go home with love and in peace. What is the relevance of this tweet to President Trump's guilt?
Well, basically, the tweet was adding context. It doesn't do anything else except for tell him to go home with love and in peace.
Absolutely none, no more than his speech does have any guilt as far as inciting riots. Absolutely none. Zip, zilch, zero, nada.
They're going to say that it is incitement, even though he's describing the violence already occurring.
Yeah. Even though this isn't trying to
statement by the
make
president
incitement go
that
away.
day.
This isn't that.
That horrific day.
But that is incitement.
Remember, the Capitol had been stormed, it had been attacked.
This ain't
People
that
had
and that
yelled,
ain't this.
Hang Mike Pence. People had
There is no there
gone
there.
after
And
Speaker
all these
Pelosi.
people are speaking for Mr. Trump.
People brought baseball bats and other weapons. Many members of Congress and the Senate and the House were
Right?
fearful
He
for
was
their
on
own
the
lives.
earpieces. He was on the two-way.
You're gonna have to register your baseball bats in this new
President didn't call the
America,
National Guard. His own
along with your
administration
steel-toe
didn't list
boots,
him
the
as
steel-toe
somebody that they
boot
had spoken
registry,
with
the baseball bat
to activate
registry.
the Guard. And he said, remember this day forever. So if he was not guilty of inciting this insurrection,
Remembering
if this
is
not
now
what he wanted,
racist.
it wasn't what he desired.
Remember.
It's now racist to
The
remember.
carnage had been on television for hours. He saw what was going on.
You
Everybody saw what
riotous,
was going on. If
insidious.
it wasn't what he wanted, why would he have said, remember this day forever?
Because he's
Why
a fucking
commemorate
racist.
A day like
Right?
that. An attack on
Only
the US
racists
Capitol.
remember.
Yeah, why would
For
you
God's
want to
sake.
remember a day like that?
Why would you do that?
You know,
Unless you agreed that it was something to
like Pearl
praise,
Harbor
not condemn.
or 9/11. Why
Something
would
to
you
hold
want to
up and
remember a
commemorate.
day like that?
No consoling the nation, no reassuring that the government was secure, not a single word that entire day condemning the attack.
It's because we don't remember
attackers,
D-Day, right?
the
We don't
violent
remember
insurrection
storming the beaches.
against
We only
Congress.
remember VE Day, right? Just victory
This
in
tweet
Europe
is
Day.
important because it shows two key points about Donald Trump's state
No,
of mind.
they just have VD
First,
Day.
this was entirely and completely
Venereal disease
foreseeable,
day.
and
Yep.
he foresaw it. And he helped incite it over many months. He's saying, I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else besides me. And you got what you deserved for trying
Since
to
they're
take it away from
stealing
me.
the big lie and
And we know this because that
associating
statement
it with
was
Donald
entirely
Trump, we should
consistent with
work on
everything he said
a
leading up to the
tagline
attack.
to steal from some other
Second, this
notorious
shows that Donald
communist and
Trump
attribute it to the
intended and
current day
reveled in
communists.
this.
The final solution. We can take
Senators,
that.
he reveled in this. He delighted in it. This is what he wanted.
What else? I was
Remember
looking
this
at
day
old
forever,
old
he said.
propaganda and shit and old
Not as a day of disgrace, as it
old
is to all of
communist
us,
photos.
but as a
of
day
Yeah,
of
it would,
celebration
it would almost
and
have to be some
commemoration.
Stalin or Trotsky or Lenin, you know what I mean?
And if we let it,
Or maybe Mao even.
I
if
mean,
we don't
there's-
hold him accountable and set a strong precedent,
who was it that had the black
possibly
coats?
a
Was it
continuation later on?
Italy? Was it Mussolini that fucking took over with his black
we will,
coats?
of course, all of us remember this
Oh,
day,
so fucking
but not
Antifa
in
and
the
their
same
little,
way that Donald Trump suggested.
their little ISIS black flag
We'll
movement.
remember the bravery of our Capitol and
Yeah,
Metro police
basically the
forces.
same shit.
We'll remember the officer who
It's
lost
like
his
you
life,
know who was Antifa?
and sadly the
Nazis.
others who did as well, and the devastation that was
Nazis
done
were
to this country
blatantly
because of Donald
anti-fascist.
Trump.
I mean, you know, after. Originally they were buddies, but then later
The
they were
senator from
frenemies.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Today, Leahy,
We're in a veritable shit tornado.
every time we have one of these silences, I'm urged to talk about
Counsel for
Myanmar.
the former president.
Risk getting our privileges, our
counsel
streaming
for
privileges
the
taken
House.
away.
The clerk will read it, and counsel for the former president will go first for 2.5 minutes. Then the House representatives will have 2.5.
They let these people play the same videos over and over again for 3 days, and you only let 2 minutes to answer questions. Like, this is a
Senator
joke.
Tuberville reports that he spoke to President Trump at 2:15 p.m. He told the president that the vice president had just evacuated. I presume it was understood at this time that rioters had entered the Capitol and threatened the safety of senators and the vice president. Even after hearing
China just wants to know how long did it take from Mike Pence to leave that hallway to leave the building. Mike Pence, China would just like to know the Secret Service's protocol and their timing. You know, like a NASCAR pit stop. They're very interested.
Right? They keep saying how Mike Pence was in so much danger. Like, is the Secret Service that bad?
Was overwhelmed.
Was he really in danger ever?
This stun gun was going to take out this entire Secret Service and a couple baseball bats. Ashley Babbitt got so close, didn't she?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Is that what happened? Was that the hallway?
No.
Was that the hallway Mike Pence was going down?
I dispute the premise.
Is that
of
what's going on
your
here?
facts.
Yeah,
I
it could be.
dispute the
It'd
facts
be
that are
wonderful if
laid
they gave
out
us
in
some
that
evidence that we
question.
could find out for ourselves.
And unfortunately, we're not going to know the answer to the facts in this
Yep,
proceeding.
we won't.
Because the House did nothing to investigate what went on.
And
We're
it's up
trying
to
get
them to
hearsay
prove
from Mr.
guilt.
Tuberville.
It's not up to
There
the
was
defense.
hearsay from
It's
Mr.
up to
Lee. I think it was two
the
nights ago when we
accuser
ended
to
where Mr.
prove their
Lee was accused of
accusations.
making a statement that he never made. But it was a report from a reporter, from a friend of somebody who had some
That
hearsay
show that
they
Trump was
heard the night
tolerant
before at a
of
bar somewhere.
intimidation of Pence.
I mean, that's really the kind of evidence that the House has brought before us.
What a question.
And so
Another
I have a
nonsensical
problem
one.
with the
That does not
facts,
prove incitement
in the
at all.
question. I
Exactly.
have
So
no
what the fuck
idea.
does what is the point of this question?
And nobody from the
I'm
House
so
is
glad this
giving us
guy's here to
any
just bitch slap
opportunity
them with these fucking
to
answers.
have any idea.
Yeah, I think they're just setting
But
up the
Mr. Trump
narrative
and
for
Mr.
after they
Pence
lose.
have had a very good
Yeah, just so they have
Clearly
talking
proves
points.
that Donald
relationship.
Trump didn't care if Pence
Sure,
died.
Mr.
Clearly,
Trump
they
very
proved that.
much
They're just setting up CNN's talking points for the next
safety
couple
and
months.
well-being
Exactly.
of Mr. Pence and everybody else that was over here. Thank you.
Like, we need to make these things last for 2 years.
Manager and part of
Mike
the
Pence
House
was in
Representatives
exactly
have
as much
2.5
danger
minutes.
as
Thank
AOC
you,
was in.
President.
Yeah.
You know, my counsel said before,
Yeah,
this has been my worst
absolutely.
experience in Washington, and for that, I guess we're sorry. But man, you should have been here on January 6th.
Oh,
So
so take down the walls and let us in. Let us in there tomorrow.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
not having the
There'd be more
evidence
people
that's
there if there
within
weren't walls
the
everywhere. and
sole
military
possession of
with
their
live
client,
ammunition.
who we invited.
They're
to
making
come
sure
and
that nobody
testify
comes to
last week.
Washington ever again.
We sent a
unless
letter
they're
on
lawyers,
February 4th. I sent it
politicians,
directly to
and
President
lobbyists.
Trump, inviting him to come and to explain and fill in the gaps of what
Yeah,
we
you
know
just gotta
about
have
what
the right
happened
number
there.
of green
And they
lights.
sent
Threatening
back a
that if he
contemptuous
didn't
response.
fucking,
Just a
if
few
he
hours
didn't
later, I
take
think
the
they
stand
maybe
in his
even
own defense, it would be
responded more
used
quickly
against
to my
him.
letter than President
Like
Trump
the law
did
isn't
innocent
innocent
as a
until proven
commander-in-chief
guilty anymore.
to the invasion and the storming of the Capitol of the United States. But in that letter, I said, you know, if you decline this invitation, we reserve all rights, including the right to establish a trial, that your refusal to testify supports a strong adverse inference. What's that? Well, Justice Scalia was the great champion of it. If you don't testify in a criminal case, it can't be used against you. Everybody knows that. That's the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. But
Yeah,
if it's
that's
a
why
civil case,
no, but
and you
why
plead the
even
Fifth, and you
asking
don't
for him
show
to
up,
fucking
then,
testify?
according
He's going to
to
do it.
Justice
He's going to
Scalia
do
and
it.
the
If not,
rest
he's
of the
not.
Supreme Court, you can interpret every
Some more
disputed
fucking
fact
cinematics.
against the defendant. That is totally available.
We've all
to
seen
us. So, for
cops, bro.
example,
We've all seen people
if
and or had
we
our
say the
Miranda rights
president was
read to
missing
us.
in action
Us
for
real
several
people.
hours, and he
We
was
know.
derelict in his duty, and he deserted
Too
his
bad we
duties
don't
as
have a
commander-in-chief,
Supreme
and
Court
we say
justice.
that as insider-in-chief, he didn't call off dogs, and they say, oh no, he was really doing whatever he can. If
But
you're
this
puzzled about
motherfucker's
that, you
base
can
explaining to us
resolve that
elementary
dispute,
school law
factual
right now.
dispute against the defendant who refuses to come to a civil
Right,
proceeding.
Andrew
He will not
Beaverson
spend
said, "I
one
just
day in
realized
jail
this was live. Been
if
watching
you
for an
convict him.
hour."
This is not a criminal proceeding. This is about preserving the republic, dear Senate. That's what this is about. Setting
Well, welcome to
standards
the
of
chat,
conduct
Andrew.
for the president of the United
welcome.
States, so this
What are you
never
thinking?
happens to us again.
What
so
are your
rather
thoughts?
than yelling at us and screaming
You a
about
fan
how
of
we
Vandervliet?
didn't have time,
Vander
to get all
Veen.
of the facts about what your client did. Bring
My
your
fucking
client
hero
up here
today.
and have him
Yeah,
testify
Just what I
under
needed
oath
today.
about why
There's
he
one
was sending out
person
tweets
that's
denouncing
making
the
a
vice
difference up
president
there
of the
today.
United States, while the vice
Only one
president
on
was
both
being
sides.
hunted down by a mob that wanted to hang
He's
him
using the
and was
Chewbacca
championing
defense,
in
but
this
he is
building,
literally
hang
the
Mike
Constitution's
Pence, hang Mike
defense.
Pence.
This is
Traitor,
America's
traitor,
defense team, that
traitor.
one man.
Time of the managers are up. Next question. The senator from West Virginia.
These guys seem like really big Mike Pence fans all of a sudden.
Directed to the House
Yeah.
managers.
He's yeah, Romney too. He's in the club. Pence is definitely in the new club, the new uni club.
Right? Do they get their own pins?
They get they're the ones with the gas masks underneath their seats that work.
Senator from West Virginia has a question for the House managers. The clerk will report.
Once again, man, who is the gas for?
Right?
And why were there no gas masks for everybody? Why don't the aides have their own gas
FBI and
masks?
Intelligence information of a possible attack.
Nah,
and would the
they're-
president be responsible
what
for
did we
not
call them the other day?
preparing to protect
Collateral damage?
Yeah,
and
collateral
all
damage,
elected
exactly.
officials of government with National Guard and law enforcement, as he did when he appeared in front of the St. John's Episcopal Church?
Sharon's here says, hey to Andrew and Honey Badger.
See what the islands are going to weigh in on with.
It's the responsibility of the president to know. President of the United States, our commander-in-chief, gets daily briefings.
Shit, you want to know
on
how
what is
much
happening
the
in
president doesn't know
country
right now?
that he has a duty to protect.
The current
Additionally,
president?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The president would
You
have
want to
known
hold
just
your
like the rest of
boy
us
Joe to
know
that same standard
all of
and
the
really
reports
find out what
that
he
were
doesn't
out
know
there
right
and
now.
publicly available.
Think you
don't
know what the
How
fuck
many
a
of you
Lincoln
received
Project
calls
is?
saying to be careful on
Let alone a
January
fucking
6th,
Reddit.
to be careful that
Let alone
day.
a stonk.
I'm seeing reports.
Never heard of
Doesn't seem
GameStop.
safe.
He thinks games are
much more
Sega
the
Genesis, if he's even that far
Right?
along.
He's
Donald
like,
Trump
oh, you
is
mean
our
the store where they
commander-in-chief,
sell Monopoly?
I bought Hunter a Sega once.
sworn
I ain't seen it in a long time.
preserve, protect,
Ain't seen a
and
lot of the
defend
laptops
us,
with the tablets
and
either.
to do the
Right?
same
He's
for
really
the
bad with
officers
his
under his
electronics.
command.
Spills
And he was
beer
not
on him
just our
constantly.
commander-in-chief. He incited the attack.
He pawns
The
them bitches.
insurgents
That's where
were
I was going
following
with
his
it.
commands, as we saw when
Yep.
we read
I know
aloud.
he's
He's been
his
pawning that
tweet
shit.
attacking the vice president. And with
How many
regard to
times?
the vice
How many
president,
more times do you
I'm
think
sure they
they
did
need to
have a
say
good
that he
relationship,
incited it before
but
people
we
start
all
to
know what
believe
can
them?
happen to one who has a good relationship
He
with
would
the
have pawned
president
that last
when he
laptop
decides to
too,
do
but
something that
there
he
must have been
doesn't
something
like.
really good on
I'm
there
sure
that he
some
didn't
of
want to
you have
lose.
experienced that when he turns
I
against
wonder what
you
it was.
after you don't follow his command.
Right?
You
He's
heard
got a
from my
company
colleagues that
laptop
when
now.
planning this attack,
He just gives
the
it to the
insurgents
IT person
predicted
in
that Donald
house.
Trump would command the
Mhm.
National Guard to help them. Well, he didn't do
I
much
spilled
better.
beer on this
He
stack
may
of
not have
computers
commanded the
again.
Guard to help them,
I need this
but it
keyboard
took
cleaned.
way,
It's sticky.
way too long for him to command the Guard to help us. This is all connected. We're talking about free speech. This was a pattern and practice of months of activity. That is the incitement. That is the incitement. The activity he was engaged in for months before January 6th.
So why didn't you guys try
Not
this
just
every
speech
single day?
on
I
January
guess they did,
6th.
didn't they?
All of
But
it
how come?
in
So how come this
brutality
impeachment didn't
is a
occur and
dereliction
pass
of
when
duty
these acts were
of the
happening
President of the
months
United
ago? If
States
this is when the
against
shit,
the
the actual
people
incitement
who
happened.
elected him.
The incitement was months
All
ago.
of the
Months
people
ago.
of
Where
this
were the
country.
charges months ago? Get the fuck out of here, Chewbacca defense.
Yeah, they had to take
The,
months
Senator
to
from
not
Alaska.
prepare their case.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk for the former President's Counsel.
Where's Mike Lee's question? You lying sons of bitches, keep my name out of your mouth. Question mark.
Hashtag unity. Praying
Nothing says
hands.
unity like-
Praying hands emoji. Hashtag unity.
Nothing says unity
Senator
like
Velez,
persecution
Senator
and
Sullivan, and a
military
question
occupation.
For the House Counsel, and the clerk will report the question.
Seems like everybody's unifying under their persecution, except for the white Irish slaves and
Mr. President.
amongst others.
For the former President's Counsel. sir.
Only
Thank you,
only certain persecutions.
Yep.
The
Some
House
persecutions
Just like
are more
just like
valuable
those
than
those
others.
Due process
those
is
Ute Indians are no longer welcome in the club.
meaning the House is not
Yeah, they're no
required to
longer
provide,
considered Native
and
Americans.
indeed
They're
did not
white now.
provide in this snap impeachment any
disgusting.
constitutional protections to a defendant in the House impeachment.
They're
proceeding.
traitors to their people
What are the implications for
because
our
other
constitutional
people know what's
order
best for their
of the new
people.
House President, combined with the Senate's
'Cause
power
they
to
ain't black.
disqualify from public office a private citizen in an
Joe
impeachment
Obama
trial?
probably.
A little bit of Joe Biden remorse and you're a
Counsel has
traitor.
5 minutes.
That's a complicated question. Could I have that read again, please?
The House managers said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public
Due
office
process is
private citizens in an
discretionary now.
impeachment trial?
Did you hear that?
Well, first of all, due process is never discretionary.
There you go, Vanderveen. We're on the same fucking level,
Lord.
buddy.
The Constitution requires that an accused have the right to due process because the power that a prosecutor has to take somebody's liberty when they're prosecuting them is the ultimate thing that we try to save. In this case, just now, in the last 2 hours, we've had prosecutorial misconduct. What they just tried to do was say that it's our burden to bring them evidence to prove their case. And it's not. It's not our burden to bring any evidence forward at all. What's the danger? Well, the danger is pretty obvious. If a majority party doesn't like somebody in the minority party and they're afraid they may lose the election, or if it's somebody in the majority party and there's a private citizen who wants to run against somebody in the majority party, well, they could simply bring impeachment proceedings. And of course, without due process, they're not going to be entitled to a lawyer. They're not going to be entitled to have notice of the charges against them.
Tell them.
It puts us in.
We've been saying it. We've been saying it. Been saying it right here for weeks. This is the world that they're creating. This is what they're ushering in. This is what they're doing.
That we're all
Precedent,
very, very
precedent.
afraid of.
You heard that shit here. Thanks for coming along
From
with
what
us.
we left hundreds of years ago. And what regimes all around this world that endanger us, that's how they act. That's how they conduct themselves without giving
Yeah,
the
they had good
accused
teachers.
due process, taking their liberty without giving them just a basic fundamental right under the 5th through the 14th applied to the states, due process. If you take away due process in this country,
All
from
hell
the
will break
accused,
loose.
if you take that away,
Good call
there will
yesterday,
be no
Sharon.
justice,
Calling
and nobody
them opening the
Nobody
box.
will be safe.
They cannot put the lid back on any
But
longer.
it's patently unfair for the House managers to bring an impeachment proceeding without any investigation at all, and then stand up
Been
here
saying
and
it. They
say,
do not
one,
want you or me to ever be
they
president.
had
They
a
do not
chance to bring us
any of our
evidence.
grandchildren to ever be president. They're taking the
And-
steps now to mitigate the risks exponentially.
Let's see what we can do about.
And my guy here
flipping
my guy
around,
here is on top of it.
somebody's other constitutional rights to having a
Andrew
lawyer?
Beaverson said
or
free
to
speech
having,
isn't free.
To see the
No,
evidence
nothing
at
is.
all?
For freedom
Nothing's
comes
free.
right
Without anybody, as it
05.
was here, without anybody having an
Just
opportunity
as money
to
is an
review it
illusion.
beforehand. They actually
Shit,
sent it to
the
us on the
freedom
9th,
is
the day
definitely
after
paid
we
for.
started this.
Especially
minute
when
you
people
stop-
have lost the will to defend it.
So it's a really
Yeah.
big
The
problem.
minute you stop
The due
exercising your right,
process
you lost
clause
it.
applies to this impeachment
Sharon
hearing.
Sears said, "Open the floodgates."
And,
Exactly.
it's been
Give you credit for
severely,
calling that
extremely
yesterday.
Violated. This process is so unconstitutional.
I'm glad they
it
fucking
violates
they
due
went
process.
for
I'm
it,
not
man.
even gonna get into the jurisdiction part. The due process part should be enough.
Put their
to
asses
give
down.
Anybody who loves
Slap
our
them down with the
Constitution,
facts.
How
who
dare
loves our
these people
country,
say due process is
pause
discretionary?
to do anything
Like, how
but
dare they?
quit Donald Trump.
Even fucking terrorists that are in Guantanamo Bay have due process, man.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I send a question.
Even
to the
mass
desk for
murderers
House
get the
manager.
fucking option to get the availability of due process. You
Yeah,
know what
if
I
they
mean?
could-
It's
I mean, yeah.
absolutely not discretionary.
If they could
It's only
take your right to
discretion-
due process, they could strip any of your other rights at any point in time. That's
Exactly.
you know. And Obama did pass plenty of those laws that you could do that to American citizens and hold you for however long, detain you without a trial. This is more of the same. You know, we've
Yeah.
seen this before.
Senator from Connecticut.
And
This is
it's
just
an
fuck
extension
your
of
rights.
Horrible
Managers, and the clerk will report
political
the question.
fucking dog show. Extenuation of fucking garbage laws based on
Fuck.
garbage fucking ideas.
No due process. They could take anything from you then. I mean, guns and speech is nothing if you don't even get due fucking process. Your free speech is null and void if you don't have a fucking even a platform or a room, a chair to sit in. You're
The
just straight to the
balls on these
gulag.
people. Just the sheer balls on these people to say due process is discretionary.
They think it is, and they think they're the discretionaries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
They think
Senator.
it's at their discretion. They think
Yeah, exactly.
So
guns are fine
let's
as long as
start
they're
with the
protecting them.
letter of,
Depression is fine
more
as
than
long as
140
your due process
constitutional
is fine as long as they get to say who,
which I
what,
think
where,
they
and when.
described as partisan in nature. That's a slur on the
Partisan
law
is
professors.
a
I hope
slur?
that they would
Partisan is a
withdraw
slur
that. There
now.
are very conservative luminaries
YouTube has
on that
already
list,
written that
including
into their
co-founder
code.
of the
We're
Federalist
already being
Society,
striked because
Ronald
of it.
Reagan's former
Thanks.
Solicitor
This, dude.
General,
I'm
Charles
going to
Freed,
fucking Acapulco.
as well as prominent law
Fuck this
professors
garbage.
across the intellectual, ideological,
Unity.
and jurisprudential
Let's all
spectrum.
unite.
And they all called their First Amendment arguments
Under a
frivolous,
slur?
which they are. Now they've retreated.
Let's
to
all
the
be a
position of
slur and
Brandenburg
unite?
versus Ohio.
Let's all be
They want their
slur.
client to be treated like a guy at the mob. I think they said a guy in the crowd who yells something out. Even on that standard, this group of law professors said there's a very strong argument that he's guilty even under the strict Brandenburg standard. Why? Because he incited imminent lawless action and he intended to do it, and it was likely to cause it. How do we know it was likely to cause it? It did cause it. They overran the Capitol, right? So even if you want to hold the president of the United States of America to that minimal standard and forget about his constitutional oath of office,
But
as
not
I've
you
said
using those same
before,
words.
that would be a dereliction of legislative duty on our part. If we said all we're going to do is treat the president of the United States like one of the people he summoned to Washington to
Swamp
commit
Thing
insurrection against us.
knows the
okay?
word
The
dereliction.
president swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's against all comers. Domestic or foreign, that's what ours says, right?
That's what you are.
Did he do that? No, on the contrary. He's
A
like
little
the
bit of
fire
both, I
chief.
see.
He doesn't just say, go ahead and shout fire in the crowded theater. He summons the mob and sends the mob to go burn the theater down. And when people start madly calling him and ringing the alarm bells,
Yeah, did he say
watches
go
it
burn
on
the theater
TV,
down, Mr.
and he
Askin?
takes
Did he say that?
sweet time. for
What is
several
your
hours,
equivalent?
turns
What is your
up the
false
heat
equivalent here?
on the
That
deputy
him
fire
saying to
chief,
go
like
burn the
he's
theater
mad
down?
at, because he's not making it possible for him to pursue his political objectives. And then when we
This
say
is outrageous,
we don't
man.
want you to be
Absolutely
fire chief ever
outrageous.
again, he starts crying about the First Amendment. Brandenburg was a
Like,
case
this
about
is not a
bunch of
trial. This is a
Klansmen who
fucking
get
high
assembled
school
in a field,
debate club fucking
and they
meeting.
It's a fucking kangaroo
Fucking
court.
whore.
This
Fucking
is
whore.
this is the
but they said some
fucking
pretty repulsive racist
This is
things.
exactly
The
what
Supreme
they
Court
mean
said
when
they weren't
people talk
inciting
about
imminent
kangaroo
lawless
court,
action because you
banana
couldn't have a
republic.
mob, for
This
example.
is it, man. Fucking
break
clown
out
show.
the way
This
that
whole
this
thing is
mob
clown
broke
shoes.
out
All of it.
and took over the capital of the United States of America. And by the way, don't compare him to one of those Klansmen in the field asserting their First Amendment rights. Assume that he were the chief
Those
of police of the
Klansmen in
town
the
who
field.
went down to that rally
Because
and
that's what it
started
was.
calling for
That's rough.
a rally at the city hall, and then nurturing that mob, cultivating that mob, pulling them
Well, I
in.
mean, he
over
said it. Partisan is a slur, so he ain't backing down
the
now.
date and the time and the place.
He
driving
drew his
them out
line in the fucking
beforehand and
sand.
then just saying,
Yep.
"Be my guest. Go and
You are
stop the
not.
steal."
You
Come
guys
on.
ain't even welcome on
Back
his
to
side. Is what
campaign.
basically what he's
Use
saying.
your common sense.
Yep.
That there will be no
Use your common
crossing
sense.
over, is what
That's
this
the
man
standard
is
of proof
saying.
we want.
To me,
They're
this is what I
already
think he's
treating
saying. I
their
wish he'd
client
elaborate.
like he's a criminal defendant.
I
They're
mean,
talking
I'm down
about
with
beyond
it.
a reasonable doubt.
There will be no
They
crossing
think
over.
that we're making a criminal case here.
The
My
people
friends,
who were going to cross have
the former
already
president
crossed.
is not going to spend 1 hour or
i.e.
1 minute
Lincoln
in jail.
Project.
This is about protecting our republic
Like you
and
can have them.
articulating and
You can
defining
have the
the
Romneys
standards
and
of
the Lincoln
presidential
Projects
conduct.
of the world.
And if you
They
want
belonged
this
on your
to be
side the whole
a standard
time.
for totally appropriate presidential conduct,
So this is his.
going forward,
Nothing's.
be
No
my
crime's
guest.
been committed,
We're
but
headed
we
for a very
we
different
want
kind
to
of
be
country.
able to cancel a president at our discretion. This is what this is about. We just want to be able to cancel a president. That's exactly what he just finished up with.
Yep.
We just want more power. We just want the power over to be able to remove the president as we see fit, when we see fit, and
Yep.
excluding somebody from ever being eligible for presidency. We
Yeah.
can impeach you before you're ever president. The fuck out of here.
Yep.
Pardon me.
And not just
But-
that, but high crimes and misdemeanors. Yeah, that means whatever we want.
I had aspired to run for alderman once, but fuck.
But then I got
Fuck.
high.
Fuck. I mean, I'm over here. They're working with ties to old Madigan. It's real hard over here. This somebody my age ran the last couple of times and got harassed, had lawsuits because of
House
snuffing
manager's
and
single
such.
article of impeachment is centered
Oh yeah.
on the accusation
You don't go
that
at
President Trump
at Madigan and Durbin over here.
At the
incited a
establishment,
crowd
for sure.
into a riot. Didn't the House managers contradict their own charge by outlining the
They're forging.
premeditated
No,
nature
can't
and
do
planning
it. They were snuffing all sorts
and
of
by
shit.
also showing the crowd was gathered at the Capitol even
That's
before
locally.
the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some
Down in
20
the streets of
minutes
Myanmar.
before the conclusion of President Trump's speech.
Sharon says, eliminate the competition
The House
legally in
managers
the name of
contradicted
justice.
their
in
own
quotation
charge
marks.
by outlining the
Yep.
premeditated nature and planning of this event.
In the name
and
of
by
peace
also
with
showing
truth
the
and
crowd
justice for
gathered
all.
at the
Yeah.
Capitol even before the
They
speech
say
started,
legally, but
and
they're
barriers
not
were
using
pushed
any
over some
laws to
20
do it.
minutes before
Maybe in the name of
conclusion of
feelings and justice, you know?
Yeah.
In the
answer
in the
is
name of
yes.
social justice.
And I want to take the rest of my time to go back
In
to
the
the
name
last
of
question because it was completely
temporary
missed by
good
the House
feelings.
managers. Brandenburg v. Ohio
So
is
just
an
a little feel good
incitement case.
for as long
It's
as it
not an
lasts.
elected
Does this
official
look like
case.
a group of people that
That's
won?
Wood and Bond.
Would you
And
know
the
they
whole
won by
problem that the
by all
House
of this?
managers have in understanding the First Amendment argument here is
I
that
think they all look
elected
like
officials
fucking losers.
are different than everybody else. He's talking about
Fucking
fire
clown shoes everywhere.
Fire chiefs are not elected officials.
No wonder the halls are so wide to accommodate the
officers
clown
are
shoes.
elected officials have a different
Literally
a higher
stepping on each
standard
other's toes all
than
day.
the holdings that I gave you, the highest
And can't get
protection,
past-
I should say. It's not a higher
Can't get
standard,
past
it's a
the
higher
stumbling block.
protection to your speech because of the importance
Just constantly
of
constantly
political
running into the
dialogue,
stumbling block.
because of what you all say in your public debate about policy, about the things that affect all of our lives. That's wicked important stuff. And you
Yeah,
should
tell
be
'em.
free to talk about that in just about any way that you can. Brandenburg.
Tell it again for YouTube, but way in the back, because you know we're here. They're here listening to us.
When you're talking about
Hear
That's
that,
for you,
YouTube?
YouTube. Yep.
Fucking commie fucks.
Insightful to riot or lawlessness.
Censoring
One of the
fucking
two.
uniparty pigeon
And the
fucks.
answer here is no. And Brandenburg, through again Bible believers, require you to look at the words of the speech.
And YouTube, you can
actually
tell your
can't go
Pinko, Kami,
outside
Mutta, Alphabet
the
Inc.,
words
and
of
Google.
the speech. You're not allowed to.
It's your
in an
mother.
analysis. So all the time they're trying to spend on tweets going back to 2015, or everything
We'll
they
wait.
want to
We'll save that one for when they ban us.
Right.
Hours
As the
and
great
the
Johnny
days
5 once said,
afterwards
your mama was a
are
snowblower.
not applicable or relevant to the scholastic inquiry as to how the First Amendment is applied in this chamber in this proceeding.
Precedent?
And
Question
so
mark?
again, you need to be
Schmeshedent.
focused on
He's saying,
what's the law.
careful guys, this is precedent. This is
And
what
then how do we
precedent
apply it
means,
to this
and it
set
will
of
be
facts?
carried forward. And they're
Yeah.
like, yeah,
So it's
whatever.
important to have that.
Yeah, and they're like,
understanding that elected
Schmeshedent.
officials and fire chiefs are treated differently under First Amendment law.
I like that. I think we could refer
that's
to
for the
this case
benefit
as
of you all,
precedent
which
v.
is to the benefit
Schmeshedent.
of us all. Because we do want you to be able to speak
That'll be the
without fear that
the
the
Monday,
majority
the
party
wrap
is
up.
going to come in
Precedent v.
and
Schmeshedent.
impeach you.
Love it.
or
Fucking
come in
love
and
it.
prosecute you to try to take away your seat where you sit now. That's not what the Constitution says.
Oh, just
should
wait.
be done.
I mean, they've already shown that the Democrats have the power to remove Republicans from their committees. I don't
But
I don't
yes,
understand
they do-
how
they
that's
do
a thing, but
contradict
they did it.
themselves, of course. Thank you.
It's literally you can't sit at our
President.
table.
Senator
That's what
from
they did.
Maryland.
I send a question
Literally.
to the desk for the House managers.
Keeping up with Washington. It's tiresome.
It's tiresome, but fuck, it's entertaining today. It hurts. It hurts so good today.
The senator from Maryland, Senator Van Hollen has
Small victories.
But,
That's
I
all we
mean,
need.
questions
Yeah,
to the
I mean,
managers. The clerk will report.
There's
the
are still
question.
people out there that are gonna do the right thing, stand up for what's right, and have the fucking capability to do so.
Would you please respond to the
Right, or
answer
just
that was
stand up
just
based
given by the
on
former president's counsel?
what everything was founded on. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Whether or not
Stand
this
up for the law, because
Yeah.
it's still the law.
and this has nothing to do with Donald Trump, and they said it as well, that this is about making sure that they have control over who is president for how long and when.
Exactly. They want to make absolutely sure that
President,
he
thank you.
cannot run again.
I'm not quite sure
I
which
wonder what they're
question,
so afraid
the
of.
senator was referring to, but let me quickly just dispense of the council's invocation.
They don't
again of
want the
Bond
next
versus-
Jesus.
This is a case I know
Certainly
well.
don't want
Great
Jesus to come
and
back.
Bond,
He won't be
He was
president.
a friend of mine. He was a colleague of mine at American University. He was a great civil rights hero. And in his case, he got elected to the Georgia State Legislature and is a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating.
What is that, Nick Knight?
the
Fuck you
great-
talking about, bro?
by the
I
great
Love
Bob
Lucy
Moses for a long
episodes?
time. He got elected to the Georgia legislature, and they didn't want to allow him to be sworn in. They wouldn't allow him to take his oath of office because SNCC had taken a position against the Vietnam War. And so the Supreme Court said that was a violation of his First Amendment rights not to allow him to be sworn in. That's the complete opposite of Donald Trump. Not only was he sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he
Yeah,
was
Hitler's
president
the
for almost
opposite of
4 years
Donald Trump.
before He incited this violent insurrection
Yeah.
against us.
I believe he was referring to the
violated
First
his oath
Amendment
of office.
violation.
That's what this impeachment trial is about. His violation of his oath of
That
office
his
and his refusal
political
to uphold
stance
the law
cannot
and
be
take care
used to
that the laws
silence
are
his
faithfully
First Amendment
executed.
right.
Please don't desecrate the name of Julian Bond, a great American,
Desecrate again.
by
The
linking
desecrate.
him with this
Desecrate the
terrible
name of
plot
Julian
against
Bond.
America that just took place
While
in the
you
storming
just
of the U.S. Capitol.
shit
I'm
on
gonna turn it over
Donald
to my
Trump's
colleague,
name over and over and over again. Nobody's even heard of Bond besides you because you were friends with him.
Thank you.
and them because
just
he
be
proved
clear.
a point.
President
know what I
Trump
mean?
summoned the mob, assembled the mob, lit the flame.
I think you need
Everything
to say
that
that
followed
6
was
or
his
7
doing.
more times, and we'll
And
be
although
Symbolism.
he could have immediately and forcefully
Donald Trump struck the
intervened
Lucifer.
to stop the
right.
violence,
Do we have
he didn't.
picture evidence of Donald Trump
other
holding
words,
a match on the
this attack
6th at
would
all
not have
anywhere?
happened without
Could you pull up that footage,
Yep.
Jamie?
This attack is not about one speech.
I think that
Most
one
of you men
might
would
be
not have your
might be
wives
too much for
with one
even Jamie to
attempt
pull up.
talking to her. It took numerous
If you leave it to
tries.
Julian
They had to
Castro, though,
build
I'm
it
sure
up.
somebody's made a picture and he'll
That's
use
what
it.
the president did as well.
Yeah. Bada boom.
Put
That's good.
together the group that would do
Like,
what
did you
he
see?
wanted.
Did you see the picture
And
in
that
the
was to
case against
stop
the shaman,
certification of the
the
election
horny
so that he
shaman?
could retain
Mhm.
They said
to be
they,
president
in
of
one
the
of the
United
pictures they
States
used it
in
as evidence
contravention
in court.
of an American
It's
election.
a edited copy, a photo edited copy, and in the back there's like a Washington or like a James Madison picture that's
Mhm.
edited out, and instead it's wood on a bed.
President?
The
You
senator
know, the
from
big,
Florida.
the big, huge muscle bound naked black dude sitting on a bed.
And they used that.
Yeah, they use that as evidence in their fucking
Jesus.
in their prepared fucking dossier.
They used a meme as evidence.
Well, no, it's like a picture of what's going on in the Capitol. You know, you see the QAnon shaman arguing with somebody, but
into the fucking picture, right?
yeah, into the background, like a picture
Yeah,
hanging on the
that's
wall
crazy.
is a picture of wood on the bed.
A meme into fucking evidence.
The question.
That's crazy. That's fucking outrageous. These motherfuckers, man.
And then somebody was like, I've been studying the Constitution for a very long time, and I have absolutely no reason or idea why the prosecution should be allowed to enter this picture into evidence.
Congress is a fucking McDonald's playhouse, man. It's a play place. All these motherfuckers are just rolling around in the ball pit right now. This is a fucking joke.
They have absolutely no idea what Reddit is, dude. They have absolutely no idea what the international hacker known as Number Chan is.
Yeah.
And a future
Yep, number
Senate be
channel.
forced to put her on trial.
They absolutely have to take these steps now to make sure that another adult never gets close to Washington, because they don't want to have to create a martyr and have to actually execute another fucking guy.
God forbid if somebody actually knew what the fuck they were doing. You
One
know what I
adult.
mean?
There's one adult in that fucking room, Mr. Vanderveen.
If Donald Trump was interested in anything other than trolling, they would have all been in so much trouble. You know what I mean?
The worst dictator in history, man. The worst dictator in the history of dictatorship.
President, senators, three
was
quick
just-
points here. First of all,
Dictatorship.
I don't know how many times I can say it. The jurisdictional issue is over.
It's like, we'll give
gone.
you that. He was
The
a
Senate
dictator.
settled it.
I mean, he was
The
absolutely
Senate
last
entertained
on the list of
jurisdiction
dictators
exactly the
in
way
power
it is
ranking.
done
but
since the very
yeah, sure, he
beginning
was
of the
a dictator.
Republic. In the Blunt case, in the Belknap case. And you'll remember
If
both
there
of
was a
them,
draft
former
and you
officials,
had to pick
and in this case,
a team
we
of
have,
dictators to
a
control your
president
country
who
in
committed
perpetuity,
his crimes against the
Donald
Republic
Trump would be
while he was in office.
in the G
He was
League.
impeached by the House of Representatives while he was in office. So, the
He'd be
the
like the
hypothetical
social media
suggested
fucking
by the
director.
gentleman from Florida has no bearing.
Yeah,
on
he'd
this
be
case
press
because I don't
secretary
think we're
Trump
talking about an official
on
who
the
was
dictator
impeached while
board.
they were in office for conduct that they committed while they were in office.
The counsel for the former president.
Could you imagine Donald Trump being Joe Biden's press secretary right now?
Question read again to make sure I have it right.
Tell me that wouldn't be a hilarious sketch, dude.
Voting to convict the former president
We need to hire
create a new
actors.
precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State
Oh,
and a future Senate be
precedent
forced to put her on trial
schmecedent.
and potentially disqualify from any future office?
If you see it their way, yes.
Yes, and why
If they
stop
do
there?
this the
Why
way
stop
they
at lock
want
her
it
up?
done, that could happen to
anyone at any time.
The example there, a former Secretary of State. But it could happen to a lot of people.
It could happen to anybody. It could happen to people that have
And
never
that's
run
not the
for
way
office.
this is supposed
The
to
lights
work.
go
Sure
out.
that they
And
never
not only could
do.
it happen to a lot of
I
people,
hope that the
it
power
become
doesn't go
much
out.
more
This
regular
power
too.
comes back on, and this guy's just missing.
But I want to address that.
Fuck.
And I want to be clear on this.
It turns into a
Mr.
fucking game of
Raskin
Clue.
can't tell you on what grounds you acquit. If you believe, even though there was a vote that there's jurisdiction, if you believe jurisdiction's unconstitutional, you can still believe that. If you believe that the House did not give appropriate
It
due
was
process
Professor
in this,
Plum
that
and
can be your
Colonel
reason
Mayonnaise
to acquit. If you don't think they met their burden
in the
proving
rotunda
incitement, that these words
with the
incited
knife
to
in the
violence,
back.
you can acquit. Mr. Raskin doesn't get to give you under what grounds you can acquit. And so you have to look at
He's like, just remember,
what they
these guys
put
are lying
on
through their teeth. You don't
in
have
its
to listen to
totality.
them.
And come to your own understanding as to whether you think they've met their burden.
We still think
to
you guys are
impeach.
adults and you could decide
But
for
the original
yourself.
question is an absolutely slippery
They think that
slope
your only
that
options
I
are the
don't
ones
really
they
think
provide to
anybody
you.
here wants to send this country down. Thank you.
Yes, and I meant we versus they and us versus them.
Mr. President, I
Because
send a question to the desk.
That's what it is when it's
That was
President
what-
v. Schmeshiden.
There will be no
Send a
unification
question to
until
the desk.
somebody faces the fucking music, right? There has to be accountability before unity can commence. Still waiting. Precedent fucking schmecedent. We don't give a
would note
fuck.
just for
We're
the,
talking about Donald J. Trump here.
Yeah,
The
that's
hour
it.
tends
That's
to get
absolutely
late.
it.
I would note for all council.
You're
as
talking
Chief
about
Justice
laws. We're
Roberts
talking
noted
about
on
Trump.
January 21st,
Yeah,
2020,
we're talking about some fucking
during the
Schmeshiden
trial of
here.
Charles Swain in 1905. All parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse.
What does that mean?
The Senator from Colorado, Senator Bennett, has a question for the House
It
managers.
sounded like a
and
very
the
stern
clerk will
warning
read the
from
question.
Old Man Leahy.
Since the November election, the Georgia
He's been the
Secretary of
easiest one to
State,
fucking stomach
Vice
the entire
President,
time. And that
other
just might be
public
because he's so
officials
short of
withstood
breath he
enormous
can't get
pressure
it
to
out.
uphold the lawful election of President Biden.
Everybody
and the
else
rule
that's
of law.
talking is just making my
What
stomach
would have
turn.
happened if these officials had bowed to the force President Trump exerted or the mob that attacked the Capitol?
Vowed to the force that Trump exerted? Like in it. What?
Right? Like he
Was he thrusting?
is he a Jedi?
Oh man, Disney's gonna shut us down for saying that. You can't say Trump's a Jedi.
Yeah, right. They chose their side. They're definitely pro China. I'm sorry, China. To me,
So-
man, they're outlawing
Well,
memes.
so this next question is: what would have happened if these officials bowed to the pressure from Trump or the mob that attacked the Capitol?
No, it was bow to the pressure that Trump loves to exert.
What the fuck does this have to do? Let's imagine what would happen.
managers have
Everybody take the time. Here's another imagination
Put
session.
on your thinking caps. It's time for
Just
the
imagine if we did if
I wanna
the
take a
mob
minute
got
and
in
remind
here.
everybody about the
Fuck
incredible
off, bro.
pressure that
I would
Donald
like you to
Trump was
imagine
putting
if
on
you
election
would.
officials in different states in this country.
I'm just gonna fold my hands like
and the
this.
An alternate
intimidation
universe,
that he was issuing.
much like ours,
I want to remind everyone of the background of Donald Trump's call.
except
I'm
everybody's
tall.
wearing
Secretary of State.
clown shoes.
The Secretary of State from Georgia.
And I'm
Mr.
very tall and
Raffensperger.
handsome. I have long
Donald
hair.
Trump tried to overturn the election.
Very,
straight
very
hairline.
successful. It doesn't matter.
He tried again and again
Doesn't
to
matter.
pressure and threaten election officials.
I'm actually
to
sitting in the very
overturn
big
the
chair,
election
all the way up
results.
there. I'm not down
He
here.
pressured Michigan officials, calling them late at night and hosting them at the White House.
No matter what
He did the same
alternate
thing with
universe
officials
we're
in
in, I
Pennsylvania.
am the most successful
He called
ever.
into a local meeting of the Pennsylvania legislature, and
Many,
he
many
also
people
hosted
tell
them-
me I'm
hosted
the
them at
best.
the White House. where he
Everybody
pressured
says it.
them.
Everybody.
And in Georgia, it was even worse. He sent tweet after tweet attacking the Secretary of State until Mr. Raffensperger got death threats to him and his family.
I wonder how many
His wife
death threats
got a
Donald
text
Trump
that
got
said,
over 5
quote,
years.
Your
Has
husband
anybody ever thought
deserves
about that?
facing a firing squad
I know
wonder
at
if
least
they
one
forwarded-
person that was
Firing
banned from
squad.
Twitter from threatening his
for
life
doing his job.
and his families.
Mr. Raffensperger stood up to him.
I wonder if they
He told
actually
the
gave
world
him
that
his death
elections are the
threats when he
bedrock
was the
of this
president,
society,
or if they just
and the votes were
filtered those out.
accurately counted for Donald Trump's.
I wonder
Somebody's
if the packet
got
was
'em.
just death threats. You know what I mean?
Officials
Just to,
like Mr.
to keep the
Sterling
false narrative
warned
going
Trump
that
that if this
everything's bad.
continued,
I can
Like,
confirm
someone's
that
going to
that
get
list
killed.
still exists for various reasons.
but Donald Trump didn't stop. He escalated it even further.
They know who you
He made a
are
personal
to this
call.
day for
You
you
heard
to
that
be
call because
either
it was
activated or apprehended
The
upon
President of the United
discretion.
States told a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will
Yeah,
face
right. In their
criminal
files, it's like,
penalties.
yeah, he threatened the president.
Please,
Asterisk, but
senators,
it was Trump.
consider that for a second. The president,
You don't have to
all
watch
of this
him anymore.
public and private pressure on election officials, telling them that they could face criminal penalties if they don't do what he wants. And not just any number of votes that he was looking for.
Well, if it
Donald
was
Trump was
illegal,
asking the Secretary of State to somehow find
You
the
know?
exact number of votes. Donald Trump lost the state.
they
by.
expect you to infer so much,
Remember,
but
President
then they
Biden won
refuse
Georgia
to let
by
you infer anything.
11,779
You know what I
votes.
mean?
Mhm.
In his own words, President Trump said, quote, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes. He wanted the
And,
Secretary of
for the
State
record, were
to
those votes
somehow
there?
find the precise number
Yeah, I mean,
plus one
it would all.
of votes
You
that
would
he
think it
needed
would
to
be
win.
contextual to
As
the
a
word
Congress
find. You know
and
what
as
I
a
mean?
nation,
Find meaning
we
something
cannot
was lost.
be numb
That
to
means it
this
exists.
conduct.
You just don't know where it is.
If we are, and if we don't set a precedent against it, more presidents will do this.
Of course,
in the future.
disclaimer: we're not talking about
This will
votes.
be
You
a
never
green
have.
light
The
for them to engage in
precedent
that kind of pressure and
president.
that kind of conduct. And this could have gone a very different
Yeah,
way.
yeah, that's what
if
this is
those
going to be
election
known for.
officials had
The
bowed
precedents that were
to the
set because
intimidation
of this
and the
president.
pressure of the president
The
of the United
president's
States.
president.
Yeah.
It would have meant that
The
instead of the
president of
American people
precedents.
deciding this election, President Trump alone would have decided.
But they
this
would argue
American
that we
election.
didn't mean what we said, that
That's
we meant
exactly
to say
what was at
president both
stake.
times.
And that's exactly what he was trying to do.
We just spelled it wrong.
Yep. They know.
He intended,
They know.
wanted
They know
to,
what we mean
and
and what's
tried
best for us
to overturn
at the
the
same
election
time.
by any means necessary.
Oh
He
man.
tried everything else that he could to do to win. He started inciting the crowd, issuing tweet after tweet, issuing commands to stop the count, stop the steal, worked up the crowd, sent a save the date. So it wasn't just one speech or one thing. He was trying everything.
Save the date.
Jesus
He was
Christ.
pressuring
Any
elected
good
officials.
MC is
He was
now
riling up his
fucking
base,
on
telling
the
them the
hook.
election had been
You
stolen
gotta
from
be
them,
careful.
that it had been stolen from him.
How dare you work up this crowd?
It was a combination of things that only Donald Trump could have done. And for us to believe otherwise is to think that
RSVPs
somehow
are now racist.
a rabbit came out
It's
of
just,
a hat.
it's really funny to
and
me
this
though
mob just
that
showed
we
up
went
here on their
from,
own.
you know, Barack
all by
Obama, the
themselves.
first MTV president, you know what
This
I
is
mean?
dangerous,
To
senators.
Donald Trump, the first
And the
internet
future of our
troll
democracy
president. Like,
truly rests in your hands.
we go from the social, you know, the
Mr. President.
highly
The Senator
manicured
from Texas.
public figure
President, I send a
of the
question to the
MTV
desk.
president to the zero manicuring of the troll president. They act like Trump is the source. Absolutely not, man. He's a side effect of you. He is your exact equal and opposite in the mirror. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
This is your fault. And until you
The
accept
Senator
that,
from Texas,
it's going to
Mr.
get
Cornyn,
worse.
has a question for both counsel for the former president and the House manager. The clerk will read the question.
And that's assuming that Trump was a bad thing in general.
We'll recognize first.
At least
counsel
somebody
for
was
the
fucking
former
fighting for
president.
us. You know what I mean? Even the Republicans. now.
Partially, but as
And
he
any form.
threw
I mean, nothing else.
he threw a little bit of fighting for us in there, as well as setting himself up,
Right, but
and setting up
everybody else
somebody's,
there, every other person in
setting up
Washington is
profits.
doing absolutely zero fighting and just setting themselves up.
And
You know what I
removal
mean?
and or disqualification.
Well, right now it seems like all anybody's doing is just setting themselves up.
They're all treading water, man. They're all treading water, waiting until it gets back to the old days, you know, waiting for the glory days to come back where they could just rob everybody and sit down and smile and speak with forked tongues and nobody listens to them. It's not coming back. Those days are over.
Yeah, and that's why the troops are there. The troops
senator
ain't going
from
nowhere.
Texas's
Exactly.
question raises a very, very important point.
They're not to protect
There is no
anybody.
such thing as a
they're
January
there-
exception to impeachment.
They're there to keep these people
There is
in
only the
and
text of the
everybody else out.
Constitution which makes very clear that a former president is subject to
I mean, you
criminal
see all the
sanction
violence by the right,
after
right?
his presidency.
I mean, don't you see all the
for any
conservatives
illegal
rioting
acts
in
he
Washington,
commits.
D.C. since the 6th?
There is no January exception to impeachment.
Has anybody seen a
There
red
is
hat?
simply a
in the
way
House?
we treat high crimes and misdemeanors allegedly committed by a president when he is in office.
It's all based on
impeachment,
fallacy, man. All
and how we
built on
treat
a
criminal behavior
foundation
by a
of
private
shit,
citizen
as
when they
my
are
favorite
not
Mr. Leahy would
in
say.
office.
This is a nonsensical question.
You can't build a shit castle
House managers.
if the foundation's built on shit.
Thank you for this excellent
The
question.
winds of shit are howling.
Wouldn't a president who decides to commit his
The whirlwind
crimes
of shit is
in the last
bearing
few
down
weeks in
on us.
office,
Randy.
like President Trump, by inciting an insurrection against the counting of electoral college votes, be subject to criminal prosecution by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, for example, the Department of Justice? Well, of course, he would be. But that's true of the president, regardless of when he commits his offenses in office. In other words, that's an argument for prosecuting him if he tried to stage an insurrection against the union in his third year in office or his second year in office. You could say, well, he could be prosecuted afterwards. The reason that the framers
Speaking of
gave
prosecution,
Congress
have
the
we
House
seen
the
any of
power
those?
to impeach.
Yeah, is
the
this
Senate
that?
the
Is this a
power
prosecution?
to try,
Is that what this is?
convict, remove, and disqualify was to protect the republic. It's not a vindictive power. I know a lot of
You're
people are
right,
very
it's
angry
not
with Donald
supposed to
Trump
be.
about these terrible events that took
But
place.
you're using
we
it
don't
as
come
one,
here
you
in
fucking
anger, contrary
rat.
to what you've heard today. We come here in the spirit of
Fucking
protecting
weasel.
our republic.
You
And that's
ratskin.
what it's all about. But their
Said,
January
oh, don't
exception
let's not
would
talk about
essentially
things I said.
invite
I'm not on
presidents and
trial
other
here.
civil officers
I mean,
Nobody's
look
on
at
to
you.
trial
run
here, you
rampant
fucking
in the
clown.
last few weeks in office on the theory that the House and the Senate wouldn't be able to get it together in time, certainly according to their demands for months and months of investigation, wouldn't be able to get it together in time in order to vindicate the Constitution. That can't be right. That can't be right. We know that the peaceful transfer of power is always the most dangerous moment for
Get
democracy.
the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? He said this already.
Talk to the historians.
He's
They will
already
tell
said
you
this.
That is a moment of danger. That's when you get the coups. That's when you get the insurrections.
When? And when
That's
has
when
that
you get
happened?
the
When?
And you know what?
Bring me some
You don't even
fucking
have to
evidence.
history for that. You
Fuck
don't
the
have to
schmacks.
consult
Bring me the facts,
framers.
motherfucker.
You don't have to look around the world. It just happened to us.
Quit
You know,
smacking
he
your
just
lips
said,
and bring me
look,
the facts.
It happens everywhere. You don't have to look around the world. It happened to
Certified
us.
electoral college votes in the state by
That's
the
what I
popular
mean. Forked
majorities
tongues,
within each
man.
state,
Every
except
single
for Maine
thing
and
they
Nebraska,
say
which
is
do it
open to
by
interpretation.
congressional district as well as
the only time
statewide.
it's
But
really
otherwise, it's
open
just the
to
popular
interpretation
majorities in the states,
is
and
when
we're
they
about
tell
to
you
certify it,
there is
and
no
we got
interpreting this
hit
any other way
by
but the
a
way we just
violent
told you.
insurrectionary
You know what I
mob.
mean?
Don't take
Yep.
our
You
word
only
for
have
it.
the options
Listen
that
to
we
the
provide to
tapes,
you.
unless they're going to claim those are fabricated too, and the people are yelling, "This is our house now." And where are the blank votes at?
It was
And show
always
us
our
the
house,
votes,
just so
et
you
cetera.
know,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Raskin.
Still is. Still is.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
Ratskin
My
is a piece of shit.
understanding, there are no further questions on either side.
The Republican leader?
That's correct.
That's
I know
it.
no further questions on our side.
I
Yeah,
ask
fuck you,
unanimous
McConnell.
consent that the time for questions and answers be considered expired.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for myself and Senator McConnell.
Let's
to
vote right
speak
now.
For up to 1 minute each, and then it be in order
Oh,
for me to
we
make
got to get our
unanimous
camera
consent to
time.
request as if in legislative
Yep.
session.
Me and McConnell
Without
request
objection,
our
so
camera
ordered.
time.
Senator from New York.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, in a moment, I will ask the Senate to pass legislation that would award Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal.
You gonna
In
start
the weeks
crying?
after the attack
Fucking
on
pussy.
January the 6th, the world learned about the incredible bravery of Officer Goodman on that fateful day. Here in this trial, we saw a new video, powerful video.
Is that what this was all about? Was giving fucking
under
Officer
pressure.
Goodman a gold
His
star?
courage in the
He's
line of
getting
duty,
good. Goldman gets a
his
good star for
foresight in the
saving Mitt
midst of
Romney's
chaos,
life.
and his
It's a
willingness to
fucking
make himself
one super
a target
expensive
of the mob's
fucking
rage
medal.
so that others might reach safety.
How many likes
Officer
into
Goodman
the
is
social
in the
accounts does that
chamber
get him?
tonight. Officer Goodman, thank you.
The most expensive.
Does this
fucking
get him a
medal.
blue check mark?
I'm the hero. You remember? Remember the hero? Look at this medal. Cost $18 million. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. That dude did a good job. He was smart. You know, that's the difference between somebody who's well trained and can think
But
on their
he
feet.
never should have been doing that job because nobody should have ever been inside
Exactly.
because they had the intelligence.
And he's probably so good of a fucking employee that he should have been a supervisor in management at that time.
Republican leader.
Maybe this would have been fucking planned
I just
for.
want to say, I think we can all agree that Eugene Goodman deserves the highest honor Congress can bestow. But I just, before we move to pass this legislation, I want to be clear that he was not alone that day. The nation saw and has now
Well,
seen.
does everybody get their
numerous examples of the heroic
participation
conduct
gold
of
star?
Capitol Police, the
It better be
Metropolitan
coming in the mail,
Police,
Schumer.
the SWAT teams
Yep.
that were with us on January 6th here in the Capitol protecting us. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of them.
The police are
particularly
back,
now,
baby.
As members of the force continue to bear scars
Militarization
seen
of the
and
police state is
unforeseen
back,
from the
baby.
events
So,
of that disgraceful day.
based on recent
Let us
events,
give
is
them
the
all
thin blue
the
line
honor
flag
and
now
recognition
racist
they so
still, or
justly
no?
deserve.
The blue line is back, baby.
Now it's sanctioned. It's no longer racist because Schumer said so.
As long as the blue line's been vetted, this blue line, this
They-
vetted blue line.
At least they're all showing appreciation for the toxic masculinity that saved them.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
please
Fucking,
join the
they're all
majority
made of
leader's
soy.
request. January 6th was the day.
They're all like
of
hot dogs. You know what I mean?
Those who work here in the
Who
Capitol
knows what's inside these fucking
and of
people?
sadness for
But
many
you
more
definitely
watching
can't tell by looking at their
from
casing.
afar. But that awful day also introduced our nation to a group of heroes.
Even this.
whom
fuck-
we
Open
in
your mouth,
Congress
Jim
are already
Ross.
proud to call our colleagues and to whom we owe a great
I
debt.
fucking hate McConnell.
In
Enunciate,
He
today's
had
prick.
all the
lawlessness,
power. The entire
officers of
time
the
Trump
US
was in
Capitol
office,
lived out
McConnell was the one who
the
had
fullest
really
sense
had the keys to the car.
of
You
their
know what I
oaths.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
If not for the quick
I
thinking
fucking
and
hate this
bravery
guy.
of Officer
I've never liked
Eugene
McConnell.
Goodman,
I like when he
in
flexes,
particular,
but
people in this chamber may not have escaped
obviously
that day.
he only did
unharmed.
that 2 or 3
Officer
times.
Goodman's actions reflect
And it took
a deep
years of
personal
planning because
commitment
he's a fucking turtle
duty,
man.
and brought even greater distinction upon all his brave brothers and sisters in uniform. So I'm proud the Senate is taking this step forward, recognizing his heroism with the highest
It's
honor we
heroism.
can bestow.
Yeah, his wife was on Trump's cabinet, and she resigned the day after the Capitol. This guy, Mr.
So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs
I ask
be
unanimous
discharged
consent
from
for you to
further
punch
consideration
yourself in
of
the
S-35 and then at the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Without objection, and the clerk will report.
S35, a bill to
So what the
award
fuck does this have to do with
Congressional Gold Medal
impeachment?
to Officer
So
Eugene
hold on.
Goodman.
So if Trump doesn't get impeached, does that mean this dude doesn't get his
Without
medal?
objection, the committee is
Is that why they're,
Is that how
what
they're
they're doing
trying
here?
to do this? Is that the
Proceeds to the
fucking
meeting.
master plan?
Mr. President,
They're trying
I
to
ask
sneak in
unanimous
right at the
consent
end.
that the Van Hollen substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday, February 13th, and that this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, we are adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
10 o'clock tomorrow. It's going to be early tomorrow, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Starting at 9 a.m. our time.
Oh, shit, I was up for it today. It was a good time. It was a good time today. Vanderveen's a fucking star.
I've been up for every other day today. I didn't think they were going to go right into defense, or else I probably would have been up early.
Oh, this was the day I was waiting for. I knew it was going to be decent. I wasn't disappointed. I just wish there was a vote today.
Yeah, right. I don't see why not. If everybody's resting their case,
They had to do that feel good. Now, here's this man getting his medal. So no matter what happens, you have your feel good moment.
yeah,
This is what's important now, not this sham of a trial.
not this Travis shamockery that we're trying to tell you is important. As long as that guy got his medal, everybody's good. I'm just gonna check the plug on Twitter real quick to see if anything else happens here.
So the Virgin Islands lady said that she pointed out that in the Trump attorney's videos, many of the people saying fight were black women and people of color. That's what she took away from it. That's what she got.
Yeah, she said, I thought we were past that. I think maybe we are not.
It was not lost on me.
Yeah, no, actually, it was lost on you, lady. you continuing to talk about it.
Facebook is building a smartwatch. So, you could be, on house arrest on the go.
Yeah, I see. Rightfully so. Joe Biden's being called out for not firing the dude that was Mr. Ducklow. What he did.
Yeah, where's Joe, man? Joe's asleep. I'm sure he made it halfway through the impeachment trial today before he passed out, especially after that long walk around the front yard.
And of course, Jim Acosta comes out and says it's Trump's fault that Trump put reporters in danger, and Obama is just continuing with what Trump started.
Sidney Powell has hired Lakewood, New Jersey resident and attorney Howard to defend her snuff suit. Why can't she represent herself in this?
The beatings will continue until morality improves.
Until the children take their vitamins.
Oh, apparently little Miss Psaki refused to condemn Andrew Cuomo today in the press conference.
Press secretary supports the Cuomo side. She's a Cuomo side denier.
Governor Cuomo with him. Governor Cuomo was in Top Warner at home for withholding updating information statistics about nursing home fatalities in the early days of the COVID pandemic. The president yesterday talked about the importance of having clear, open, transparent communications with the public. Does the president have confidence in Governor Cuomo's handling of the pandemic, and did they discuss this today?
Well, the president hosted Governor Cuomo and a bipartisan group of governors and mayors to the White House today to get their perspective from the front lines, not to give anyone a stamp of approval or to seek their stamp of approval, and to discuss the urgency of passing the American Rescue Plan. And he's committed to partnering with
So we weren't talking about these bodies at all.
Oh, yeah.
There's no discussion of the bodies.
We just wanted to talk
we were
about
on.
what they did.
Yeah, the bodies are our last quarter's business. We're on this quarter's business and next quarter's business.
Poso is on it, man. That's one thing. People, I'm still shocked that people don't realize. Like, don't fucking fuck with Jack Posobiec because he has receipts, and if he doesn't have them, he knows exactly where to look to get them every time. This man is a national treasure. He should be getting an award.
His Emmy got lost in the mail. Anything else going on in the world today? Lincoln Project co-founder Steve Schmidt is resigning from the group's board.
Oh, would you imagine that?
They're all going bye-bye.
Running like the fucking rats that they are from the sinking ship. Political staffers are outraged about press secretary's solution here. It feels like she is punishing us more than him, one tells me, noting the outlet will lose access to one of the highest ranking White House comms officials.
Yeah, so they just cut. So they cut off the paper as well, so that next time if this happens again, they'll think twice about coming out and saying something. It's interesting. That's interesting. I thought this wasn't the administration of victim blaming. Aren't these the champions of compassion and truth and justice?
Good guys, the brave and beautiful good guys.
Yep, the compassionate good guys. They're back at it, standing up for freedoms and expression. You know, all the shit that they're supposedly built their platform on. Liberty, you know. They are the liberals, right? Are those words still connected, or do they mean something different? Is there any connection there at all anymore?
Nope. It's progressive or bust.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this impeachment trial, and then finding what we're gonna start doing for our watch-alongs.
Yeah, I'm thinking if for as long as they keep these daily press briefings going, I think Jen Psaki is the way, because she's basically the only one that's saying anything about the day-to-day happenings in the White House. Everybody else is asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, pretending it's not happening. Just hoping everybody forgets.
Yeah,
that there's leadership and that there's dealings going on. Forget about your 2000.
And she straight blew through her circle backs all in the first week. So
yeah, she definitely used up all her circle backs. Patience is running out for sure. She can't hide for long behind her catchphrases, her attempted catchphrases.
Mm-hmm.
Only I can do that. Nah.
That's what they're. Posobiec posted the pictures of the vending machines in China that use the facial recognition as currency. Is that the credit card?
Yeah, it's nuts. It's too much. It's too much control for any one company, let alone for all that shit to be wired up through the government. It's no good. It's no bueno. I mean, in some regards, the masks are all right because for that shit, at least but I mean, the technology is so far advanced for facial recognition and the mask is, it's not, they're not fucking dueling each other. It's crazy. It's crazy. All the science fiction nightmare shit is, it's on the doorstep, and it's been beta tested in China for years now.
Ooh, listen to this. Shots fired. Posobiec says, "Hey, press secretary, working on a story and wanted to get your response to something our sources are telling us. Did Joe Biden personally overrule Ronald Klain in the Oval today on the decision to fire T. Ducklow?"
You'll never get an answer and address to that. Nobody will. That side of Twitter doesn't exist. It's ignore, suppress, because they can.
No, Saki's into it. She says she actually, a couple of days ago in one of her press briefings, she came out and she said, yes, conservative Twitter. I did say circle back a lot. So she already showed her hand that she's consumed these people.
Yeah, but she's not gonna the fucking face, the talking head of Joe Biden's campaign is not going to address that. At least not on Twitter. She'll have something to say on Monday. Something that's been prepared.
Yeah, after the story goes out, she'll have something to say about it.
I think that might be it so far today.
Chris Cuomo said, "To be Italian American is to be anti-fascist. It's time we acted like it." And Posobiec said,
They should remember those black shirts real well.
Yeah, Posobiec said, "Does this explain why your brother killed all those people?"
That's good.
That's good stuff. I'm just catching up on the Poso tweets today. The U.S. judge has ruled that the CIA can reject public records requests for information about their funding of Syria rebel groups, despite a Trump tweet acknowledging the existence of the program and his termination of it. So the CIA can block FOIA requests of the CIA funding Syrian rebels. That seems like a conflict of interest.
Those don't exist under this administration.
Oh man, what the fuck, Red? What's really going on?
Communism. Full-fledged communism, full frontal communism.
Oh, here's a
hardcore communism.
Here's a breaking news from old Virgin Islands lawyer lady Stacey Plaskett. Jeffrey Epstein donated thousands to Stacey Plaskett, who represents the U.S. Virgin Islands.
She how close is the Virgin Islands to his island? You know, some hush money for all the flights in and out, or is that or was his airport in the Virgin Islands, and then it was just a little boat ride to his?
Yeah, right. Short little boat ride. Stacey Plaskett blocked Jack Posobiec shortly after that tweet, which is pretty illegal, I think. I don't think you can block people as a elected official. Wasn't that settled law? Plaskett quotes, quote, Plaskett, this attack is not about one speech. Most of you men would not have your wives with one attempt at talking to her. It took numerous tries. You had to build it up. That's what the president did as well. And then Jack Posobiec asked, why did she take all that money from Jeffrey Epstein? You have to build it up. Posobiec is saying that Steve Schmidt, the recently resignated co-founder of Project Lincoln, should cut a deal now before the feds get to him.
Are they resigning if they don't know anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Is the democracy defended now? Are we done? Is that all? Is that what we needed you for 6 months of campaign fortification? It's done now, guys. Racism's dead. They had their memorial for COVID already, so it's gone. Now democracy's safe again. We're good. Everything's done. We can go home now.
The world is safe again. Go to sleep.
All right. Go back to sleep. Everything will be okay.
You won. Go back to sleep.
Adults are in control. Okay, let me before we get off here, let me just show the notice that I got from our good friends over at YouTube. You know, our good friends over at YouTube.
After they took down videos of mine just a couple days ago from last week with no notice, just vague terms that violate standards. What standards? Which specific ones? How? At what instance? It's a 3-hour fucking video. What are you talking about? But they do no such things. They offer no such explanations, no such clarity. It was the most transparent and clear violation in the history of violations on YouTube, they'd like you to believe.
The most transparent censoring of a previous video that we've ever seen.
Relegate me to not mentioning any sort of happenings in U.S. politics or vote or how could we say this, tally taking and counts and balances, reducing us to only speaking about Myanmar in the third world.
Like, I don't mind them just deleting shit, you know what I mean? Like, go ahead, delete it, but don't threaten me.
No, I don't even want them deleting it. Fucking set it to private, but don't fucking delete it.
Yeah, right.
The deleting part is fucking crazy because, yeah, some videos are just fucking gone. And that's the fucking outrageous part, is don't fucking delete it. Make it fucking private. How dare you fucking delete it?
Yeah, make it unshareable.
And that's it, until an appeal, until an actual human can fucking look at this and a creator can explain the artistic value or whatever value of the fucking piece or whatever is that fucking question.
So this is the warning I got today. Your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. And there's a link there that could go to their community guidelines, but let's just stick with it here. Because it's the first time your account isn't affected, you're only warned once, and this warning will remain on your channel. If this happens again, your channel will get a community guideline strike. You won't be able to do things like upload, post, or live stream for 1 week. That's next.
So this is your warning. So that's that. That next is that's when you get your first strike. This is the warning. So then the strike's probably coming after this video ends.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. The policy that they say we broke is spam, deceptive practices, and scams. Okay, let's click on that. We don't want to watch the video. Where's the scams part here?
It is so fucking vague. The spam, deceptive practices, and scams.
Here we go. Presidential election integrity. Content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, errors, or glitches change the outcome of any past U.S. presidential election.
We can't read that. You got to say Guam.
I actually shouldn't have even read that, right?
You should not have read that.
Words. I don't think they could censor me for quoting them.
Nothing that we have said previously is any fucking different than what they're saying. What you can't say. They're simply, you know what I'm saying? You simply can't say it, and you said it.
So for the U.S. 2020 presidential election, this applies to content uploaded on or after December 9th.
Henceforth, we will be talking about Myanmar going forward, as long as we're on this platform.
Video spam promises viewers they'll see something, but instead directs them off site. We don't direct anybody off site. We provide our other social media handles so that people that are fans and people out there that interact with us can connect with us simply.
Yeah, because we're not live streaming 24/7, but we are attached to other sites on devices. You know, we're accessible when we're not on YouTube.
We're not directing traffic away from YouTube. We want you to watch us on YouTube. I always say, welcome back, YouTube. That's how I start. I mean, of course, we want people to watch us everywhere, but this is where we're at.
YouTube's just a scorned lover right now.
Right? Part 2 says, gets clicks, views, or traffic off YouTube by promising viewers that they'll make money fast. We've never said anything about money, period. Not by people clicking or viewing or any of that. We never promised money to anybody. Part 3 sends audiences to sites that spread malware. Okay, once again, we don't send anybody to any other sites. We just tell them our social media handles on different platforms. Misleading metadata thumbnails, obviously not. I just got in the thumbnail game and I'm not very good at it. So scams, offering cash, doesn't happen. Voter suppression, content aiming to mislead voters about the time, place, or whatever about voting, obviously doesn't apply. Candidate eligibility, obviously doesn't apply. Incitement to interfere with democratic processes, obviously doesn't apply. Distribution of act materials, no, none of that. Incentivization spam, content that sells engagement metrics such as views, likes, comments, or any other metric on YouTube, obviously doesn't apply. Sub for sub content, no, not at all. Comments spam, comments where the sole purpose is to gather personal information from viewers, obviously doesn't apply. Repetitive comments, live stream abuse. What is this? That's new to me. Live streams intended to stream content that belongs to somebody else and are not corrected following repeated warnings of possible abuse. So obviously that doesn't apply. What does apply? Talking about any presidential election.
Any U.S. election.
Yeah. Any past U.S. presidential election.
But if you want to talk about the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, I guess that's fine. If you want to talk about alleged election interference in Myanmar, and that's fine, or is that not fine? We're going to find out. I can't wait. I cannot wait to find out these new rules and exactly what we can and can't say. It's going to be fun going forward. I love a game. I love a good word game. I can't wait to toe this line with YouTube. But yeah, I mean, vaguely, if they could vaguely hit us with any of those violations, any of those terms, those word salad terms, It's outrageous. They could block us for simply showing the C-SPAN article, the C-SPAN streams, for simply promoting somebody else's viewpoints, because that's what this whole sham trial is about in essence as well. One person says something and other people are responsible for it, or other people's actions are the direct result of another person's words, and he is directly responsible.
So as of right now,
it's both at the same time.
This video has been pulled. I have appealed it. I said at no time did we do any of the things that are spelled out in the spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy. We did not break your policy. So you see right here, I appealed today. So I should get an email back in the next 6 months, I'd imagine.
Yeah, at the rate of people that they're fucking blocking and shit.
See, what I'm hoping is that their algorithms just pull out words, and obviously algorithms cannot tell context. So maybe they'll actually have a human review it and see that none of this is wrong. But on the other hand, they could have a human review it and say, these guys are talking about way too much real stuff, so we might be gone sooner than we think.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This is where we're at right now.
The thought police is going to take a look at our content and see if we are fit for distribution.
Yeah. Do they agree with the official narrative?
Yep. We're going to lose our speech permit.
So this might be a good time to tell you guys that we do have a Gab page, Cords V Plugs on Gab. Just telling you our other social media tags. We're not pushing anybody to any other platforms. We'd appreciate it if we were on YouTube and you could just find us here, because this is easy.
Yes, it is. But YouTube wants to make it hard.
We don't have to do it easy. I mean, a little bit of work never hurt anybody, and we're going to continue to talk. So if you want to follow us, if you want to continue to be a part of the resistance,
and we don't even say it, just links in the description.
Right. Done diddy. I don't put descriptions on my videos. Fuck that. Too much work.
Thanks for look. Copy pasta never hurt nobody.
All right, guys, man. It's been a long one today. It's been interesting. It was the fireworks that we were hoping for. It was definitely entertaining. I appreciate the defense that Mr. Van der Veen put on for America, not for Donald Trump, but for the Americans that voted for him.
Yeah, he absolutely he stood up for America today and for free speech and for future presidents.
Yeah, just for precedent. For precedent. That's what he stood up for today. This is completely unprecedented what you're trying to do, and you shouldn't be allowed to do it. So that's where we're at, and that's what I'm sticking to, because that's the true story. America.
Well, if everybody's good out there, maybe we'll do this tomorrow for the verdict.
Yeah, we'll
and
see
the ensuing riots.
It's gonna start early, and I woke up pretty late today, but I might just stay up for tomorrow. Tomorrow we got a dinner to go to. Never mind.
I'm gonna get something to eat and probably kill some zombies.
Right on, guys. We appreciate you watching, and we will be back for as long as they decide we're allowed to come back.
Have a good weekend. Be positive. Be the change.
And we out.
Drop tonight.